you. So good morning, everybody. I'd like to welcome committee members, authority staff, Police Scotland, Scottish Government and COSLA attendees. The Scottish Biometrics Commissioner, Dr. Brian Plastow, will join the meeting for item 4.5, which is the public polling insights, to provide comment on the biometrics and policing section of this report. His Majesty's Chief Inspector of Constabulary, Craig Naylor, and the Lead Inspector Ray Jones will join the meeting at item 5.2 to present the HMICS thematic inspection of police response to drug harm reduction. We'll also have Philip Marshall, who is the Regional Head of Investigation for Scotland and Northern Ireland from the National Crime Agency, joining us at item 5.3 to present the NCA update for Q1 to Q2 for 25-26. I also wanted to add that since the last meeting, I've published a blog on the current position regarding live facial recognition on the SPA website. The blog seeks to add clarity in terms of Police Scotland's consideration of live facial recognition and confirms that a decision has not been made, but it sets out the authority's expectations. And I can also confirm that we have one member apology today, and that's from Katerina Casper. And I do not have any other apologies to note, unless, Catherine, you're going to add any now.
No further apologies, Chair.
Okay, so thank you for that. If we can now move on to agenda item 1.2, which is the declaration of interest and connections. So does anybody have any declarations of interest or connections that they want to make now? I see that I have three people who wish to come in here. If I could have Chris, Amina, and then Tom. Chris.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, as previously, I need to declare an interest in relation to 4.5 and 4.5 on public polling insights. I'm an associate of the Diffley Partnership, but for clarity, not involved in any aspect of the work that's being discussed here today.
Yeah, thanks for that, Chris. I don't think that excludes you from any part of that conversation. Amina?
Thank you, Chair. It's just to declare an interest on the performance report in relation to discussions around mental health incidents and collaboration. I'm a board member for NHS 24, which has a partnership with Police Scotland. I don't think it's material to discussion, but I declare the interest.
Yeah, thank you for that, Amina. Appreciated. And finally, over to Tom.
Finally, in relation to the performance report, but it refers to antisocial behaviour, declare I was a member of the government's independent working group on antisocial behaviour. But it's not a conflict, in my opinion. In fact, informs the discussion.
Yeah, thanks for that, Tom. That's appreciated as well. And I agree, I think it will help to inform the discussion. Okay, so we'll now move on to section 1.3, which is the PPC committee priorities. Apologies for that, my system just froze there. But everybody's seen the paper, and we set out our priorities and the areas of focus for 24 to 26, which we've been working through. I don't know if anybody's got any comment on that, but it's just really to remind everybody that these will be refreshed at the PPC Development Day, which is going to be held on the 22nd of
Tom, if Alistair's not back in a minute or so, could you just move us through onto
Yeah.
approving the minute? Thanks.
Absolutely. I was in the middle of doing a direct message to Carson to offer that. So
Thanks very much.
if you're okay, we'll do it now. In terms of the priorities, can I just, for the formality of the business, can we accept those priorities, recognising that they're going to be refreshed? Thank you. The next point was the minute from the meeting on the 9th of December, but is for approval. Is there any issues to raise, or are we content to accept that? Okay, so that minute is accepted. We then move on to the rolling action logs. They've been presented to you with recommendations. Are members content to accept the recommendations of the logs in terms of closure and ongoing? I'll just give everyone a moment to be content with that position.
Chair, can I flag that given there is an update on sex and gender as a substantive item on the agenda, it's proposed that we revisit the ongoing action around sex recording in relation to stop and search after that item, and if members are content, then we would propose that action is closed at that point.
Amanda, it's really helpful. So the members content that we'll revisit that at the end of that discussion point. Okay, we'll do that. So that said, everyone content to accept the action log, but subject to that condition. Okay, thank you. Can we then move on then to the first substantive item, which is item 2.1, the quarterly policing report for quarter 3. It's presented for discussion initially by DCC Spears. DCC Spears.
Thanks, Tom. Morning, folks. Firstly, thanks to the team for pulling together quarter 3, which is the report that's in front of us. It's really comprehensive and it's really detailed. And all I propose to do is just highlight a couple of headlines, Tom, and thereafter Tina will just take us into a little bit of insights. We'll probably try and do this relatively quickly, which then allows board members to pose a range of questions. You'll see on the call that alongside myself, Beck Smith is here, and so are a number of ACCs. So I think we're well equipped to cover the detail that's in the report. A highlight in introduction, a little around the rise in reports in rape, and also a little bit about the increases in drug supply, two completely separate issues, but there is a helpful insight in relation to that. And again, the report, even in the proactive drug space, highlights somewhere in the region of £80 million worth of drugs seized in 2025. When we look at the executive summary, which is set against our vision, just a couple of headlines that I would draw members' attention to. As we look at safer communities, I think it's incredibly positive to see that we've got a 15% reduction in reports of missing people, and at the same time I would counter that with the fact that the demand around mental health is pretty static. There is a 1.3 reduction, but in terms of the impact that officers will feel around that is particularly negligible. In the category around less crime, we have highlighted again that shoplifting as an acquisitive crime is up by 15.9%. And alongside that, I've touched a little bit on drug supply. In the space around supporting victims, and we'll talk about it over the course of the morning, there's an increased demand around 999 calls, and the team will work through that. And the only thing that I wanted to draw out, Tom, from the thriving workforce is just, again, recognising that the assaults on officers does continue to increase. So these were just some of the headlines that will be drawn from the first few pages. Sitting behind that then are a number of insights that go into just a little bit detail, and just with your indulgence, I'll ask Tina. Tina does with her team all the heavy lifting around this report, so she'll just draw a few more headlines, and then we'll be happy just to take the board members' questions, if that's okay.
Yeah, thanks for that. And before we move on to Tina, just to say that the summary and the overriding statement from yourself in the report is helpful to give that overall picture as well. So thank appreciation for that. Tina, could you take us through your points at this time?
Thank you. Good morning. So in addition to what the Dep's already covered, there's a couple of other key insight pieces. So we have rape that gives a little bit more detail in that space. And then there's a key insight around domestic abuse. We can see that we've got the highest number of recorded incidents and crimes across the last 5 years. However, detection rates are sitting at 72.3%, which is up almost 7% compared to the previous period. So although we're seeing that increase in crime, we're also seeing that increase in detection, keeping a pace with that. There's some information around some campaigns within that key insight as well. We also know that there's a number of our domestic related incidents that are rape as well, which is highlighted within the key insight for rape. Antisocial behaviour in terms of incidents that public report to us, we're seeing a continued decrease in that space, although there is an increase in terms of antisocial behaviour offences, and that's mainly driven by threatening and abusive behaviour. Looking at safer communities, I'll not cover the bits that the Dep's already touched on, but we are seeing some positive trends in relation to roads, particularly killed and seriously injured on roads. We're starting to see a reductions in people seriously injured, and that coincides with an increase in Group 8 traffic offences. So that's about proactivity on the roads. So that's a sort of positive insight there. And also when we look at positive drug wipes and safety camera detections, we're seeing increases there. Touching a little bit more on less crime. So in terms of Group 1 non-crimes of violence, we've seen a bit of an increase on last year. Again, that's mostly driven by common assaults, which accounts for more than 90% of violent crime in that space. In terms of more serious crime, a very slight increase in homicides, an increase of 2 compared to the previous period. We're still seeing a bit of an increase in terms of attempt murders. However, we've drawn out in the report itself that some of that is part of a change in process. So we're seeing a significant rise in crime numbers linked to domestic crimes, particularly those involved in non-fatal strangulation, and that's connected to changes in CPFS processes. Really positive to see that serious assaults are continuing to decrease and at their lowest level in recent years. The other area I would draw out in terms of violence is common assault against retail workers. We're continuing to see challenges in that space, an increase of over 10% compared to the previous year. Then when we look at the violence involving under 18s, I know there's a separate paper on that, but we're seeing a decrease against the period last year, and we can sort of deep dive into that in more detail. So I would then have a pause in terms of violence against women and girls. We're seeing increases in this space again, so up 7.4% compared to last year, and the number with a domestic element also increasing over 11% compared to the previous year. The Dep's already touched on the positive increases in terms of proactivity in relation to drug supply crimes. We're seeing an increase there of over 15%. So then when we look at supported victims, going into a little bit more detail in this space, our users' experience in terms of satisfaction is up 3%, and that's sitting at 70 which is those individuals that come into contact with the police. And we're seeing increases as well in terms of Victim Support Scotland and those referrals being accepted. In relation to our thriving workforce, I think one of the challenges we've highlighted there is in relation to those assaults and injuries on officers and staff, seeing increase in police assaults up 6.6%. However, we're still seeing that reduction in those injuries down 1.5%. In terms of absence rates, slightly up for officers and staff, and it continues to be psychological disorders and respiratory issues that is driving that. In relation to positives around thriving workforce, we're seeing reductions in PSD complaints and allegations, down 17.3% on last year in terms of complaints and 14.5% in terms of allegations. And Chair, I would stop there and happy to draw out any other points if that's required.
Thanks, Tina. Before we go into questions from members, and a couple from myself that I know the chair of this committee would have raised in terms of the strategic direction. We're fortunate to have DCC Smith on the call, so that my first point is seeking assurance around the transformation portfolio is being prioritised, making best use of the available budget so that we can optimise delivery against the 2030 vision. We're noting that there's at the moment a forecast underspending capital budget. We're just seeking assurance that there's plans to make full use of the capital allocation to support the transformation portfolio. And then the second part is related to that going forward, seeking assurance also that the strategic scorecard in support of the Chief Constable's 2030 vision is on track to be presented to the Authority Board from July 2026. So I don't know if it's DCC Smith would be the best to answer that for yourself, DCC Spears.
Shall I take the first bit, Chair, and then I'll bring Alan in for the second bit. So just to reassure you around the transformation portfolio, you will know in terms of the budgetary settlement 26-27, I think I alluded to it at the last Resources Committee, we're doing an awful lot of work at the moment to make sure the portfolio is absolutely set for 26-27 and that aligns to the vision and the business plan. And we have prioritised areas of work that will offer the most efficiency in terms of creating capacity on the front line, reducing demand across officers and staff, and looking at the digital and data elements within that as a real priority. Now, that's obviously been a challenge because we have an ambitious portfolio of transformation over the next few years, and we've had to consider what is going to give us the most impact with the amount of money that we've currently got. We are nearly there. The portfolio is nearly locked in for 26-27. I'm happy that we have a slight bit of over-programming, which is normal to allow for any slippage. Often we encounter that with other agencies and organisations where we aren't in control of that due to timing, etc. Some of the big infrastructure programmes across policing, which we're aligned to, often run slightly delayed. So we've built that in terms of programming. So we'll be able to bring a version of that forward in resources this week and then align to the budget for the board next week. It's probably the first bit. And just to reassure you around capital spend, I've probably never seen so much work go into our capital spend this year in 25-26. Really grateful to finance colleagues who have done a huge amount of work. And I mean, literally every single purchase order, chasing every single ACC and director and business lead in terms of the work. And we are much further ahead this year than we've ever been previously. So I'm really confident that we'll bring that in. We're literally daily chasing the last outstanding invoices. And some of those have been as a consequence of supply chain issues or wider problems within policing, just being able to get hold of some of the kit that we require, especially in the covert space. You'll know the challenges with that. But I'm really confident. And as I say, through the Capital Investment Group, which Alan and I have both been working through weekly at the moment with the team, which is great, just holding everything really tight. I think we've definitely improved in terms of our rigour around the capital spend. So I hope that gives you some assurance in terms of this year, and we'll continue that pressure next year. And in fact, we had a meeting yesterday. We're going to build in a half-year review in terms of the capital allocation, particularly so we can understand where we are not looking likely to spend, how we move that around the portfolios, with estates being a priority, as you know, and digital. So yes, I think there's an awful lot of work going on around that, but please be assured that we are absolutely on top of that. Thanks for the question.
Take comfort from that, so thanks very much, Bex. And regarding the scorecard and reporting, as we understand, coming to the board from July 2026, can we seek assurance from that?
Just a couple of comments for myself, Tom. So I think the scorecard is well on track. I think there's good engagement with some of the SPA officials around the progress of that. I'm confident that my next performance board back within Police Scotland, I will see a version of that coming forward at my next board. I think our commitment at the outset was to present data against the balanced scorecard for Q2 of the current year, and that was some of the agreements reached previously with the chair. So it will definitely come in the first part of the next financial year. I'm just not 100% certain. I'm kind of staring at Tom McMahon in terms of leading on this work as to whether I could give you an absolute assurance that we would land this for the Q1 data, which of course would be July, but I'll ask Tom just to add a comment.
Yeah, thanks, Deb. Chair, if I can come in, that's a live discussion right now with your officials. We're grateful for the support that we've had. We've been endeavouring to do it on a Q1 basis, but equally it aligns well with the half-yearly reporting, and that was in agreement with the SPA chair. So I think we can definitely take that off table. You've got the complete commitment that the scorecard is well developed. Your officials have seen it, and their intention is to bring it through internal Police Scotland governance and take it to the DEP's next performance board. So it is on its way. It will be a new feature of public reporting, heavily based on data rather than the qualitative analysis that the report presented today relies on, and will hopefully give everybody a clearer sense as to how progress is being achieved on a more numerical, statistical basis. But we've absolutely committed to deliver that in the year ahead. Thanks.
Thanks, Tom. I do myself take assurance from that, that you're working with officials and there's a product that's there that you're seeing it developing, and it's coming down the line. So that itself is a big step forward. So appreciation for that. Can I then offer it to members for questions to the presenters and others that are on the call who might be best placed to answer your points? Can I go first to Christopher Cregan, who has put his hand up?
Thanks, Tom, and thanks, Alan and colleagues for the report. I know there's a huge amount of work goes into the preparation of these reports, and as you say, Alan, it's extremely comprehensive and helpful. I've got questions on a couple of areas, just in terms of understanding what lies behind some of what's in the report. First is on mental health related incidents, and Alan, you referred to that in your opening remarks, and the fact that albeit a slight decrease, it's a kind of a static position. I think you referred to it as. I mean, obviously, the extent to which it is a decrease is welcome, and we know that the partnership work that Police Scotland are involved in and play a part in is a strength for Police Scotland in this area. I guess the question I'm left with is the extent to which we are seeing a reduction in the time spent on mental health incidents. I know there'll be work going on in the background in relation to that, but it is an area of considerable public interest, and so anything you can say in that regard about that, and obviously ultimately about the ability that gives us to reinvest in other areas of local community policing. That's my first question, Chair.
Thanks, Chris. I'll make some comments and I will let Katrina come in behind that. So I'll probably just cover off some of the comments that I've made at the recent committees. It was a topic of conversation at both the Criminal Justice Committee and then much more recently at the Public Audit Committee. I think what's really apparent when we talk to our officers and we talk to particularly staff associations, the impact that we are making, which is positive through the Mental Health Task Force, isn't routinely being felt by the officers. So we've seen on average somewhere close to 500 mental health related calls per day. And we know that when we deploy to those instances, it's taken on average between 4 and 6 hours for officers to deal with those calls. When we measure that against the mental health pathway that we have successfully introduced, it's only taken a fraction of that demand away. So over the first 2 years of that pathway, we've seen about 15,000 calls that are diverted through the mental health pathway, which in effect is 20 a day. So when I hear the conversation with the Federation who talk about close to 500 and the pathway and taking away 20 a day, it's small. The mental health index is much more sporadic in its nature. So that is where our officers and when they're dealing with individuals have got access to clinicians through the index. In some local authority areas, it's really good. In a range of other areas, it's pretty non-existent, and it just throws additional demand onto us. So we are in the space of looking at what are the other measures that as an organisation we could take that would have a positive impact on the demand that's placed on us. So I should have probably said about the context of those 500 or so calls, at least 85% of them are not for us. They're not crime related. So it's not the space that we would want to be in. So there are steps being taken to bring in a bit more of a cold transfer in terms of us pushing calls on NHS. Right now it's a warm transfer. We stay in the line, we hold the call. If it doesn't get picked up in 3 or 4 minutes, it drifts back into Police Scotland and we end up sending officers. So we're looking at more of a cold transfer in that space. We're also looking at, the scope of making it more mandatory. So again, we're at the behest of the NHS Treble 1 picking up the call. We're also at the behest of the individual agreeing to us rerouting that call. So there is work that we're going to do in that space, and in the coming weeks we'll bring forward some substantive proposals around that, Chris. I think the other big area that we need to focus on is the transfer of care, and we've introduced a couple of pilots across the country. If I'm honest, relatively bureaucratic, quite clunky, and we're just looking at a better model. And I've said at committee too that I think that body worn video will help us potentially in these spaces. So there's much for us to do. It still feels, and again I've said this to committees, it still feels as though whilst we're really engaged with a range of partners, it feels as though we're still the driving force in a space that's it's more about health and less about justice. So we have got a sharp eye on that, and the Chief is expecting me to land some proposals probably over the next 4 to 6 weeks in how we could impact the service. I'll maybe just let Katrina quickly come in because it is a really topical matter just now. Much of what I said is the information that she's gave me for committee, so I've probably just stolen some of her thunder.
ACC Peyton.
Yeah, the DEP has certainly covered the majority of what we'd want to see. There's probably just 2 other things that I would draw out more broadly. Of course, the question rightly, Chris, is around the context of the exam question about, policing mental health demand, and therefore that equates to what officers are using their time to do. And as I reflect in the Criminal Justice Committee, of course, it's important for us to be able to do our core functionality, and we're really clear on what our core role is and where that extends and where that has extended too far into other areas. And the reason why I want to mention that is because predominantly why we, of course, we want to see a reduction in demand. We want to see people getting the right care that they need at the right time by the right agency, and for it to be trauma informed in relation to that connection and contact. So if we're responding to something, we're only doing it because there is a policing purpose, i.e. there's a threat to life and or a risk that needs our support. And certainly when we are encountering circumstances, we're remaining no longer than is necessary. And that's what all of that work has been designed to do, to be able to allow us to either, signpost the person to the right agency, but also to make sure that we're not remaining with people further stigmatised and traumatised in scenarios where there are other agencies better placed. Obviously, the DCC's mentioned kind of facts and figures as it relates to our full journey as it relates to mental health, first point of contact, mental health pathway, the mental health index. We've got officers trained, as you know, in distress brief intervention, so continually looking at ways in which we can reduce demand but also prevent escalation, which of course can increase demand. Thinking about the 15,000 that have been referred to the pathway, just to give you a sense of that, that's 76,000 hours. So of course, there's opportunity for those officers to be engaged much more, 76,000 hours worth, in their core responsibility and their core duties. But it's the accumulation of all of them. So one of the other pieces of work beyond what the DCC has mentioned is the work that we've been doing to develop contact guidance. Because actually what we found last February, we did a time and motion survey where we analysed every mental health incident that came into to our organisation. We've done the same again for February last month, and we'll do a compare and contrast. But from the previous findings of that, the number of calls that came in the month of February, a significant proportion of them were from other partner agencies, local authority departments, health departments, and again, therefore, we're trying to make sure that our partners are also really clear at the point that it would be relevant and proportionate for police to be contacted. Again, all with a view to reducing demand, and all of that work continues through the Partnership Delivery Group, and obviously Amanda's online here and chairing that group and trying to push that work forward on our collective behalf. But happy to take any other further questions on it, but hopefully that answers your point around the officer hours.
Thanks for that. Before I come back to you, Chris, just for the record, we've been rejoined during this by the chair of the Performance Committee, Alistair Hay, and I will hand back to him for your information. Alistair, we are on item 2.1, and we're at the opening questions from myself regarding transformation and capital expenditure have been answered, and we are in the middle of discussion around mental health response. So, Alistair Hay, can I hand the chair back to you at this stage?
Yeah, thank you very much, Tom. And first of all, thank you so much for picking up and carrying on with the agenda. I know that, we have so many people here, so many stakeholders. So I'm pleased that you've done that for me. So thank you. And secondly, can I just apologise to everybody? For whatever reason, my laptop decided to close down. And I had to be patient and tolerant, but I'm now back online, so we'll carry on with the agenda. Thanks for the update. I've also been updated by WhatsApp whilst I've been waiting. People tell me where we've progressed to. So I'm glad those early questions have been answered. And if I can just pass back to Chris before I come to Maureen. Chris.
Thanks very much, Chair. I can only imagine how stressful that must have felt for you. It's good to see you back. Thanks very much to Alan and Katrina for the very full responses to the question. Absolutely acknowledge that behind the exam question, as you put it, ACC, that this is a really complex picture. It is, of course, at least in part, the exam question that we'll continue to be interested in, as I know you will, and I certainly take assurance from what you've said about the focus, notwithstanding the complexity. It felt important to surface all of that today. I know it's it's been discussed elsewhere, as you've referred to. It felt important from a public interest point of view to surface that in the committee today. But I've no further questions. I do have a question on another aspect of the report, but I suspect Councillor Chalmers wants to come in on this point, so I'll go back to you, Chair.
Okay, thanks for that, Chris. Councillor Chalmers.
Thank you. Thanks, Chris. I did want to make comment on this, but I've got a question on another part of the report as well, which we can come back to. I think it's just to kind of know, I mean, this is really frustrating, and I know how difficult it is for you at a strategic level, but also, I'm sure, for officers on the front line. COSLA continues to engage with mental health police and the PDG, supporting consideration of issues such as the guidance and obviously communication of clear messaging. I know that recently, together with Police Scotland colleagues, we recently hosted a workshop with key local government or associations to further develop understanding of local government challenge in this place, that you raise that awareness of what the issues are. And we're continuing to advocate for full consideration of the need in the mental health and crisis space, looking at where the gaps are and how they can be met, particularly working with health. And I'm just, you know that I've said this before, Chair, I really feel we need to make more use of our community planning partnership spaces, both nationally and local, to kind of make sure that we're talking these issues through and looking at local solutions, you know, or at least regional solutions where that might be better achieved. So I appreciate the frustration, and I'll take it away and see if we've got anything else that we can offer as we go forward, talking with colleagues within COSLA. So that's my comment. I'll come back to questions after, Chris, if that's okay.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Councillor Chalmers. And I don't think anybody would disagree that there is a key role for community planning partnerships here. You know, certainly as a collective, we are much better placed to do the right thing for the people of Scotland. Chris, you still have your hand up. Do you want to come back in on that, or will I go across to Amanda, who I see has raised her hand?
I have a question on another area, Chair, but I suspect Amanda wants to come in on mental health. So,
okay, thank you, Amanda.
Thanks, Chair. Just to assure Councillor Chalmers that we are having conversations with the National Community Planning Network. We've had some engagement with them previously, but we recognise that we want to have a conversation at a national level, but also look at local solutions. So taking it through that community planning network is absolutely the way that we're hoping to do that.
Thanks, Amanda. Chris, as you've got your hand up, we'll come back to you for your question, unless Councillor Chalmers, who still has her hand up, wants to come back in.
I think Chris wanted to come back first. I'll come back after Chris.
Okay. Chris.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Chalmers. Yeah, the other area I just wanted to alight on in the report is around drug-related deaths. Obviously, another area of considerable public interest and obviously a very concerning picture. Notwithstanding that, I do think it's important to underline what the report tells us about the evident increase in the use of naloxone and the potentially life-saving impact that is having. And it's really important to acknowledge that, I think. Just in terms of the data in the report itself, and appreciate the reports that sit behind all of this with a lot of detail, but I think it would just be helpful to surface a little more about the focus of work in this area, particularly in terms of the types of drugs, the risks attached to those drugs. I'm thinking particularly the report refers to, I'm probably going to pronounce this wrongly, Medina. Anyway, I knew I'd do that wrong. But the report makes particular reference to that, and it will be helpful to surface something around the geographical picture here in terms of this part of the report. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I see that ACC Peyton has raised her hand to come in on this. And of course, you know, later in the agenda, we've got the HMICS inspection of Police Scotland's response to drug harm reduction. So that, I think that may well tie into some of this. But ACC Peyton.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and again, thanks for your question, Chris. I'll maybe just start, and some of my colleagues may want to come in on some of the broader elements, because of course it crosses over a whole range of our responsibilities, both in the prevention space and support of a public health approach, as well as you know, education as it links to raising that awareness, and then of course the enforcement element. So colleagues within our organised crime and counter-terrorism and local policing divisions focused on the work that they're doing around enforcement. I think a couple of things, just you've mentioned here the inspection that we're going to be discussing later, and certainly as an organisation we really welcome the level of scrutiny that report gives us, and you'll see some of our broader approaches to our role as it relates to drug harm and preventing the horrendous statistic that we have in Scotland as it relates to drug-related deaths. I think one of the things I would want to draw out from our experience sitting in the prevention space is that what we've seen this year is a steady increase, which is different to some of the previous years where you perhaps would have seen kind of time-limited clusters of escalation. So what we're seeing is that kind of steady increase. So again, our team have been working really closely and engaging with Public Health Scotland around at what point are we going to do more around targeted intervention and escalation, because it is that steady increase. So we continue to work with them around the broader understanding so that we can provide information that allows both public and partners to have more information to keep themselves and others safe. You'll know, and the report draws out, some of the challenges that we've seen is increase in the use of nitazenes. So to a certain extent, you know, not unanticipated that we therefore see some of those increases, and you already drew on it as well, Chris, around the increased use of naloxone, which tells a story in itself around the near fatal overdose and the number of times officers and staff have had to use that. By way of reassurance, so we're very closely linked, as you know, we're co-located with Public Health Scotland in the Prevention Hub. We are part of the mission oversight, which actually meets later this week, around the wider Scottish approach to drug harm reduction. And we continue to share information across our local policing divisions as it relates to raising awareness, understanding and identifying any areas, as I've mentioned earlier, around clusters. And for example, Thursday, losing track of days, we've got a tabletop exercise smarter facility and a partnership exercise which is specifically looking at how we are responding as multi-agencies to clusters of drug-related deaths and or harm across. So again, it's about testing and continuing to make sure we remain alive to that. But broader than that, as part of our operational tasking meeting, the work that we do in Operation Erzo feeds into our intelligence and our broader enforcement activity led by Wendy and Stuart Houston as the ACCs who lead in our operational tasking meeting. And I see, not to put one on the spot, but I see ACC mayors has joined, but I guess the point about that is from a local policing perspective, this is where the work of the prevention at a local policing level, then the kind of wider intelligence and drug flow all has that kind of ecosystem across the board. So hopefully that gives you a sense of we really are alive to it and committed and making sure that there is no gaps in our understanding and our activity that's both in the preventative space as well as the enforcement.
Yeah, thanks for that Kat. That quite a comprehensive response there, but it's prompted your colleague DCC Smith to raise her hand and wants to come in. And I know you gave a little prod to Tim there as well, but if I could ask Bex.
Thanks, Chair. I was just going to follow up on the other end of the coin, as it were, in terms of enforcement activity. And Katrina, our drug seizures this year alone will give you some comfort in terms of the work that we're doing around that. We are utilising specialist capabilities to manage at the high end of high harm. So we're looking at the really serious suppliers in relation to this to try and take them out before they reach us. And then we're also really linked in terms of intelligence to understand, in the report it calls out nicotines, for example, but we've seen a lot of contaminated drug supplies where they're coming in mixed with different chemicals, which obviously causes a real issue to users, and we're working to understand the profile of that with Drugs Threat Desk across the NCA and also within Scotland and broader UK. So there's a lot of work that goes on in the background around that. If Stuart were here, he would probably talk to you for 10 or 15 minutes in terms of some of that, but just to give you some reassurance that along with Katrina's team and the work at the preventative side, we're also targeting it around the enforcement element as well, and that goes right through to local policing right the way through. And you'll have seen with some of the feuds, although not all drug related, but you'll have seen the link between the local policing footprint on the ground in communities right up through the serious and organised crime capability that we have in Scotland and broader with colleagues. So hopefully that gives you some assurance at both ends of the scale. Thank you.
Yeah, yes, it does, and we've got the NCA coming to speak to us on today's agenda, and there's mention in their report about that disruption in the supply of drugs and the very serious criminality that's involved around that. So we can extend that there. ACC mayors, I don't know if you wanted to. I know you've done a huge amount of work in terms of community policing, and it will play a big aspect. I don't know if you wanted to add anything at this point.
I suppose looking through the other end of the telescope, sort of from the local level up, we know that drugs harm is a massive priority for communities, and we know that the level of drugs deaths are still unacceptable. Some interesting elements. I think what's key to this is the crossover with so many aspects. So the work of the Retail Crime Task Force has shown of the drugs deaths that we reviewed, those sadly who had died as a result of drugs, 100% of them had been involved in some form of retail crime within a month of their demise. So these are people who are coming to our attention for a range of offending behaviour, but you see that link really closely to that. So through the funded work with the Retail Crime Task Force, we're doing a lot of work to look at how we can support identifying vulnerable people who are involved in that criminality as a result of their vulnerability, and how we can support them into treatment pathways, encouraging the Crown and Sheriffs to use drug rehabilitation orders more and treatment orders, which are available, probably slightly underused, but we're exploring that work as well. And then into the actual community policing model, where that local problem solving relationship is critical. And I think the role of drugs and alcohol partnerships in particular at a local level, bringing all local partners and service providers together. We know that we've done a lot of really good work at a local level around near miss reviews. So identifying folks, having a multi-agency approach to that and trying to identify how we can support them. But the two big bits of this are, we know that an awful lot of these folks, it's not just enough to refer them. We have to actively engage with them, build a relationship and support them into the services. And the second bit is, we know that certainly on the health side, there remains a real challenge around getting access, particularly to drug kind of treatment services as well. So there are some well-known, quite visible choke points, I think, in the system. There is more we can do at a local level, and I think the drugs and alcohol partnerships are a real key focus for us as we develop the community policing model. But it is a societal challenge, and as we've said, we'll continue to target the supply side of this. Supply side always tends to not deliver enormously, but definitely the emergence of nitazines is a massive concern for us, and it is definitely starting to shift trends. So hopefully that helps.
No, it certainly does. Just kind of pass back to you. You posed the question. Is there anything you want to add from the responses you've had from the DEP and the two ACCs?
The responses are really helpful from everybody involved. Katrina, Bex, and I really appreciate them. I do have some questions further down the agenda on the HMICS report, so obviously I'll come back to it at that point in terms of the response. But I think the assurance that's provided in terms of both combination of enforcement and prevention. It's really important to hear that. Obviously, as Tim said, the position is unacceptable. The position is hugely concerning, and so it felt important to surface that triangulated approach, the multi-pronged approach, which is obviously ongoing. I'll come back to it, Chair, later when we look at the HMICS report, and I've certainly got some questions there about how the approach is being taken forward. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. That's appreciated. Councillor Chalmers, I know you've got your hand up, but I think you want to come in with a question later. Can I stay on this track for the moment?
Sure.
I see that Gary and Tom, and then Mary. So, Gary, could I pass to you first?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Apologies, my first meeting, so I'm unsure of the convention. My question wasn't in relation to continuing drugs. I've got another question around domestic abuse, so I'll pause and let others come in and let you come back to me if you wish.
Yeah, no problems. Tom, what about yourself? Did you want to speak about drugs?
No, I'll wait to this conversation come to a natural conclusion. I will just indicate I've got questions for later.
Okay, and
I'm the same, Alistair. I've got questions, but on a different aspect of the report.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nicola.
Thank you, Alistair. And thank you everyone for your contributions. Tim, it's good to see you again. You and I were on a meeting recently relating to community partnerships and community working, which is the genesis of my question. And I'm not sure if this is an appropriate point to raise, but I wondered, Alistair, if actually we could have a deeper dive on the community and policing model perhaps at an upcoming meeting. I think that would be hugely helpful, and perhaps to connect some of those dots on some of the questions that were raised in that community partner meeting, Tim, that we were at, particularly on the thematic approach to some of these systemic issues.
Yeah, I think that's a very valid suggestion. So we'll capture that, for forthcoming meetings, and the team will speak to colleagues in Police Scotland to make sure that happens. Tim.
Yeah, just I mean, very quickly to just pick up on that. It's a really good point, Chair, and I think that was a community plan and improvement board, and the conversation was around, I guess, trying to move away from these thematic silos and starting to focus on the people behind them. So a lot of our new problem-solving model that we're implementing, which a lot of the divisions already used, but we're now consistently delivering, really focus on repeat offending, repeat victimization, and then hotspot areas. So when you apply that approach, it's a people-based approach, you start to realize, as I said, that the person who's vulnerable to drug misuse is also a retail crime offender, but they're also a victim, potentially being exploited by a serious organised crime group. So it's both more complex, but the solution actually is to deal with that individual instead of that same individual arising in about 6 or 7 different groups. And when we certainly look at care experienced children, we're seeing that consistently, which is they can appear in the mental health space, they can appear in the offending space, but they're also missing persons. They've also got mental health challenges. They've also got kind of suboptimal educational outcomes. So actually, if we can cut away all the silos and focus on that child, the opportunity to join up our resources to make the most of limited capacity, but also to achieve a disproportionately high impact is really, really significant. So I think it is that opportunity of starting to try and move away from multiple round tables or whatever, and actually start to focus on the people and the community sitting behind that.
Yeah, that's helpful, Tim. Thank you. Can we move forward then? So, Councillor Chalmers, you've been waiting patiently, so if I could have Councillor Chalmers, and then if I could have Gary, Tom and Mary in that order. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks, Chair. I would welcome that what Nicola suggested there, and I welcome Tim's response. And it's a discussion we've had at previous meetings, so welcome the wee bit progress there. My question is round about rape crimes. It's just incredibly concerning and distressing. I'm just wondering if DCC Spears or colleagues can say a wee bit more at the extent to which you think this is due to increased confidence in reporting, or is it just very much numbers going up? And is there any other intelligence around about what's behind that?
Thanks for that question, Councillor Chalmers. And I think a couple of the board members wanted to come in on this. I think Mary and Amina perhaps are around this area. So before we get responses, I don't know if there's anything you want to add to Councillor Chalmers outlining this area for us.
Yeah, thanks, Alistair. That was what I was going to ask about as well, Maureen. I think it's very concerning when you see figures like this, highest recorded level since we began collecting these sorts of figures. And I was also very interested in knowing whether or not this could be attributed to greater confidence in the system, or indeed more crime. And interestingly, I noticed that both in Glasgow and Lanarkshire, they had notable decreases in rapes in December. And I wondered to what extent that could be attributed to the Choose to Stop campaign that was run then, and whether or not that could then be, if it was proving successful, could then be extended. I was also very disturbed to see the increase in rapes in relation to young people like boys and girls under 16, and wondered if there was any particular commentary on that as well. But thank you very much for starting the ball rolling, Councillor Chalmers.
Yeah. I'm not sure if you wanted to come in. I know that we've covered most of the main areas that are in the report, but if there's anything you wanted to add in relation to this.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Most of the questions have been covered, but I suppose just to bring out also the 15% rise in stalking, and wanting to understand the approach being taken by Police Scotland to address that and enhance safety and support to victims. Similar to Mary's question on concern around the rise in rape under 13s, I think it was. I'm also wondering if there's a correlation there between that figure and the increases in the taking and possessing of indecent images of children, the emerging kind of issues with AI generated images. Is there potentially any kind of link there that might be driving the increase?
Thank you for that. So I think we've covered, real concerns around rape. That drawn out, shocking at the age of some of this, wider sexual crime and technology, and also that safety and supporting victims. So, DCC Smith, Bex, I see that you've raised your hand to come in and begin to respond to this, and we're seeking to understand Police Scotland's approach.
Okay, I will try and pull as much of that together as I can. Lots of different areas there. So I guess the first point being, in terms of the increase in the numbers of reports, I think there is something around confidence in terms of people feeling able to report. That's not just from a policing sense, but also the third sector. We know that we work really closely with a lot of partners in this area, and often we'll take reports as a consequence of somebody coming forward to report something via a third party who may have not been confident to report initially. I think we have done a lot of work in Police Scotland around our violence against women and girls strategy. I think we've been really open and encouraging of people coming forward. We have the National Rape Task Force here, which again provides a specialist service for people that come forward. And also, I think probably really important to understand the close working relationship with Crown in relation to this too. Sexual offending is really difficult in terms of making sure we put the victim at the heart of everything we do. We absolutely encourage people to come forward, and we will treat people with dignity and respect in relation to this. I think it's exceptionally important to make that point. Sometimes that doesn't mean a criminal justice outcome. Sometimes that means somebody is safeguarded as a result of coming forward and they're not ready perhaps to go down that route, but we will support them no matter what. I think that's probably a really important point. We're also seeing an increase in the amount of sexual offending linked to domestic offending. Previously, that would have been a lower percentage, but we're definitely seeing that now, which again, I think is encouraging in terms of people feeling able to talk about their whole story and what's happened to them as an individual, and us being able to work with them to support them through the process and the system, which we know is really difficult for people. It can be lengthy, and we need to make sure we keep them engaged in relation to that, so people feel a sense of justice. Absolutely. I think also there's something in there about historic reports of sexual offending. You will have seen those have increased by over 16%. We definitely see that in Police Scotland. I think people feel more confident to report where something has happened previously, and that can be over years, that could be months. We will still take that report and deal with that in exactly the same way as we would do any other way. And I think that's a really important point to make as well. The historic offences have increased, which will show in our overall reporting. Also, the mention of stalking, our data offences have gone up. So alongside stalking, we will take reports of coercive and controlling behaviour. And I think policing and also the wider public are a lot more confident to be able to articulate a story which perhaps might not have been as easy to put forward years ago, but now it's completely different, and I think people are a lot more confident to come forward and talk about that. So I think we see an increase there. I suppose from my perspective, what I see that's really different here and what leads to our increase in detection rate as opposed to in other UK forces, I think, is the structures we have in place around our National Rape Task Force and our Domestic Abuse Task Force. We have specialist skilled individual officers who will spend time and work with victims and third sector to support people coming forward and going through that. The mention of young people and children, we're absolutely seeing that. I think there's a combination of work with schools to increase awareness and confidence of people coming forward to report at a much younger age, but also the training and the skills that we have in terms of our officers and staff being able to work with young people, I think is really important and really key. And that's the joint partnership approach as well, with social work, etc. So something that, you know, we take really seriously. And then the last point I wanted to make around technology, it's a really good point. Gone are the days when a report would not include, you know, everything includes a digital footprint now. We're seeing that in terms of a lot of our investigations, whether that's sexual offending, especially with things like stalking, apps that you can put on phones, the coercive controlling nature of text messages. You'll have seen convictions going through the court for where victims have committed suicide as a consequence of that. That's a really different way of looking at this, and I am so supportive of that. I think this is exceptionally important to make sure that we continue to work in this way. Technology is key for us in this space, and we're spending a lot of time with our data science team using AI and other areas in the covert space to develop technology to be able to support that. I won't go into too much detail here. NCA colleagues might add a bit of that from later on in the agenda, but we are working with partners both within Scotland and much broader in terms of understanding what it is. And actually, in a lot of areas, we are leading in those areas here. There's a lot of investment that we've undertaken in that area. I think there's a bit of a briefing on Thursday next week, I think, which will include a bit of that for new board members, just to give you a little bit more information around some of that as well, and a bit of reassurance. But I think it's a really difficult question to answer in terms of the increase. Genuinely, I look at this as, I think people have more confidence in policing to come forward and report, and I think that's really important, and I would encourage that. I would never, you know, I would never see the increase as a negative. However, it is absolutely concerning that reports are increasing. Absolutely. I would give some assurance that this is a real focus for us. Genuinely, it really is. It's somewhere that violence against women and girls is abhorrent, and it's something that we take really seriously in Police Scotland, and you'll see that from the detection rate and some of the various offences that you'll have seen in the report. But there's lots more to do, I think, is probably a summary. Hopefully, Chair, that answers most of the points.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think it does, but if Councillor Chalmers, you kicked off these questions, is there anything you want to come back with?
No, thank you. I do appreciate how challenging this is, but it is growing concern, isn't it? Every quarter's report, and anything we can do jointly, obviously really keen to work with folks.
Okay, thanks. And Mary or Amina?
No, those responses really helpful. Thank you very much, DCC. I think the only thing I would ask is for a bit of information about the Choose to Stop campaign, which we're looking for something that might be working, might be having some success. So could we claim that for this campaign?
We can give you some more information on that, Mary, absolutely. And also to add to that, I think previous campaigns, you know, we've done a lot here. I think in Scotland, that Guy campaign, you'll have seen that over the years. I think we focus on male offending, which is sometimes quite different, I think, but I think it's absolutely the right thing to do. So we'll bring you some more information around that campaign specifically, Mary, but absolutely, I am of the opinion that if we see something in an area that works, or we think works, we absolutely need to be able to understand the impact of that and roll that out wider. Completely with you on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
I mean, I don't know if you wanted to come back and having posed a few questions there.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, DC Smith. That was really helpful. And yes, the briefing as a new member will be helpful for me just to gain a bit more understanding of the work that's already underway in this area. So thank you very much.
Thanks. Gary, I see you have posted in the chat there about the relationship between detection rates and conviction rates. And I know you want to ask a question on domestic violence, which has been touched in the response here as well. DCC Smith, I don't know if you want to make any comment on that relationship between detection and conviction rates.
Chair, I have not got the data on that to hand, and I don't want to give Gary incorrect information. So, however, what I will say is absolutely your point is completely valid, Gary. You will see there will be attrition as a consequence of time through the justice system, and it's something that I know we're really focused on in terms of reducing that, so we keep victims in the system to be able to get a conviction at court. But I haven't got the data to give you in terms of the attrition rate there, but we can bring that back.
Thank you. Gary, did you want to come in and ask your question on domestic violence?
Thank you, and thank you, DCC Smith. I wouldn't necessarily expect you to be able to lay your fingers on every detail that you're going to be asked, so that's not a problem at all. I mean, if I could start, this is my first meeting, if I could start with a compliment, because the quality of the documentation and the you know, the depth of detail that's gone into across the range of subjects is really, really impressive. So thank you firstly for that. And continuing on a complementary theme, I did just want to touch on the Choose to Stop campaign as well, because I think it is really good to see a thoughtful perpetrator focus in some of the campaign activity. And similar to Mary, I'd be really keen to understand what use of the Respect helpline was actually made in terms of some of the numbers there. And depending on how successful that was, is there an appetite then to continue with that and you know, mainstream that into the wider domestic abuse response and the perpetrator focus? The second part of my question as well then related to what looks like really tremendously strong engagement with the LGBTQI community as part of that campaign as well. And I'll be really interested to see what that's translated to in terms of operational policing interventions, and if there's an appetite then to build on that apparent strong engagement and, you know, develop further engagement with the LGBTQI community.
Thanks, Gary.
So, Chair, I have not got the answers to that, but we'll get them and we'll feed them in. Unfortunately, I haven't got as much detail around that, but we can bring that back if that's okay. Although I do notice that Katrina's put her hand up, so might have a little bit around that. Yeah,
thanks for that. Katrina?
Yeah, don't have the specifics around that element, but I guess it was just I'm conscious of your first meeting, Gary, but just to provide a level of reassurance around our kind of ongoing engagement more broadly as part of our Policing Together programme, particularly with LGBT community. We'll hear a bit more about that later in the agenda as we touch on some of the sex and gender work, but some of the work we've been doing around, supported by our engagements team and insights team, using different ways in which we start to understand the impact of policing, particularly as it relates to people from that group, and some of that work has helped support a lot of our ongoing programmes of engagement and our practice. So I'd be happy to share that more specifically with you offline, so that you bring up to speed with where that sits, but hopefully some of that will also come out as part of the wider agenda item later on.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. I see that my intention was to move on to Tom, because I know he has additional questions. I just wanted to double check, because I see that Nicola and Councillor Chalmers have got their hands raised. Did you want to come in specifically around rape, sexual violence?
Thank you, Chair. It was just to acknowledge that I did have questions, but they've been answered in the discussion. So thank you. And again, thank you very much, everyone. Again, my first meeting. So it's remarkable, really, and I'd like to put that on record. It's remarkable about the breadth and the detail that's been offered in the report to allow questions and discussion. So thank you very much for that. I also thought, Chair, it was useful to recognise the some of the interventions, particularly around the safeguarding and support and the disclosure scheme with regard to this particular topic, and interesting to see the progress there. So thank you for that. I guess my question on this, noting the higher anticipated the higher demand for this, or the higher usage of this might be a better word. I'm curious about the anticipated ability to be able to continue to meet that demand, noting there was an 11% higher demand in the last quarter, and 28% with regard to some of the other interventions there. Could someone comment, please, on the ability to continue to meet that?
Thanks for that question. ACC Mayors, Tim?
Yeah, thank you. So, yeah, we've seen since the DISDAS scheme was introduced, we have seen a significant rise. I mean, I think it's been over 400% in sort of numbers. To link it to the previous conversation, I do think that is a direct connection to what we're seeing, increased reporting. That relationship, that connection, the fact that we're being proactive, all kind of open the door to increased reporting. So it is a really, really critical function, but undoubtedly it's not one that we have been adequately resourced to carry out. As with any new function, it's also one that we haven't really properly taken the bits and sort of designed carefully. So under Policing for Communities programme, Project 2, which is investigations and safeguarding, is looking specifically at this element. So the whole kind of role that safeguarding and public protection play in notification, in research, in preventative action and informing action, and the model that we've outlined really around the 5 regional clusters as opposed to 13 divisional teams is really focused on starting to get consistent national processes, efficient national processes, making best use of specially trained police staff as opposed to officers, and in driving those elements, creating the capacity that means that we can actually manage these and do them proactively, do them effectively, and do them in a timely fashion, and connect them really to effective preventative work through partners. So that essentially, investigations and safeguarding is our intentional design of the system to be able to manage the demand.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. That's helpful. Tom, thank you for your patience. If I could move on to yourself.
Thank you. There's two areas I want to explore. First one's antisocial behaviour, and the second one's around hate crime. On antisocial behaviour, certainly the evidence we got from the work of the National Working Group on Antisocial Behaviour is the importance of early intervention, prevention work first, and then early intervention, and the clear relationships to issues around deprivation and the fact that you need to have a multi-agency approach and all the rest of it. And I can see in the report, I've read in the report, for instance, a 52% increase in the issue of fixed penalties for antisocial behaviour. So there's a lot of work going on here. But one area that really impacts the community confidence that we're seeing across Scotland just now, and it's not in one bit of the country, you're seeing this across the width and breadth of it, is the illegal use of e-bikes and off-road bikes on the main highways, and that is really disrupting, and that really impacts people's sense of community confidence. And I really want to commend actually Operation Armour, which was an initiative in the North East Division around Aberdeen, and there was very successful results from that. So my question around that, specifically, rather than going into the broad issues around public urinating and breach of the peace and all the rest of it, which there's lots of work going on there, this specific problem of off-road bikes on the main highways, of e-bikes being altered to go beyond what the intended purpose was, and how it really impacts on community confidence. So learning from Operation Armour, what is the opportunity to evaluate, roll that out in other areas? So there's you've talked, Tim, about consistency of approach, so that all the communities see some active, and it cannot just be a police response. You know, some from Operation Armour, in terms of, I know Councillor Chalmers has been very interested in this and very supportive in this area for a long time, and I'm grateful for that. But those local government antisocial behaviour assets as well, how do we get that multi-agency report and give us a sense so that people listening to this call can understand that this issue is given an appropriate response, recognising its damaging impact? And do we need legislative change as well?
Thanks, Tom, for your questions. ACC Waddle, Alan, you want to come in on this?
Morning, Chair. Morning, Tom. Morning, all. Helpfully, I'm joined by one of my colleagues, Scott McCarron, who's Head of Roads Policing, on the call this morning, and I might come to Tim as well. I think the example of Operation Armour is actually similar to different operations we've seen up and down the country, where local policing divisions recognise exactly what you're saying, Tom, in terms of concerns of communities, issues raised with community councils, issues raised at scrutiny committees. And the response that you've seen in Operation Armour, which is a blend of local policing divisions understanding the challenge in the communities, working with local elected members and with national resources to try and target it, is exactly where we're at. And through our roads policing lead, our superintendent in that space, we are coordinating learning from that up and down the country to make sure we can take that forward. I think in the last year, in 2024 to 25, we took 400 e-bikes off the road. The last year we've taken 700, which I think is reflective of that ongoing focus. But there's more work to be done in that space, and it's not entirely straightforward for us from a legislative position, as you outlined there, and tactics to deal with it. And as I say, Scott might come in, but we recently had a meeting with Scottish Government to outline some considerations in that space for future work that may or may not be possible. So absolutely can give the reassurance that learning has been taken from that, it's been shared, and good practice has been worked up and down the country in that space. But Scott, without or slightly putting you on the spot, do you want to come in?
No, thank you. I'd echo all of what you said there in terms of what we're seeing great examples across the country. There's one included in the document, but that is getting replicated. But you're right, it does need legislative change. I engage with forces across the UK, and they're in a similar position, struggling to deal with increasing demand for this. But as the figures I've just been outlined with the ACC, it does demonstrate that the local policing division supported by road policing are taking good action. That significant increase of 709 for 442 the year before is demonstration of that. Andy Bartley, my superintendent, just 2 weeks ago attended a Parliament session with a cross-section of MSPs to discuss this very topic, and it's the legislation change we'd probably be looking for in this field. We have got legislation there available to us just now, 165, no insurance, etc., that allows us to seize these vehicles, but we need to strengthen that. We need further power for our contractors to hold on to them longer. We need, in my view, specific legislation, and that's a number of issues that were discussed at that parliamentary session, and there's been an email just come back in the last couple of days looking for further dialogue with relation to that. So we will continue that enforcement across the country with local policing supported by us, but continue to work with the government to bring in some changes.
I'm grateful for that, and I do appreciate there's a lot of work ongoing here. It's important that work is not just police work, that it involves all partners. Are we confident we're in the right place there?
I think that's where that so my background has been in local policing, and I don't think I've ever attended a community council session or anything similar where this has not been discussed, and it is that kind of partnership, particularly at a local level approach, that's the route behind solving this. Understand we have some limited tactics in terms of dealing with these people out in the road, but you can see from the figures I say that we are taking direct action. But it's work in the background, it's campaigns, it's putting the message across to parents, and you're seeing a lot probably on social media as well, that when local policing do take action, they seize vehicles, they are publicised, but there is more to be done in that space as well.
Thanks, Scott. I take assurance from that. I appreciate it. The other question, if you allow me, Chair, was around hate crime. And I know that in that period where public protest is increasing clearly in relation to immigration, etc., I know one statistic stands out that the deployment of hate crime advisors by Police Scotland in 2024 was 36 deployments, and in 2025 there's 140 deployments. To suggest that probably reflects the increasing level of demonstration that we're seeing. So it's really, really important that we're giving the appropriate support to our communities, all our communities, that they feel equally supported. And in doing that, we need to ensure that impartiality in policing is assured. The right to protest is important. The right to live your life free of threat is very, very important. How do we take comfort in relation to that issue of impartiality for both protesters, both sides of a protest? I fear the Chair's call has frozen again, so I'll now carry on at the moment.
It's okay, Tom, sorry.
Are you there, Alison?
I'm there, apologies. Thanks for that question, Tom. Before I see that I've got two colleagues from Police Scotland who want to come in and respond to this, but Amina's been waiting patiently with her hand up. Amina, I don't know if you want to add to this particular thread or if your question's slightly separate.
No, thanks, Chair. That is a bit of a follow-on from Tom's question there. I suppose there's two things I guess I'm seeking a bit more assurance on as well, which is that the crimes that are kind of increasing against asylum seekers and in particular accommodation providers, I suppose it's about ensuring that there's adequate support also for the victims of those crimes, which, I mean, this is an incredibly vulnerable population that we're talking about that have multiple disadvantages, including things like language barriers. So I guess I'm seeking a little bit of assurance around adequate support for them. And then there's also mention of the specialist courses for training for hate crime advisors, and just wanting a bit more detail on the the scale of kind of investment, further investment going forward with those courses and that provision, but also assurance around how we're looking at the efficacy of those courses and that they are producing, I guess, the outcomes that we're looking for.
Thanks, Em, and I think that does very much build on the direction that Tom's been taking us. So, ACC Peyton, I know you've led on policing together, so if I could perhaps first come to you, and then ACC Waddle, if you want to come in and add to any responses. You're on mute, Katrina.
There you go. Sorry about that. I was just saying thanks, Chair, and thanks for the questions. And absolutely, it would be appropriate that Alan comes in and joins the response to this question, because it very much is a collective response, but certainly a key one. I suppose just in terms of the question of impartiality, that's something that, of course, policing has been committed to. It's in our oath of office, so it's been front and centre and should be front and centre in all of our activity, as both individuals and more broadly. We will be touching on that specifically again in a bit more detail at a later agenda item when we're touching on the next steps beyond our sex and gender review. But I suppose by way of reassurance at this point, as a result of the work that we have been doing within Policing Together, impartiality has come to the fore considerably in light of a number of High Court judgments and a number of incidents and events that have played out more broadly across society. And it's caused us to reflect as an organisation around what do we mean about the importance of proactive community engagement versus our responsibility to make sure that we're doing that in a way that is not only actually impartial, but seen to be impartial as well. And we've been supported with all of that work, continue to be supported with that work with a human rights advisor, Jane Gordon. And I know, Tom, you're very alive to the fact that our Policing Together vision is focused on us embedding a human rights approach. So when we get that right and we continue to understand the impact of our activity and intentions, then we can start to have more confidence around our approach to impartiality, but very much in a forward and progressive space as it relates to this. I would suggest, when we do a bit of benchmarking across the piece. And before I hand on to Alan, just to touch a bit around our collective response as it relates to the increasing of protests, which then, as you've rightly drawn out, has seen the increase of deployments of hate crime advisors. I think, again, all of that's got to be set within the context of our absolute focus as an organisation to invest as much in the how we are, we police, not just the what we do when we're actually there, and therefore having that increased knowledge and support from those who have more information, our hate crime advisors, being part of that, but also aligned to our community relations specialists. So touching on your question, Amina, just around some of the broader work that is ongoing around, the policing of us, hotels and hostels that are housing people from immigration and or asylum status has been really focused. We've had over 200 deployments by our community relations specialists, so dedicated resources that our organisation has invested in to build those relationships, to build that understanding. If I use Falkirk just as an example, whilst Alan will go on and touch on our actual policing response to protests on the day, beyond that, our community relations specialists work with local divisions to go in and, for example, in the Falkirk area, we did a really proactive piece of work around the young people who are really impacted by what they're seeing and the events that they're seeing played out in some of these areas. So all of that focused on making sure that we do take a trauma-informed approach, that we are really, building that level of understanding that what communities can expect when we are there and how we will show up and support them. So our hate crime advisors are part of a wider team of you know, specialists and individuals that are working across the organisation. I've named our community relations specialists, but we're supported by community advisors as well. We're supported by the Independent Policing Advisory Council, and all of that is designed to make sure, not just in panic time, but more importantly and crucially in peacetime, what are we doing to connect with our communities, understand how they're feeling. And the last point I'll make on it, just before passing on to Alan, is as an organisation, we've been really committed to understand how do our communities feel across the board. So whereas before it was difficult to understand that beyond the surveys that you've heard, we've now got a community engagement tool which allows our officers and staff, they've got it on their handheld device, and every time they're interacting and engaging with communities, and it's broken down into divisional areas, it's broken down into demographics. They're able to capture the reason why they were engaging. You know, was it responding to something? Was it proactive? What was the sentiment? How are the community feeling? And all of that continues to feed into our tensions reporting so that we are able to be as proactive and supportive as we can be to build that understanding and reassurance that when we say policing is for everyone, we mean that, and particularly in the areas where they are feeling perhaps more marginalised because of, you know, a lot of narrative that's played out. I'll maybe pass over to Alan. I suppose only bit I'm just thinking in terms of the hate crime advisor training. I guess it's just that part as a part of a suite of response. I mean, we continue to reflect and support the understanding to make sure that the knowledge that we're giving and the advice and support that we're giving isn't only relevant, but actually it can be recalled and is practically beneficial. It's not just about people knowing something, it's about how are they putting that into practice and supporting our commanders. And again, I would take us back to where I started. That's why the work of impartiality, the guidance and support that Jane Gordon's helping us look at and how that will be applied across all the elements of policing is so fundamental to this. But I'll maybe pass over to Alan just around the actual, you know, response part of that.
Yeah, thanks, Alan, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. Kat's touched on a few of the things I would have picked up, but I think at the outset it's probably worth highlighting in management information terms, we've seen about a 46% increase in the number of protests we've had this year that we've had to police across the country. So a real impact in communities, often different communities that perhaps aren't so used to seeing protests. So it's not necessarily just Glasgow or Edinburgh that we're seeing this in, but across the country. A real impact on officers and resilience as well is the truth. We've got a sort of multi-layered approach to this. So I'm the Police Scotland Gold for overseeing protests, supported by Chief Superintendent Stevie Dolan as the Silver. So we try and ensure that there's a consistency of style and tone, and also that we've got the procedures and practice in place to learn as we go and share good practice across the country, and I'll touch on that. But very much, unless there is a need for public order, local delivery, local policing divisions who understand the communities, have the partnership relationships, are absolutely the heart of the policing plan. Now, yes, that's one aspect of that is the policing of the protest on the day, but as Katrina touched on, this is much more about those, the focus upon local partnerships, community cohesion, safeguarding, how are we supporting communities, how are we supporting people that feel vulnerable. And again, the sharing of practice up and down the country is really, really important in that space. A key part of my role is making sure that we learn as we go and that we're sense checking how we do our work. So in January this year, one of my colleagues, supported by representatives from Forth Valley Division, C Division, presented to the Independent Police Advisory Council. So at that meeting, highlighted our approach to policing of protest, the style and tone, the goal strategy, and sought feedback from that. So it's a really worthwhile exercise, bringing back some learning for us that we take forward. As recently as last week, one of our colleagues conducted a debriefing exercise across the country to make sure that practice, as we've evolved and got more comfortable with this, that's been shared, and we've got this learning going forward. And we're involved in UK level. There's recently a debrief report came out in that space, so we're pulling all of that together. the proactive approach, the use of hate crime advisors, the use of police liaison officers to link with different communities to make sure that there are no surprises and we hear and we listen and there's a vehicle for feeding back in is really important. So is this difficult? Absolutely. Our community is feeling in certain areas the need for support, of course, but we're really trying to collectively put our shoulder to the wheel in this space.
Okay. Thanks to both colleagues from Police Scotland. That felt like very comprehensive answers to me, but if I could, turn to Tom and then Amina. Sorry, Amina. Anything you want to come back on?
No, I'm really grateful, like you said, for the answers given, but it really needs some critical thinking, thoughtful analysis of what data we have, understand, because while the intentions is very well articulated by both ACCs around the intentions and the values of the rights-based approach to policing, the reality is on the ground on the day, sometimes it can be unintended, but impartiality is what is taken from that. So we really need to be sophisticated in our understanding and knowledge of how what the impact is of how we police.
Yes, sure, thank you. Thanks for those responses. Yes, you're right. They were very comprehensive and have given me a lot of the detail I was looking for. Similar to Tom, yes, I think it is about that continued focus, but also learning, continuous sort of learning from incidents and approaches. I mean, I think, for instance, with the hate aggravated conduct, which I think in the performance report, the rates were hadn't decreased from this time last year. So it's I guess it's about keeping the focus on the activities that are taking place to mitigate the issues, but also learning from perhaps why they haven't had the desired impact and reflecting on that, and just to inform whatever approach will be taken going forward.
Okay, thank you. In no way do I want to restrict questions and responses around this. This is the cornerstone of the Policing Performance Committee, this particular report. I'm just slightly conscious of time. So if I can move it on a little bit, because I know that we have other members that have questions on other areas that are contained within the report. So, further questions? Nicola.
Thank you very much, Chair. If I may, I'd like to move the discussion on to the fraud and the statistics around fraud in the report, please, and open the discussion on views around the trends that we're seeing in the report from colleagues from Police Scotland. I've interpreted that as a positive indication of reduction, but I'd really be interested in the views around the table on that, and equally on some of the partnership working and the interventions that are ongoing, and how perhaps some of the lessons could be shared more broadly as we think about the victims of fraud. So that was my line of questioning, please. I'd like to open up that discussion.
Thanks, Nicola. DCC Smith, and then I have ACC mayors after that. So Bex first, and then Tim.
Chair, I can come in briefly on that. We've got a session on Thursday next week, which will cover a lot of that around cyber and fraud and our structures and crime reporting, etc., both internally in terms of how we manage that, but also externally. But I guess a couple of points, if I may. So we are really well linked in Nicola in terms of national networks around fraud and cyber. We set up our fraud and cyber command recently just because of the prevalence of some of the offending in this space, and having a more joined up approach and strategy in terms of how we manage that. Also looking at how we utilise technology in this space. As we know, some of our colleagues are really well advanced in terms of that. We've been working with City of London Police in terms of FCRAS. You've probably heard me talk about that in terms of national fraud reporting as well, and are well linked in with NPCC colleagues around that too. It's definitely a crime type that's on the rise. People are a lot more alive to it as well in terms of reporting nationally with scams, etc., and things like that. We will see it continue to rise, is my sense. There's an awful lot of work that Tim and colleagues have done locally in terms of fraud, as well as how we manage that, how we spot patterns, etc., and we'll come in on that, I'm sure, around some of our local structures. But I guess just to reassure you, and we'll go into a bit more detail around that at the session, which is specifically for cyber fraud, etc., next week, I think it is. So we'll give you a bit more detail around that, but our structures have changed considerably in the last 12-18 months to allow us to manage this particular growing crime type, as we see it as a real threat against us. And I think also just in terms of, I know it's not directly linked, but cyber too, I think that's a really important area that we focus on both internally and externally as well, not least in offending, but also protection. And again, we'll go into some detail around that at the session, so that you have a bit more, I suppose, probably is that I can give you today. But I'll let Tim come in on some of the local initiatives, as he's got a lot of information around that. Thanks.
Thanks, Bex. Tim?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so the figures, certainly, as you'll be aware, if we look over the last 5 to 6 years, have been really significant year-on-year rises. So we're seeing that slow, but as the DEP indicates, I think that will continue. Probably just to add to that, there's an awful lot of really good joined up work that goes on. So really from that point of initial triage, the key element with fraud is it is a specialist crime type, but it occurs on a volume level. So it presents real challenges to us. So across the country, we have a number of local teams who eyeball these calls really, really early. And what they're looking for are emerging trends. If we can identify the emerging trends early, then we can get the prevention messaging out. So every Tuesday, there's a partnership meeting which is held, and those folks involved in fraud, along with the banks and along with a number of elements from Scottish Government and other areas, they meet to discuss what they're seeing, what they're hearing. It allows the big financial institutions to kind of take direct action to inform their customers, to kind of take further preventative steps. And I think that's really, really critical. So it's kind of back to Tom's point earlier, which is policing has a very critical role to play in this, but undoubtedly the biggest gains for us in this space are around prevention, prevent, prepare. And that comes down to the private sector taking real responsibility, and they've done that, and we've excellent relationships, particularly with the financial sector in Scotland. It also comes down then to our, as you know, our IT providers. So increased kind of technology around kind of different forms of biometric authentication and other things mean that it is at times it is trickier for fraudsters to kind of carry out their activity. So it's a constant arms race. As quickly as people involved in fraud identify new methodology, we're trying to get on top of that, and then we're trying to either design it out or make people aware of that. And it often is a real challenge. But I think, as the DEP says, we saw the peak of this during COVID, when everybody's lives were completely online, and we were probably opening ourselves up to a lot of conversations. I think we're now seeing a more savvy group nationally, and an awful lot of our prevention work has been with older folks, really investing hard in, and again supported by financial institutions and others, to ensure that they're IT literate but also capable of identifying fraud and reporting it. That said, it's still exceptionally hard to prevent, and with AI and other things coming on, we know that everybody can be a victim of fraud. And you may, like me, have read stories of really experienced fraud investigators who ultimately have ended up being caught out by these things, because they are sophisticated and they are very effective. So as the DEP indicates, I think the creation of the Fraud and Cyber Command has been really critical. And whilst we've done an awful lot of work, I think there's still an awful lot more that we can do to work with partners to kind of create that safe space for folks. And it is undoubtedly, the NCA would say, this is the biggest impact on victims, crime-wise, certainly on the acquisitive crime side, because often it is, you feel embarrassed, you feel humiliated, you feel like it's your fault. So actually, a really, really impactful crime type, and one that we take very seriously.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That it's really encouraging actually to hear the depth of collaboration across the industry on this. So thank you for that. And perhaps when we do pick up on this broader session on technology and data and capability, we can dive into it a little bit further. For example, there are organisations, and I'm sure you're engaged with BT and some of the work that they're doing with the banks on this. So there's really some exciting innovations as well, notwithstanding it's very difficult to address. But thank you, that's encouraging. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions from members in relation to the quarterly performance report? Okay. I've got a number of members that have raised their hands. So if we could go to Gary first, and then Amina, Mary and Nicola. Gary.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My question is in relation to stop and search. Is that an appropriate time to ask that, Alistair, now?
Of course.
Excellent, thank you. Firstly, the stop and search audit does look very impressive in terms of the outcomes, and I wondered if I could understand what the nature of that audit is. Is it purely paper-based, or does it involve a review of body-worn video of searches, if that's available for supervisors at this stage? And from reading it, it looks to be an internal audit, and I wondered what involvement there was with community scrutiny, as that's, I think, pretty much a well-recognised and well-employed tactic now that builds community confidence in the use of that really important tactic. And then I've got a number of other technical questions, well, not really technical questions, but detailed questions, which will follow up on that, which is, what's the arrest rate from stop and search? Because that isn't in the details that we've been given. And then when there is an arrest, on what's the frequency of the item sought being the item that resulted in arrest, or is it actually you're looking for offensive weapons and they get arrested for possession of personal drugs? I've then got questions around what's the disparity rate in terms of minoritised communities and the use of stop and search. And the final one would be, do we understand who our top 100 users of stop and search are, and how that's impacting on our overall performance in terms of arrest rates and disparity, etc., etc. So probably quite a lot in there, and I don't expect to be able to answer all of them today, but I'm quite interested in that.
Yeah, thanks, Gary. Important area to ask questions on. Just a wee reminder to colleagues about time. So if it could be to the point and succinct in responses to the questions. So I'll turn first to ACC Mark Sutherland to respond to that.
Thanks, Chair, yeah, still good morning to everybody. Apologies, my camera's, I'm switching it on and off to try and keep up my connection here in Dunmarnock. It's very poor, so I'm struggling to pick everything up. If I picked you up, Gary, it was really a broad question about stop search. It was about audit and how we scrutinise that. There was some data in which I will confess I don't have to exactly the top of my head, but can get for you around about arrest rates and some other bits and pieces, and some broader questions. So I'm obviously conscious of the Chair's comments around about time, and can absolutely get you a more detailed briefing in some of the briefings that we have already around about stop and search over to you. As a matter of course, there are a number of elements to stop and search scrutiny that take place within Police Scotland that then are scrutinised further by the Scottish Police Authority, that are then scrutinised further by Scottish Government as well. So there are a number of audit and scrutiny meetings over the course of the year, which include academic inspection and academic audit and research into that as well. We look at a whole range of factors, which include marginalised communities, in terms of what is our stop and search rate round about young people, what is our stop and search rate round about our black and minority ethnic communities, and a whole range of others, which is all tested and scrutinised as we go through the course of the year. I mean, I think more broadly we recognise, like all police forces across UK policing, that we still believe that stop and search is a helpful tactic in terms of public safety and public crime prevention, but it has to be used proportionately, and it has to be used to good effect and in a way that maintains the support of the communities that we have. And so we have been over, a bit like you'll have seen in England and Wales, there has been significant scrutiny into this area over the past years. And like I said, there is bespoke assurance meetings held within Police Scotland that are internal, and then there are those external scrutiny meetings with the authority and with Scottish Government to play through all the types of data that you talk about. So we work with, and Tina might come in, I think I saw her on the call, so our performance analysts will produce detailed reports outlining the type of things that you speak about in terms of arrest rates, positive rates, young people, that are then managed through. It was myself that had the portfolio, hence why I came in. It's now sitting with ACC Wendy Middleton, who has now taken that forward, and then we'll take that scrutiny into those other assurance levels. So happy to give more off table, or if I haven't picked up exactly what you're looking for, apologies once again.
Thanks, Mark. So, sorry, Gary. Tina will come in, and I know she has a lot of the detail, but I think you got that assurance that it is there and it will be provided. Tina?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's just to give a little bit of detail. We do publish stop and search data on a regular basis, so I can certainly share that. There's a raft of information, so we publish some static reports, but then there's also a stop and search public dashboard, which is a little bit more interactive as well and allows users to deep dive into those different areas. But looking at the period from April to September 25, that's one of the latest publications there, we can see that there's over 25% of stop and searches that are positive. And that also breaks it down, not just regionally, but by each division as well, so that you can see that through a more localised lens. We also produce really detailed information around stop and search reason. So whether that's for drugs or even things like stolen property, weapons, and overall search outcomes as well. So if there's an outcome, for example, a fixed penalty notice is an outcome, or a recorded Police Scotland warning. So just picking out an example from that. So for recorded police warning, there was the number of searches is 2,585 that applied to that, which is 12.2% of total searches. We also publish information around whether the search is different, the outcome is different to the reason for the search. So that's, for example, if it started out a search for drugs, but actually there was alcohol found or some other item found. It also includes then detail for items found around drugs, weapons, and any other items in a more kind of geographical output as well. And another area that we keep an eye on is that proportionality. So there's details around searches by ethnicity as well, so that is open and transparent. And just to get back to one of the questions you had, it does detail demographics around age and gender. So looking at the different age groups, it kind of breaks that down in terms of number of searches, positive searches, and positive rate. So we can see in terms of, for example, picking out the 12 to 15 years age group for that data set, there were 1,499 searches, 235 of which were positive, which is 15%. When we look at 16 to 17-year-olds, that positive rate jumped to 23%, 18 to 9-year-olds, 29%, 25 to 29-year-olds, 31%. So there really is an awful lot of detail there, and more than happy to talk about that in more detail.
That's that. Thanks, Gary, and thanks, Tina. I think we've got strong reassurances there in relation to the use, the proportionality, the success rates. It's all available. So, and I'm sure Gary will pick that up off table. Amina.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, happy to also pick up some extra detail offline. A number of the issues that I was going to raise have already been discussed. I suppose I would just quickly highlight that the report highlights that the compliance of Stop and Search with the Code of Practice. I suppose it's about trying to understand though the effectiveness of Stop and Search, and in terms of the wider picture, you know, trying to see if there's any way of assessing if it's resulting in a reduction of crime overall, would be helpful to discuss at some point also. Just also very quickly, I'm wondering if the use of Stop and Search has been increasing given the rise in the possession of weapons and drugs that's been noted elsewhere in the report. So if there can be some comment on that, that'd be helpful.
Thanks, Amina. Mark.
Thanks for the questions. I mean, there's been a huge amount of academic research done on the effectiveness of Stop and Search and how effective it is or otherwise, and depending on which review you look at, will give you different outcomes. I think my perspective and you know, on behalf of Police Scotland, so to speak, is that Stop and Search can only work as one part of a much broader approach to policing. It can only be, and the risk is that you actually look at it through a silo lens, that you lose everything else. You know, our community engagement interactions, our Stop and Search. We spoke already about our fraud prevention, our commitment to visible community policing, how we act in protest, how effective our police liaison officers. All of these elements all contribute. And Stop and Search, you know, more specifically in the community safety lens, is also, you know, we spoke earlier about the importance of partnerships. You know, as a divisional commander in Glasgow for 3 years, and the importance of the community planning partnership and the multi-agency approach that was actually, you know, was so important across the board. And that's not to step away or dodge the question, Stop and Search. You know, I've said already just a minute ago that I support Stop and Search as a proportionate tactic to keep people safe. And where there is information intelligence, crime trends, it is appropriate at times for policing to increase our use of Stop and Search. And we saw that last year, and Stop and Search was rising and amongst young people, and that's something that we have to be particularly careful about. Because actually, if we lose our young people, we lose the trust and confidence of our young people in policing for generations. But at the same time, where we were seeing a rise in young people affected by violence, and we were putting a whole range of multi-agency partnership approaches, it's also still appropriate to make sure that we are using Stop and Search in that way to try and promote public safety. So I think, you know, there's not a simple answer to yes, it does or no, it doesn't. Again, Megan O'Neill is a very experienced criminologist and academic who works very closely with Police Scotland. Megan sits on the Stop and Search monitoring group within Police Scotland and provides that advice and guidance round about where academia is able to helpfully support us moving forward. So I hope that gives you an answer that gives you some assurance as we move forward.
You're on mute, Amina.
Sorry, I was just saying that's very helpful. It's given me quite a bit of assurance, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mary and then Nicola. So over to you, Mary.
Yes, very briefly. I know how much time we've spent on this report, but it is hugely a valuable report. I notice in it that there is a reference to a continued fall in the number of missing person investigations that Police Scotland are having to undertake. This takes me back to many years ago in this committee, looking at the issue of missing persons and the huge amount of time that was having to be spent looking for people, and the discussions about what could be done. Now, we now have the National Missing Persons Framework, and that seems to be having a really positive impact, which is good. But I also wanted particularly to commend the focus that Police Scotland have got on care experience to missing persons. I think this is an example of corporate parenting in practice, looking to understand the lived experience and embed that in operational practice, which is very commendable. The whole story here is really very positive. So no answer required, just wanted to commend that approach and to recognise the success we're having there. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Mary. I think it was important to recognise that and draw that out from the report. Has been an area of focus for some considerable time.
Indeed.
Nicola.
Thank you, Chair. Just quickly, I'm moving on to the section of the report and the detail within and the Vision 2030 supported victims. In particular, I noticed an increase in the contact us emails. I'm wondering, please, if I could get some comment on that, if that has caused any concerns across Police Scotland colleagues, and if indeed we have noticed any themes or issues through the analysis of those contact us emails, and how then that might be taken forward in any future systems or development work.
Mark, ACC Sutherland, if you want to come in and respond to that question.
Take myself off mute first. Thank you. Thanks for the question. So, I mean, we have actually been proactively trying to increase the use of our contact us emails. We know that the public want to interact with policing in a number of different ways across a number of different channels, and as we move forward, our public digital contact programme and project, which we are currently moving through, will hopefully add even more channels that the public will be able to contact us. When the members of the public come through onto 101, we were able to add an addition which redirected some members of the public to use the contact us email instead of staying on the line to come through and wait for 101, particularly where they were perhaps just looking for a very simple update or for some simple information that we can provide online. So I would actually like to, and I'll be coming on to provide some reassurance around about 101 and 999 later on the agenda, and what I was going to talk about is actually we need to move more of our demand from our telephony onto more digital or ways that the public would be used to interacting with banking, with shopping, with supermarkets, where it's appropriate to do so and where there is no threat or risk identified, and it's an easier way for a member of the public to get a better service from policing rather than holding on the line.
Okay.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you. I look forward to that further update, and I'm also curious about the trends and types of questions that you get through the contact us, but we can pick that up at a later time. Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. If anybody's got any final pressing question, then I'll be happy to take it. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to give the last question in this section to Amina, who's waiting patiently there.
Thank you, Chair. Just two very quick questions. The first is around child custody, which it's commendable that there's been a decrease in the number of children in custody. I suppose I'm wanting to understand if there's any variation across local authorities, and also how Police Scotland are looking at some of that good practice by local authorities and how they can share that with other colleagues nationally. The report notes that there is a dependency on local authority provision to support reducing the number of children in custody. I would only comment that I think that the overall issue can only be solved by increased national funding, perhaps to social care, and that a collaborative advocacy approach is probably needed. I did want to ask about the mention of some custody health pathways being withdrawn. There's no detail in the report, so if I could ask if what these are and what the risks may be there. And then just finally on shoplifting being an increased statistic in the report, and just asking for a bit more detail specifically around assaults against retail workers. So thank you.
Thanks, Amina. Some very important questions being posed there. Thanks, Tim. If I can turn to you first, ACC Mayors, and then after that we've got ACC Mark Sutherland.
Thanks, Chair. I'll pick up the shoplifting if that's helpful. So, folks will be aware we've benefited from dedicated funding from Scottish Government. That was in recognition of the real challenges to the real retail sector of retail crime. That didn't just focus on shop theft, it had focused on assault on shop workers, and built on the fact that at the moment we're the only part of the UK that has specific legislation around assault on retail workers. So that's something that England and Wales are looking at, and it's something that partners in the wider UK kind of acknowledge Scotland being way ahead of the curve on. That funding, which has now been continued for the next 3 years due to our success, has really allowed us to build a really solid kind of approach, not just focusing on arrest, but focusing around prevention, protecting and preparing as well. So that's given us a really strong basis. What we have seen is a continued rise. So the numbers are way above the 5-year average. I think I need to check to confirm. I mean, we're talking 40-50% above the 5-year average, and continue to rise. On the shop theft side, as per our conversations before, we have a very strong sense that that is down to a closing in the gap of underreporting. What's interesting is the Scottish Grocers Federation carry out an annual survey, and the proportion of people who feel that shoplifting is increasing last year was somewhere in the region of about 90%. This year it's in the region of about 45%. So by way of sentiment and from the feedback we're getting from retailers, they are acknowledging that they are reporting way more shop theft. To pick up on Mark's previous point, we're currently piloting direct reporting methods, which means they don't have to phone in. So we're removing a lot of barriers to reporting, but also through our local community policing teams, through our local retail crime and acquisitive crime teams, we're proactively engaging with large retail spaces, and they're basically saying, look, we stopped reporting these years ago, so they are starting again. So the figures are really challenging. What I would say is, whilst we are seeing the shop theft figures continue to rise, we are seeing the assaults on shop workers starting to drop, and that is encouraging. There are massive overlaps within that kind of abuse of shop workers and assaults on shop workers with other, to sort of go back to the silo conversation earlier around violence against women and girls, but we also see a really high proportion of hate crimes within that as well. So we're working very closely with our colleagues Policing Together and the violence prevention folks to take a joined up approach. So that's led to a dedicated working group in the west of Scotland across Operation Stardrop, which you'll be aware kind of looks at youth violence, and the retail crime folks really starting to identify particularly children and young people who are involved in abusing and assaulting shop workers, to take that joined up approach again, looking at prevention to kind of move them away from that. So this is probably an example of an area where we anticipate the numbers will continue to increase, because as we move to a full direct reporting approach, supported by Mark's folks in C3, we anticipate that we'll see a lot more coming through. But whilst the numbers look really stark and really challenging, I suppose I would encourage you to review the comments of the likes of the Scottish Retailers Association, Scottish Grocers Federation, and others who are massively supportive of the work that we're doing, who feel that we're doing the right stuff, we're getting to the right place. And probably one of the most telling statistics for me is that we have seen a pretty robust reduction in repeat offending from about 57% when we started this, or 56%, sorry, down to 47%. So it's that target, that persistent targeting of repeat offenders is what we're trying to get at. We know that the vast majority of shop theft and other retail crime is committed by a very small number of people. So really focusing on those individuals through a wide range of means, and particularly with children and young people, we've amazing case studies where we've been able to essentially divert them away from offending behaviour. So it's not been a criminal justice solution. We've been able to enrol them in skills training and other things, which has essentially led to them exiting that lifestyle. But by any means we can, we're looking to really reduce that repeat offending footprint. But again, happy to bring more in on that. There's an awful lot of really impressive stuff that the Retail Crime Task Force, led by DCI Jackie Knight, have been doing, again, with partners.
Thanks, Tim. I think that's helpful to draw all that information and all that work together. Mark.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the question. The withdrawal of those services unfortunately predates my ownership of this portfolio, so I'll need to come back to you on that specific element. What I can say is we've got a number of elements of work ongoing through to try and accelerate our arrest referral scheme, and we're also trying to continue to explore our mental health pathways across both our contact and command and control division and police custody, which I now have ownership of how we can join that up, working with Kat's team through Policing Together. We have a huge number of really good examples of local practice of a number of different pathways where we work closely with the NHS. We'll be meeting next week with our collaboration manager, Claire Thomason, to look at exactly how we can continue to turn our police custody centres into not just custody centres, but into custody and prevention centres where people, to Tim's point earlier, people are not just referred, but actually actively engaged with. A particularly strong example of that was the introduction of custody peer mentors that was brought into Glasgow, where we learned that actually, unfortunately, individuals who are in crisis very often don't really want to speak to the police, but actually those who have got that lived experience, who can show a greater level of empathy, understanding, and really recommend appropriate services have been really helpful. So looking at how we roll our navigators and our custody peer mentors and the number of other layers that we can add to this particular area and enhance the prevention will continue to be a focus for us, but I'll need to come back to you on those two specific elements that are referenced in the report.
Thanks, Mark. Amina?
Yeah, that's fine, and that's very helpful, and it's good to hear about the opportunities to bring in multi agencies to I guess have that kind of early intervention and really make best use of that of those opportunities that are available. So thank you.
Okay, thanks to everybody for all the questions that you've brought forward there. I'm going to close this section now because we have still got quite a full agenda to go through. We touched on some really key themes there: mental health, rape, violence, stop and search, antisocial behaviour, missing persons, fraud, children in custody, retail crime. I think it was said that, particularly from the new members, that the breadth and the depth of the responses is very welcome. I think what I've taken from this is that the use of performance information within Police Scotland, it feeds into a learning culture, but what it also does is it informs priorities within the organisation as we steer towards the vision of 2020, where we want to see less crime, safer communities, supported victims, and a thriving workforce. And that was the purpose of today's conversation and examination of the quarterly performance report. So I know that I've already had a break, so apologies to everybody again, and thanks again to Tom. But I know after that, before we move on to the next agenda item, people will be looking for a comfort break. So if I could ask everybody to be back at 12:25, and then we'll carry on with the agenda. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair, and noted around timings. I was just going to give just slightly more than I would normal, just because I was conscious that it's a number of first meetings for a number of the board members, just to give slightly more context. So, you know, the starting point for this is to remember that, you know, Police Scotland receives in the region of 2.7 million contacts a year, of which almost 2 million remain by phone. The Police Scotland treble 9 target is an average speed of answer of 10 seconds or under, which we remain committed to. There are no targets for 101 across policing in England and Wales and in Scotland. Police Scotland has for a long time publicly reported on our treble 9 and 101 performance. To this date, not every force in England and Wales still publishes 101 data, so we are and remain committed to transparency in this space. So why did we need to bring in a new telephone system? Well, quite simply, we were working off old analogue technology, which was approaching end of life and was no longer going to be supported moving forward. So in some ways, we were running out of runway, and quite frankly, and that we had to move on to a more modern digital space, which was going to give us a number of different benefits. It was going to give us, or does give us, a secure, stable, modern platform that improves our access to demand and performance data, which allows us to address elements like discontinued calls in a way that we've not previously been able to. It reduces our cyber security risk, and it puts us onto a platform, quite simply, that allows us to deliver some of the future improvements that I spoke about around about public digital contact, automation, and a number of other moves that we need to make in the future. So we partnered with CNOS and Content Guru as a supplier, and obviously went through a significant design period and training period prior to our go live date. And in fact, we went over and above what was recommended in terms of training. One of the challenges that we had is that we weren't only landing a new digital platform and digital system, at the same time we were launching a new customer relationship management system. So in essence, the system that our service advisors actually type into and record the details was changing at the same time. We went live overnight the 25th of November, and clearly we had a lot of monitoring and mitigation in at that time, and we were able to monitor minute by minute how things were going to make sure that we were able to continue to serve members of the public in the right way. But it quickly became apparent to us that we were actually losing time in terms of our average speed of answer for treble 9 in particular, which is and always will remain our priority. We are an emergency service, and treble 9 continues to be a priority focus. So a huge commitment from all parties concerned, from our suppliers, from our own teams who were on, our own Andrew Henry, our own digital director, had been on through the night, along with Barry as our chief super and a whole range of others. And that's the level of importance that this was given, and the level of mitigation that was in place. And really strong support allowed us to then make the changes that we needed to make over the coming days to bring the treble 9 performance back into tolerance and back within our 10-second target, as you would expect. There are a number of ways that we did that. There was a lot of this was quite simply just our own staff adjusting to the new systems. Some of it was the configurations of the system and how we had set it up, and working with our supplier partners to make sure that we were able to direct calls in the right way across the service centre to prioritise treble 9s over 101s. And through the collective efforts of everyone, we were able to optimise the system and deliver the improvements that were needed. We are seeing the benefits of that new system now. Our January performance had treble 9 at 6 seconds or 6.5 seconds, which would actually see us moving up the league table, if you like, in terms of where we are in terms of UK policing quite significantly. So that's a good story. And our January 101 was 420 for 101, which was our lowest in almost a year. So we are beginning to see the improvements of that system really kicking in now. And for me, the next steps are really important. How do we now use this platform to properly enhance this service and improve our service to the public? how do we really focus on the discontinued rate, which has been a challenge for some significant time. And that will come through the enhanced information management and the performance that we're able to drive from this system. And then when we layer on top of demand out the system. I want us to this platform moving forward. So I wasn't going to say any more than that. Chair, really just, I think it would be right for me to just, thank my colleagues in digital and my own staff in C3, along with our suppliers and CNOS and Content Guru, who worked exceptionally hard over. We should of course recognise this was a huge change, and one of the biggest changes that we've seen in terms of ICT infrastructure, digital infrastructure, landing in Police Scotland, and yes, we had some challenges over the opening period. We had no risk to the public. We made sure that we followed up on every discontinued treble 9 call to make sure that was fully resolved. No risk to the public. And we're positive position as we move forward into the 2026 calendar year. So that's all. Thank you.
Okay, Mark, I think we got the vast majority of that, but there was a couple of bits where your sound kind of faded out, a bit of vibration in it. But as I said earlier, and I appreciate you giving a little bit more insight. Given that we've got new members here today, and I think you answered some of their questions. But we have read the paper, so with that, I'll open it out to colleagues for questions. So I have, first of all, Nicola, Gary, and then Amina. So, Nicola.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the paper and the brief introduction there. A couple of questions, if I may, please. You did touch on it there, but can you give assurances that the system is currently stable, particularly as you then think about what you're going to do next with it? So I'm interested in how you're assessing that current position of making sure it's stable. The other aspect to my question, noting that this was a significant programme of change in the ICT world, perhaps you could touch on helping us understand how, with the delays over the implementation issue, how could the implementation issues have been avoided, and what really sat at the root of those implementation issues, so that we can understand, the opportunity for ensuring against this kind of chain risk going forward. And then my final question at this stage is, noting the paper also talks about improvements. I'd like to, improvements, lessons learned, that type of stuff. It would be really useful to draw those out and hear what you can share at this stage, or perhaps even more useful to do a deeper dive on those lessons learned following this incident.
Thanks, Nicola. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Nicola. So the first thing is absolutely, I can provide that reassurance round about the platform. The platform is working. We're still, like any new system, we're still optimising it, I think is the right term. We're still, trying to get the absolute best out of the system. But in terms of stability and in terms of our ability to answer our treble 9 and our ones, absolutely has delivered what we needed it to deliver in terms of that move from analogue to digital, and we are absolutely safe and secure on that platform. I think the next 2 points round about implementation, and really all, for me, if you don't mind, all come under the lessons learned piece. So we have done, obviously, as you would expect, a kind of hot lessons learned piece, and some of the learning from that was around about, we took forward into another change programme that we have ongoing in our area control room just now, and we slightly changed our implementation plan for that and took a slightly slower approach. That may not have been possible in this instance, but there were some quick lessons learned that we've already identified and implemented, and the full lessons learned piece is still playing out, and I'd be happy to bring back some key points from that at a later date once we've finalised that work moving forward, because as you say, we have a huge amount of change to deliver within our contact command and control division over the following few years. So it's really important that we stop and we take those lessons learned as we move through the next pieces, such as a public digital contact, as we move forward. So that work is still ongoing.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Are you able to offer any themes though, please, from those lessons learned? Any kind of critical issues, any perhaps a change that really needs to be addressed? I'm kind of keen to understand a little bit more detail behind the assurances you're offering, if you can, at this stage. If not, perhaps you could indicate when that report will be available.
Yeah, I mean, some of the key themes that we're looking at are training, and the delivery of that training, and whether we need to, despite what we, when we look back, what we found was that there was a training package was recommended and designed, and we actually went above that. But actually, my sense looking back is that we could have gone even further, and we would need to go even further in the future. So I think there's something in there around about training. I think there's something in there about giving, when we change a system that people are using on a day-to-day basis, that we give more time for familiarisation on that piece as well, and that we so there are a number of lessons learned that are going to be really helpful for us moving forward. So what I would say is, when I go back, and look at the business case, and we look what was written in, it was, in some ways, it was hard to see that these challenges were going to come to fruition in terms of the level of detail and level of scrutiny that was in it. But that's the whole point of lessons learned, isn't it? You look back and you reflect and you say, well, next time, what will we do more of, less of, to make sure that that delivery is even better, which is what we're doing now. And the full lessons learned will be coming probably maybe in time for the next performance committee in June.
Great, thank you. I'm just left with a broader question around notwithstanding this was a significant change in operational capability and delivery within Police Scotland, perhaps was there any consideration given to other organisations or sectors that would have done a similar thing, and how you were able to learn from them in advance of making any changes yourself? And what was the engagement around with other large change organisations that could have helped with that?
So,
for example,
go
ahead.
Okay. So I mean, we have obviously a very mature and very experienced change function within the organisation. So we utilise that. We also are part of the UK-wide contact command and control. There's a force-wide, our UK force-wide approach to how we work together, learn from one another. And also, we are also members of, and forgive I can't remember the name of it, but it's a professional body for contact centres across industry, not just policing. So we work in a number of different lanes to try and make sure that we are ready to implement such a change of this particular nature, and we'll continue to do so.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. That's helped me build my understanding, and I'll look forward to the deeper dive, perhaps in the next week or so, that ACC Smith has talked about in relation to all of this.
Okay, thank you, Nicola. If I could pass now to Gary.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mark, for the update, and congratulations to you and the team. It's an enormous undertaking. I remember only too well how terrifying it is to be an ACC in charge of a contact command while you transition to digital. So really well done on driving that through in such a seamless manner. And obviously, being relatively new to this, I wasn't engaged in the business case and don't necessarily understand all of the benefits that were set out in there, but evidently you're presumably seeing some benefits already in terms of the increased efficiency, which is allowing those consistently stronger core performance and handling times to improve. I suppose I also don't understand the CRM functionality, but presumably if it's a CRM that allows all repeat callers to be populated instantly onto the system, that gives you quite a bit of scope if that is one of the functions. to drive further efficiency improvements. And so my question was around really, what's the plan for the benefits realisation? Is it just to be absorbed into improved call handling on both the 39s and the 101s which you're already seeing? Or is some of that anticipated to facilitate greater channel shift? And given the prize is a greater channel shift and online delivery, what's happening to encourage the public to channel shift into increased email and web chats, etc.? Is there some sort of campaign planned that goes alongside the digitisation? Thank you.
Mark?
Thank you. I just toggled off just to make sure I was picking all of that up. So yes, is the short. Obviously, there is a benefits package and benefits realisation that sit with a change programme of this magnitude. Some of it, as you say, is actually quite simply around about average speed of answer. Some of it is around about average call handling times. One of the really important benefits, though, that the new CRM was delivering for us was on the back of a number of HMICS recommendations around about how we apply our Thrive approach or our contact assistant model. So what this new CRM does is it brings a much greater consistency to the way that our service advisors are applying their judgments round about threat, risk and harm, the prioritisation of our particular call. So there are a number of elements that it will do. And yes, it will, in terms of repeat callers, there is that automatic population of it. And like I said, a lot of the benefits that we are going to take from it just now are improvement benefits on the system that we had before, along with answering some of the recommendations that have came through various inspections through HMICS. The next step is where we begin to see the real benefits and where we would go to the public with an engagement, with a campaign around opening up different channels and different ways that we would want the public to interact with us as we then use this platform to build public digital contact onto it and really begin to modernise our contact command and control system and that engagement with the public.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Thanks, Mark. Sounds really encouraging. I mean, just linked to that, it's interesting to see complaints against C3 staff having gone up and that perceived incivility around that. Does this also give you some scope to provide training and support with the systems that means we can anticipate that reducing in future?
I certainly hope so. I mean, there are a number of measures that we try and use to look at, public trust, how our public surveys are influenced by C3. We know that a large number of the public are come through C3, and as a result of what we see through the public satisfaction surveys, etc., will come through that. What we need to try and understand more of is exactly that relationship between contact in the online space and public satisfaction. So we've got a bit of work to do to improve that as we move forward.
Chair.
Okay, thanks, Gary. Amina and Tom, you're both very patient, so over to yourself, Amina.
Thank you. Yeah, just to add to the congratulations on the rollout and welcome the improvements that have been seen in the average speed of answer. I know there's still work to do, but after quite a lot of delays, it's still welcome. I suppose following on from some of the discussion about lessons learned and learning activity, I'm just wondering if there's any plans to follow up with some benchmarking to improve performance against similar services across the UK. I've also been involved in, as a board member of NHS24, with their digital transformation programme, which is almost exactly the same. It's a contact centre CCRM rollout that's gone live. It sort of ran at a similar timescale, so kind of links into what Nicola asking about, sort of learning from other sectors doing the same thing. That's been a hugely successful and well executed programme that has just received quite a significant award for contact centre innovation. So I would definitely encourage some of that contact for increased learning. But my question really is around post-implementation evaluation. you've touched on service users and surveys around satisfaction, but I'd also be keen to hear about call responders and how they're finding using the new system, and just getting a bit more feedback from them on that.
Thanks for that. Well, those questions.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, so I referenced earlier a number of ways where we try and steal with pride from others who are already moving and have moved into this space. There are a number of police services down south who are a good bit ahead of where we would want to be, and we've got a number of visits into some colleagues down south who have brought in a number of different automation and digital support to try and really advance this and that's what we will be doing over the next few months. So there are a number of different visits, and it sounds like I need to give you a call off table about the NHS, and you're learning from that. And we genuinely are sponges in this space in terms of the more that we can take and learn, the better as we move forward. In terms of the call, our service advisors. One of the things that really pleased me about the way we responded to the challenges when we went live was actually our service advisors were key to that. Our business improvement team we had on a day-to-day basis, we're taking live lessons learned, hints, tips, how to best use the system, how to optimize the system from the practitioners who were using it on a day-to-day basis as we were embedding it in and they were finding how they use it. Our team leaders were doing bespoke sessions. We also had, this will be the wrong term, but we had dummy platforms off to the side where folk could go away and practice, not in the live environment, and do a whole range of other things. So everything that we are doing continues to be driven by our really professional and dedicated staff and our service advisors, through the team leaders working with our business improvement team, which is a dedicated function in C3 to make sure that we're getting the best out of the system and supporting our people as best we can.
You're on mute, Amina.
Apologies. Yeah, that's really helpful, and yes, it is absolutely vital to keep the engagement with the call handlers who are on the front line and using this every single day. So thank you.
Finally, over to Tom.
I just want to acknowledge that this has happened in a highly stressful and pressurised environment, and a lot of these delays. I was involved in the Resources Committee and the amendments to business cases, etc., were due to supplier issues rather than internal project management. So just to commend the work that's been done there. On the area you talked about contact, Mark, and it's probably broader than just, well, it's broader than the system that we've brought in terms of the IT solution. But if I go back to the previous report on performance around user satisfaction, actually it shows that satisfaction when people get through to a professional, that they get good advice, they feel they're treated appropriately, etc., etc. It's all up about high 70s, 80%. But the one area that it falls back to under 50% is that it's quite consistent. It's not just the most recent report. Callers feel getting adequately kept informed about progress of their case is where we fall back. So in that environment of where people are under pressure to answer the call and the other media to bring in the information in, it's all about it coming in, about how do we take that feedback and the user satisfaction about giving feedback and giving updates, and how can we build that into a systemic way that's not just in the contact centre but goes through into local policing, etc. as well, because that's an area that's consistently been at a level, and to shift the dial, we're going to have to do something differently or set some standards here.
Thanks, so I completely agree. I think meeting the demand and need of the public at first point of contact is all very well, but unless we provide an end-to-end service, then that public trust and confidence begins to erode. And we have been committed to that for a number of years, and we've been unable to deliver it, partly because of this very project in terms of actually what it would allow us to do. At the moment, actually, a lot of the updating for members of our community who are engaging with us is actually done through our response officers, our community officers. Actually, once that initial contact is made, as you well know, and is then passed into local policing or wherever it is in the organisation that it then sits with, and they're waiting on an update back with crime report numbers for insurance, whatever it may be. It's not that new technology around about, track my crime in terms of being able to actually track an engagement that you have with the police and how you bring that on. And it's something that we've been working towards for some time, and the policing haven't been able to deliver. Under the new public digital contact programme, that will be one of the elements that we will be looking to finally deliver across Police Scotland. So hopefully this UCC platform will be able to allow members of the public to interact in a different way and take that pressure off our response and community officers, where people will be able to just log in and see exactly how their crime or incident that they've reported with Police Scotland is moving. And like I said from the outset, I fully support what you say in terms of being able to then increase the level of public trust and confidence and satisfaction that they have in our service. So I hope to be able to bring you more on that in the coming months, because public digital contact is already running in the background in terms of looking at suppliers that will be able to support us in moving that quickly forward.
Okay, thanks for that. And Nicola?
Thank you, Chair. Just one final thought from me, which I hope is helpful. It's really useful to see the expected benefits outlined in the paper from the system. And I know you've touched on this topic in a number of the answers that you've provided and to the questions around data. But I think there may be value in being explicit around one of the benefits from the system connected to data. It just will hopefully help connect some dots on some of the other more strategic items that you're doing. And I was surprised when I read it that the word data wasn't used in the expected benefits of the system. So it's just a reflection and an observation, which I hope is helpful as you think about the value of that data that you're getting from the system in answering some of these other forward points.
Thanks, Nicola. I think that's a point very, very well made. I'm looking at Mark here if he wants to respond, but I think he's accepting of that.
Yes, I mean, there are a number of elements to data that were in the full business case, but which we haven't brought through into that paper. But yes, I think as we move forward into public digital contact, data becomes even more important and hugely important. This was very much a structural change in terms of that change from analog to digital. But the data element is really, really important when we look at actually the reporting that we're able to draw through from the new system that we have through Content Guru, and we're working with them just now on a whole range of new reports, and data is exactly what's at the heart of that. Like I said at the start, round about the discontinued rates and how we really drive that. But as we move forward to public digital contact, data is going to have to be absolutely the heart of that. So absolutely welcome the point and give you that assurance that that's very much baked in as we move forward.
That's great. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that assurance update on treble 9 and one-on-one call systems. As was brought out, this is a hugely significant, complex piece of work that has been delivered, and the hope is that the full potential of it, the full benefits, will be delivered as we move forward. We're staying with yourself, Mark. We're moving on to 3.2, which is the proportionate response to crime.
Thanks, Chair. I will be shorter in this one. Some of the colleagues from the authority who have been around a wee bit longer will remember that this has been a matter which has been under quite a lot of or significant assurance and reviews over a period of time now. this action actually goes back to this time last year when there was an annual update provided for proportionate response to crime, and there was an ask that we brought back a further assurance in a year's time just to look at exactly where proportionate response to crime was and how was it being used, just to give assurance that it was still being used exactly as it was designed, for low harm, low threat, where policing demand or policing resource could be used elsewhere, where there was absolutely no lines of inquiry and no vulnerability or risks. So, I think the important point to remember here is that this is not a policy of non-investigation. We use the Thrive model to look at the threat of risk, harm. We protect vulnerability, and it allows for direct crime recording where the circumstances are appropriate to do so. When we look at the stats, whilst the volume has increased, actually, when you look at the percentage, we're sitting, I think, at 2.8% direct crime recording compared to 3.1% last year. So while there have been more in terms of percentage, the volume of crime was higher, and the percentage that we are converting into direct crime recording is still broadly sitting around about 3%. One of the things that I look for is where are there differences, and across a national service across the country. When I look at the figures, we can see a variance in remote and rural, with far less in our rural communities than we're seeing in our urban communities, and I think that is something that I would expect in terms of that application of Thrive and that application of the impact of crime across different communities. And the benefits from it were that we were able to redirect nearly 70,000 officer hours have been redirected into other duties and investigations. And again, I should be absolutely clear, every call that we get in every crime is important to Police Scotland, but it's appropriate that we make an assessment of it round about the threat, risk and harm to the individual, that we look for vulnerability, and that we explore opportunities for lines of inquiry and investigation. And where none exist and the vulnerability is low, I think it's appropriate that we are using police resources and other investigations where there are lines of inquiry to bring an offender to justice, which actually, moves us into the prevention space. It allows us to refer accused persons into services. It allows us to protect those that we need to protect. So I think it remains a really helpful tool. Like I said earlier about stop and search, it's just one part of policing, and hopefully this paper gives that assurance 1 year on that Police Scotland is still continuing to use proportionate response to crime in the right way and in a consistent manner.
Thank you, Mark. Can I open that up to questions? I have Tom, Gary, and then Maureen.
Thanks, Mark. And it was encouraging you're able to start quantifying the number of hours that are freed up for tackling other issues, because it would be good to see the use of those hours, specifically around areas that are of priority, like warrants and that sort of thing, and see improvements in performance there. Going back to my earlier question and point around antisocial behaviour, but often it manifests in what could be seen as not particularly high risk, but actually chronic issue for the victim here, and that's impacting public confidence. How do we make sure that those sort of incidents are not being wrongly filtered out? Because police involvement with people in that type of behaviour is really, really important. And how do we tie it into, if we're taking it as a proportionate response to crime, how do we make sure that those partners are kept involved in the loop so that they can engage with it as well?
Thanks. I mean, I think the service advisors are really skilled in applying this now. I think is one part of that we're we are a couple of years down the line since we introduced CAM, since we introduced with the Thrive model sitting underneath it, and since we then introduced the proportionate use to crime. I think the fact that vulnerability is in itself one of the, under the new CRM model, vulnerability has a specific drop-down box that has to be completed by each of our service advisors. So, actually where we are seeing repeat calls into an area, repeat calls from a particular individual, think that Thrive assessment should begin to change in terms of the vulnerability assessment that's on it. Now, and of course, one of the other points to this is just because a crime is recorded and then maybe not necessarily investigated doesn't mean that it's not featuring in the local policing of an area. And by that I mean the local, that will still be, that crime still features on reports, on dashboards round about crime hotspots. It still features in, when you're looking at trends in terms of rise and fall of particular crimes in particular areas. So there is still real good scrutiny on the types of crimes that are happening, repeat victims, repeat callers, that's happening within our community policing and our local policing environment. So just because a crime isn't necessarily investigated per se, and the outcome, if you like, is a direct crime report, doesn't mean that there is not then follow-up and action taken to monitor crime trends in a particular area and ensure that vulnerability piece is picked up. And on the back of that, of course, comes the multi-agency working and the community planning partnerships that look across all of our particular area.
Okay, thanks for that. If I could move across now to Gary.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thanks, Mark, for the paper. I welcome this approach. It's particularly compelling when you see the number of hours that are realised from it. So really positive thing. My question really relates to the governance that sits around this and understanding how robust it is. And you mentioned where you see inconsistency that would be of concern to you. How do you ensure that you've got consistency across all of the divisions? Because within the decision-making standards that you've got there, you'll ultimately have different individuals at different divisions making those decisions. So how do you get that consistency? And then linked to the governance process, how can you articulate that consistency to give assurance to the public? Because you'll get tremendous public support for this when you talk about the number of hours that can be realised, but they have to be confident that that there is legitimacy in this process and that their concerns will be taken seriously. So how's that achieved within the governance process that you've got, and how do you get the consistency?
Thanks, Gary. Yeah, a very something that's very challenging. But the easy way for that is at the moment it's all owned under C3, so it's all sits within. So the resolution teams at the moment all sit within C3. So the monitoring is done all within our division, and it all fits within under the divisional commander Barry Blair and his business assurance units, and then through my own divisional through my own management team meetings to try and make sure that we have that level of consistency applied. Now, we have, there has been, at the start of proportionate response to crime, the level of intrusion was far greater than it is now, as you would expect, as it becomes into the business as usual space, but there is still ongoing monitoring because it all sits within one division and we have all the resolution teams. We're able to see what's happening, what crimes have been recorded and why, etc.
Thanks, Mark.
Okay, Councillor Chalmers.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Mark, for that report. I just wondered how proportionate response to crime will interact, or maybe is already interacting with the newly launched local policing model, policing for our communities. Just wonder either how it's working already or what you anticipate happening there. And just secondly, are there any plans to commission an independent evaluation of the approach?
Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks. I don't know if ACC Mayors is still on the call or not, but he might maybe he's dropped off already. So in terms of all calls will still be received by C3, so there'll be no change in terms of the early application of proportionate response to crime. The direct crime reporting will still be done within C3. What will change is that within our policing through our communities model is that we want more localised resolution done and phone calls made and follow-up conversations done through resolution teams that are then sitting within the local divisions. We've heard over a number of years that that members of the public would prefer to speak to people who understand their area, who understand their communities, and we know that that's not always possible in a national service, and it's not always the appropriate thing to do. But through the localised resolution teams that we're then going to implement, that will allow proportionate response to crime, where there are follow-ups to be done. That can be done locally through Tim Mayers' community teams across Scotland. So that's how that will link in.
And the independent evaluation?
Sorry, I shall come back to you on that one.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Amina, I noticed you'd raised your hand. I don't know if your questions have been answered.
Yeah, I suppose I know that another member I think was wanting to ask this, but I can raise that. That's fine. It was in relation to, I suppose, just the having not been here for the past year on the board, the public awareness of this approach, and I guess the kind of comms and messaging. I suppose as a member of the public myself, but I hadn't necessarily been aware of this myself. So I'm just wondering if there's further activity that's planned just to ensure that the public is aware and fully understands what the approach is and why it's needed.
Thanks, Amina.
Yeah, I mean, this has had a significant amount of media and press attention over quite a protracted period of time. Despite that, it was really pleasing to hear a couple of members mention how positive actually it should be that 70,000 officer hours have been redirected into investigations or other areas where there have been positive lines of investigation, or where there has been identified vulnerability or higher risk, whatever it might be. But actually, the media has not always been particularly kind to policing in this regard, and getting that message over that it is not a policy of non-investigation has been challenging at times. So it's probably something we could do with revisiting, particularly around about the fact that we've been able to refresh that statistic in officer hours, and it's something that I'm now going to take forward and have a look at and see how do we even blend that into some of the other work that we're doing in C3 as we develop a comm strategy moving forward. But it's also just worth mentioning, Chair, that actually the new members of the board are coming to C3 in the very near future to see the journey of a call, and so we'll get an opportunity to spend quite a significant period of time with new members, showing them some of the very topics that we've discussed today, and bringing some of this to life as well.
Thanks, Mark. I think that'll be very beneficial. Nicola.
Thank you, Chair. Just one quick question for me, and thank you. So useful to see the detail here and see the benefits of this. Coming back to that point on communities, I wondered if there was more detail or management information behind the breakdown of available data to understand divisional trends, local trends, those types of things, and how that's being used to then support the community policing, perhaps, or other ways of policing.
Yes, there is. I mean, our crime level goes all the way down to multi-ward member and beyond, and Tina will correct me with the term, but it goes down to almost street level in terms of how detailed we can go with the data that we have in terms of what's happening and where. And that is used at a local level. Our communities inspectors, our sergeants, our area commanders have access to dashboards that are interactive and are continually updating, so that they can stay ahead of trends as they're happening. That information is then used through the multi-agency lens, through our multi-agency task and coordinating meeting, through our community planning partnerships, and a range of other, even for our community officers who are going to community councils, they will take that localised information and data and quite happily share what our trends are around about crime rates and what's happening in a particular area. So we have a lot of data that goes down to very detailed level and can be used meaningfully in those communities.
Thank you. That's really, really useful and encouraging to hear about the how purposeful it is. So thank you.
Thanks, Nicola. I think that's all the questions that we have on this area. So you got a short break. Mark, thank you for the two papers that you've just delivered to us. In terms of that last paper, as you highlighted, it is a tool for Police Scotland to use. It hasn't been without controversy in the past. So I think doing this review of the benefits of it is really useful, and providing clarity on how those benefits, particularly in terms of saved officer hours, is something that going forward will be really useful for us, and just maintain that the communications about what this is what I took from the questions that were delivered and responses that you gave. So thank you very much. Okay, let's move on to the next section on the agenda, where I believe we are moving over to ACC Alan Waddell, supported by Chief Superintendent Scott McLaren. Obviously, we've heard from both of them already, but it's the Road Policing Strategic Direction update. And I think we are going to have some slides put up on the screen to support this.
Hi, Chair. Thanks very much. Apologies, it's Alan here. I've had to turn my camera off due to reception issues at Jackton, so I hope you don't mind that. I'm going to kick us off, and then I'm going to pass over to Scott, and then we'll take you through where we're at. It's genuinely a pleasure to be able to discuss the future of roads policing today. When I started in role a year ago, there were two key focuses within roads policing. One was the outstanding HMI report and the recommendations that were in place there, and the need to move on them. And the second was the commitment in our 3-year plan, which was to remodel roads policing. So it's 3 small words, but which probably belie the significance of that task. I think today we've got to a position where we can present you with a credible, ambitious, but importantly deliverable strategic direction for roads policing. I've asked Scott to join us to pick up the slides, because it's under his leadership and his team have put a whole lot of energy into this. But I should also thank colleagues from the corporate services part of Police Scotland who've given us important counsel. I should also reference Transport Scotland, who've been a really pivotal partner and are providing us support in our sort of ambitions, and HMIC, who I know are on the call, but their sort of initial review and the work they've got ongoing with us to sort of sense check where we're at has been really appreciated. Scott's going to give the detail. But I think at the outset, I just want to talk about the challenge. So earlier on in the performance paperwork, you'll have seen the harm that's on the roads in Scotland. So this year so far, we've had over 140 road deaths and far more serious injury collisions. The demand that we face, the sort of increase in pressures and the budgetary pressures that are also in place. How do we set roads policing up to make sure we best set ourselves up to deal with those challenges going forward? And in really simple terms, I think what we're going to talk about is 3 following areas. So by embracing legislative change, if we can manage to do that, we can significantly increase the education of drivers across Scotland. This will bring us up to pace with England and Wales, but will be a real sea change for us. By embracing technology, we will be able to significantly increase the enforcement activity that we have across Scotland. And that brings a sort of circular bit, because once we've increased our enforcement, we can further increase that route into education. And then finally, we need to make sure we're making best use of our resources. So reviewing our model, our operating practices, and making sure it's in the very best place. I think what we're providing you with today is the launch pad as to where we're at. So there's still further work to be done. There's still, legislation change doesn't happen overnight. ICT systems don't get put in overnight. But I think we're in a really healthy place. I genuinely believe that what you're going to hear is a really optimistic and positive position for roads policing. And without stealing Scott's thunder any further, I'm just going to pass over to him, because he might at least be able to look at you on the screen.
Thanks, Alan. Appreciate you staying with us in voice. So if we could pass over to Scott.
Thanks, Chair. I will try and share my screen. Could someone let me know if that is now sharing?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm conscious of time, so I acknowledge that for the start, and some of the slides I will skip through at a bit of pace, but more than happy to clearly take any questions at the end. So again, thank you very much. The ACC set out exceptionally well. What I would point out for the start, we are in a good place. I've seen a motivated workforce demonstrated by the statistics. We're performing well. KSI data is down. I've got an update for the data that was on the pack earlier. So for 2025, we're at 135 fatalities. That's compared to 160 the year before. Everyone's still tragic, horrific for the families, but at least it is showing a positive trend. Seriously injured and minor injuries are also down significantly as well, and proactivity is up. So it's a good place to start off with, but there's clearly much more we must do to modernise going forward. Okay, so as is represented here, we will deliver an effective, sustainable model for road policing, supporting our 2030 vision for policing and improving the wellbeing of our people. As is represented by the three spheres below, we'll do this by significantly improving our technology to further enhance enforcement and education. We'll continue to implement the recommendations of the HMICS report, extremely valuable as was mentioned by the ACC, and we've made really good progress in this area in the last number of months, and I'll touch on that later on. And we'll also be changing our operating model, as was explained, to drive even more focus towards road safety. As I say, they're represented below with PRIME standing for Reform, Innovation and Modernisation, representing our advancement in technology. This will improve, as was mentioned, the back office capability of the safety camera unit, which will improve current efficiency, but will also support the demand for the new projects that we'll bring in, as it's explained in the slide deck, the driver diversionary courses, distracted driver cameras and journey cams, and these will be discussed in a wee second in more detail. So why are we looking to change? We need to modernise, we need to take action, the feedback through the HMICS and engagement with our staff. We believe that having fewer but larger, strategically positioned bases will help overcome many of the challenges we currently face, including significantly improving visible leadership to better support our officers and staff. And that's direct feedback we've had from frontline supervisors. That will improve officer welfare, as at present, due to geography, we can have the same number of officers attending a number of traumatic incidents in a short time period. And in terms of efficiency, there are occasions just now where, particularly in a back shift and a night shift, we have officers travelling to different bases to get another officer to double crew with. That's not an efficient use of time, so we need to improve that as well. We also lack consistency as a national department. We are a national service, but we operate in a divisional model, which has massive benefits, but various season approach across the country have positives, but with the finite resources we have, we must protect that specialism to continue that focus on road safety. And through our engagement sessions, this is something that's come across loud and clear from our officers. And as I say, we acknowledge that our IT systems need improvement. So how have we got to where we are? As I say, we've taken our approach through discovery, research and findings, and we've been assisted by the corporate services, as was mentioned by the ACC, with service design in this regard. We're listening to our staff, and the high-level feedback is captured in the three boxes here under staff engagement. I just mentioned that our aim of remodelling is to protect the specialism, and this is something that's been highlighted by the officers through the surveys that have been carried out, and the real desire for us to be a national function. This is very much in line, as you may understand, along with other areas within OSD division. But what I would say for the outset, to provide reassurance to colleagues and members, is that we will always continue to work very closely with local policing, and we're putting things in place to further enhance that approach. An example being, one of our chief inspectors was recently tasked with carrying out a review of the approach of local policing to deliver on road safety and to better improve that collaboration. And yesterday, our chief inspector, superintendent, met with all the local leads for road safety, and we're putting in place best practice to work together even closer going forward. Courts is mentioned here, and that's one of the HMCS recommendations. A huge amount of work that you've probably heard in the past has been undertaken by Criminal Justice Division. I'm pleased to see now beginning to see some fruit to that labour. We have a reduction in citations and countermands coming across quicker, allowing us to put officers back out in the front line to do their core duties to support road safety. Moving into the engagement part for the service design workshops, again, to further enhance our collaboration along with service design, we hosted a workshop in November last year in Stirling, where officers from all ranks were invited to come along and share their views to allow us to kind of take things forward. And you'll see for the 5 boxes there, some of the areas that were mentioned, and we're working in each of those. And a lot of those actually align with HMICS recommendations as well. And to further ensure we're listening, I've carried out 3 engagement sessions over the last 2 weeks. We've invited all officers, again, of all ranks to dial in, and myself and Superintendent Andy Bartley provided updates on the direction that we're hoping to go in and take any questions to ensure all our staff are updated. Moving on to the projects, as ACC said, these are things that have been in place in England and Wales for some time, and we have to catch up, because I see these as really exciting ways forward to improve road safety in Scotland. We've had a board in place now for a number of months, where we have various people for different departments within Police Scotland and Transport Scotland to support that board. And about 3 weeks ago, we submitted this through the front door to get wider organisational support, and these conversations are ongoing. So you'll be aware of these, the road traffic diversionary courses, a scheme where we detect speeding and committing other road traffic offences such as red lights. And as an alternative to prosecution, we offer diversionary courses. I see this as a massive step forward, improving that education that was mentioned by the ACC. We'll also free up officers for attending court. This does require legislation change, and we've been working closely with our legal department, and I recently chaired a meeting with the Procurator Fiscal Service and Transport Scotland to get this progressed, and it is going in a good direction, and we're looking to push this on. JourneyCam, allowing this public-facing portal to allow the public to submit videos, photographic evidence relating to driving offences that have been witnessed, and they can submit that through to the police for further examination and potential for further prosecution. I would just point out at this stage, we do not want to see any increase in demand to our C3 colleagues, our local policing colleagues, and our operating model will be very much try to keep this in-house, and that's part of the change in technology for the safety camera unit that will allow us to do that. And distracted driver technology, you've seen in the media over the last week or so, there is a trial ongoing for that just now. But again, that's capturing drivers who are utilising mobile phones, are not wearing a seatbelt. The latest figures I have was about 17% of fatalities involving motor vehicles involve people not wearing a seatbelt. So it's a really crucial development that could save lives and further improve road safety. So I wasn't going to get into too much detail on this. It's there in terms of the benefits of bringing in a new IT system. The safety camera unit, we've done some benchmarking with forces down in England, and there is advanced technology out there that would automate a lot of the work done by the safety camera unit, that would free up resources to allow us to utilise and bring in these 3 projects that I just mentioned. On top of that, we're also getting a full review undertaken by Agilicis, a third-party company, going to examine the operating model and provide us with recommendations going forward. That starts the next couple of weeks, and we expect feedback around about autumn. In the interest of time, as I say, we'll skip over number 7. The benefits are there, but happy to take any questions. And in terms of our operating model, we've been looking at this to modernise our approach, what road policing looks like. Still at an early stage, but we envisage fewer but bigger bases. But these will be situated using KSI, killed and seriously injured data, to ensure that our officers are in the correct position, and also having access to trunk roads. From the engagement sessions we've done over the last week, it's clear that officers feel there's an imbalance of resources across the country, and this will address that. I mentioned it will provide enhanced supervisory support, and this is particularly crucial after officers have dealt with a traumatic incident. We have an indicative plan for this. We have been engaging with estates. We had actually a meeting this morning, and we're progressing with that. But as I say, that is an indicative plan. Through that engagement, that may change. So that's pretty much all I was going to cover in any detail just now. There is a lot of information on the slide deck that's attached to your pack. The HMICS recommendations I was going to touch on. We've had further progress on the pack. It says 3 have been discharged. I'm pleased to say that as of the last 24 hours, of the 4 that we submitted, 3 of those have now been discharged also. 1 being a bit more engagement with forensic services. So that's 6 now being discharged, which is a positive step forward. I'm pleased to submit this and take any questions.
Thanks very much. First of all, to Alan, see you back on screen. Well, your way, and to Scott. That was very helpful, very comprehensive. I think you may have answered some of the questions that we had. But what I'm going to do is open it up to questions. And first of all, I have Tom, and then I have Amina. So, Tom.
Thanks, Scott. It's really encouraging to hear this progress being made around roads policing. The question I've got is around journey cam, and obviously there'll be demand there around triaging and looking at reviewing footage, etc. And it's assurances around how that has been quantified and part of the business case and meeting that demand. And the other thing is about how are we with the integration of the evidence into the digital evidence sharing capability in terms of that smooth handshake into the wider justice system.
No, thank you. As I say, we've had a project team working together now for a number of months, but we're now at the stage, I think the ACC called it the launch pad, so we've taken it to the front door submissions. What we're looking for there is organisational support, and there's ongoing conversations around about that. So that's project managers to ensure it is integrated into the wider systems that we already have. In terms of the journey cam, I want that to be self-sufficient. We've done a fair bit of engagement with a number of forces down south. One of the inspectors has went down and spoke to some forces who have that in progress just now. One of the things we could have looked at, and we did look at, was the desk that's been in play for some time within Police Scotland, but that would still require people to phone up and engage with C3. It would then require some work with local policing potentially, whereas the Journey Cam portal, if we can get an enhanced back office IT solution for the safety camera unit that has AI capabilities, and then it would be directed straight into that portal, which would be on the website. And we believe that with our current resources, with efficiencies we think we can bring with the Agilis review and the IT solution within the resources we have just now, it could potentially be managed within the current capability. So I see it as a positive, but we're putting more eyes and ears out there in terms of road safety. But we'll need to work through the project team and get further information with regards to the demand. But that's certainly how we envisage it going forward.
That's helpful, but that, as you've highlighted there is potential for demand that we haven't actually been able to fully quantify yet. I'm reflecting on the experiences post-implementation of drug driving capabilities and the impact there. So we welcome updates on that in the future.
No problem. I don't know if the ACC wants to come in before I come back in.
Yeah, we'll happily do that. The team, I don't have the data in front of me, Tom. The team have benchmarked down south with a number of forces in England and Wales, and I've seen where this is working, and I've got an understanding of the demand that's in place down there. I think our learning from previous change projects is if we can do things in a certain phased way and open the tap in a measured way, then there's probably something we would look to do, just so that we're managing a bit of control around about what you're talking about. But absolutely, we'll come back and give an update around about that.
I would highlight that we benchmarked with England and Wales and drug driving before it.
Yeah.
No, absolutely.
Okay, thanks, Tom. I think that's a useful reflection, and I know that colleagues within Police Scotland will take that into account. Amina.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Alan and Scott, especially for that sort of overview of the changes and the journey to get there. Bear with me 1 second. I'm just pulling up something on my screen. Yeah, so as I understand, Police Scotland lacked a written strategic direction for some time. So it's a welcome. It's just to commend, really, I suppose, the fact that there is now that road policing strategy in place. Regarding the RTDCs, excuse me, just a bit more assurance on the legislative changes that might be needed to run and charge for those, and kind of the active work that's happening within Police Scotland around that process. Really just looking to ensure that there's appropriate cost recovery of courses, and to ensure that kind of reinvestment in the programme is sustained. I think the other question I had was on distracted driver technology, and again just seeking assurance there, particularly around whether the technology is following the rights-based pathway, and that the authority will also see some more detail on any plans for implementation going forward.
Thank you. Chair, do you want me to come in just now?
Yeah, you just come in, Scott. You respond to those questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So in terms of the diversionary courses, the legislation is complex. We have a principal solicitor within Police Scotland looking at that, answering a number of questions that have been put forward by the government and Transport Scotland. As I mentioned, to push that on about 4 or 5 weeks ago, I chaired a meeting with the principal solicitor, the Procurator Fiscal Service and representation from the government and Transport Scotland, just to make sure we're aligned. The way we are set up may be different from England and Wales. It is different from England and Wales in terms of our ability to charge. So it is a complex area and we're working through that in finite detail just now.
Thanks for that,
And
Scott.
just on the it's just on the distracted driver technology.
Yeah, so in terms of the project board that has been set up for a number of months, the Equality and Human Rights Impact Assessment is part of that. And one of the staff members is engaging with information assurance to ensure that that pathway is taken into consideration as we go through this.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Scott. Alan, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, I think the point about the legislation is really key. To make this a sustainable model, that absolutely requires to change, and there's a lot of work, as Scott's articulated, been going on in the background to do it. It's got to be, though, one piece of legislation. I've not heard anybody that disagrees with it so far. So the public will want to have the alternative to prosecution in place. The Crown want to have the alternative, well, without speaking on their behalf, but it diverts demand from them. It makes absolute sense for us, for road safety, to have education. So we're just working through the detail, but we are hopeful and optimistic we'll get there with it. I hope colleagues, members see that this is a real effort to bring a sort of holistic change to how we police the roads in Scotland and get a flavour of it. And a really helpful conversation. We'll happily come back at any stage to provide an update on progress.
Thanks, Alan. Nicola?
Thanks, Chair. It was just a very brief question, just for clarity. And thank you for the presentation. Scott, did I understand correctly that you mentioned there that AI would be deployed as part of the workforce plan on road safety? Is that kind of an aspiration, or did I misunderstand?
No, in terms of the back office functions for the safety camera unit, when we look at what we have just now in comparison to the benchmarking that we've done in a number of forces in England, the technology that they have available to them down there does have some form of AI capability. Now, that would need to be worked through in more detail as we go through the project board, but that can significantly reduce the demand on the staff within the safety camera unit to allow us to bring in these new projects.
Yeah, great, thank you. I'll be interested in picking that up as a potential in our discussion in the next couple of weeks, if that's okay. ACC Smith.
I'm sure it will be. I noticed that Andrew Hendry had raised his hand there. Andrew, I don't know if you wanted to come in on that. I know this is all
thanks, Chair. Thanks, Nicola. Yeah, just a comment on, I suppose, AI in this space comes in two flavours, kind of automation and efficiency, I suppose, and then more of an advanced capability. And, both will be handled properly, but probably in different ways. Obviously the kind of automation side of things is much more BAU for us now, and then anything beyond that in regard to analysis, etc., that'll be run through the usual rights-based pathway, etc. So just to offer that reassurance.
Thank you, and I'm encouraged to hear that it's been considered, actually. So thank you.
Okay. So again, from me, really just to commend the work that's taken place, the progress. You drew it out at the beginning, Alan. When you took up post, it's really encouraging. To see the progress that's been made in terms of road traffic policing. Extremely important, serious part of Police Scotland's business. You highlighted legislative change, technology, education, making the best use of resources and putting that model in place. So I think we're all encouraged and commend the work that's taken place and look forward to the progress. Okay, I'm hoping that members will agree to a slight change, because I know that some members have to leave around about 3 o'clock-ish. So what I'm proposing is that we do the sex and gender update next, 4.1, and then what we do is we bring forward 6.1, the committee effectiveness, because I know that members want to speak to this. And then after we do these two papers, again, we'll just take a short comfort break. Appreciate for everybody, it's a really full agenda and a big day. A long day. But is everybody going to be in agreement with those slight changes to the agenda? Okay, thank you. Moving on then to 4.1, we've moved on to the section on partnership and community focus. And we're going to have the sex and gender update, and ACC Kat Payton is going to speak to this. Just remind you, Kat, that we have read the paper. So please, a relatively brief introduction.
Thanks, Chair. I'm grateful for the opportunity to share with you this morning the update in relation to our work, and obviously reflecting your comments. I will be very brief, but just to say Jane Gordon is with us, our Human Rights Advisor, who's been supporting us throughout. So I will speak just very briefly to set the context and then let Jane say a few words, and then together we're happy to answer any questions. The paper obviously outlines that both in terms of the update around the areas of work that we've been focused on as it relates to the sex and gender review, but ultimately the purpose is to seek we have closed an update that we have closed the review in terms of it being a review as we now move into business as usual through our policing together structures and the wider work that we're taking forward, as I say, supported by Jane Gordon, our Human Rights Advisor. I think the fact that Jane's here is the reflection of the way in which we've approached this work, which I do want to draw out, because it's not just about what we have done in response to some of the wider public debate, but it's more importantly how we've gone about that work and how we've done that in engaging in a transparent way to build trust and confidence as to how we have come by the decisions that we've made. So in terms of just setting the scene, the paper, as this group are well aware, we've reported many times previously, and I know I've used the phrase earlier in the meeting around the exam question as it related to mental health, but the exam question as it was for us a good number of years ago was in relation to a public petitions committee and the accurate recording of sex and gender, particularly as it related to those responsible for rape and attempted rape. But of course over the years that has developed further, and our commitment in 24 from the Chief Constable was that we would do a review predominantly looking at data recording to give that reassurance. During that time we had the Supreme Court judgment, and that obviously caused us to reflect as an organisation on the wider policing implications in light of that judgment, and that extended our review beyond just data to looking specifically at two further areas in relation to search and across the use of our facilities. In light of that, and in support of the closure of the review element, we have continued to develop our governance structures, and the paper draws them out, so I won't reiterate them. Suffice to say, our policing together structures are there to support the work as we continue to go forward. In each of those three areas, in relation to data, search and facilities, we've made policy decisions across all of them. You'll be aware of the decision that we made last year in relation to recording the biological sex where it relates to suspects, victims and people at risk, and where relevant transgender detail. That does require technical adjustments to our IT systems as well as operational implications, but broadly aligns with what we're currently doing in practice at the moment. It just reinforces the Chief's position. We've issued interim guidance in relation to search back in June 25 and further supported that with frequently asked questions in January of this year to support our officers and staff. And just to answer the action from earlier, we have used that process once in terms of consensual sex since that interim guidance has been in place. And in relation to facilities, we've also issued interim guidance in relation to our use of facilities across our estate. So the paper draws all of that out. I'm always going to be happy to take any questions, but I think more broadly, I was just wanting Jane to share a few reflections here, because I think, as I say, the important part is understanding how we continue to develop that. And given we've mentioned a whole range of things earlier in this meeting, not least impartiality and that embedding of human rights, I think it'd be helpful just to hear from Jane.
Yeah, thanks very much, Katrina. Jane, you're most welcome to this meeting. You've been given a big build-up by the ACC, so we look forward to hearing from you.
Alistair, thank you very much, and thanks members for the invitation to join you today. It's been a very interesting meeting to be a part of. I guess what Katrina wants me to do is to talk a little bit about, there has been obviously a huge focus in the last year around sex and gender, but actually put that in the wider human rights and equalities work that is going on with the Police Scotland. So just for new members to introduce myself, I'm a human rights lawyer of well, nearly 30 years now, and have spent a lot of that time on working on human rights and compliance with policing, both oversight organisations and also with police services. In 2022-23, Police Scotland invited me in to conduct an internal review of how they were organisationally and operationally integrating human rights and what further actions they could take to strengthen and further embed human rights across policing in Scotland. And the ambition was for Police Scotland to be a human rights-based organisation. So I conducted that, and a number of recommendations were made, a number of which have now been implemented and some of which are ongoing. They brought me back in 2025 to assist with developing further their human rights action plan, if you like, reviewing the activities and actions that had been taken, and then thinking about how we move that forwards, and also how we prioritise that work at an organisational or structural level. So in terms of my role since 2025, I guess there's two real elements to it. The first is that kind of action plan where we're looking at priorities of organisational work and how we're embedding human rights in a real sense in the organisation. The other is providing advice in relation to strategic policing issues or legal developments that have significant impacts or implications for Police Scotland as an organisation. And to give two examples of that in 2025, one was very obviously the sex and gender work that was already going on at Police Scotland, but with the Supreme Court judgment last April, raised all sorts of issues across the organisation. And I should say the complexity of that was partly because there were questions for Police Scotland as a public service. So, for example, that was why we needed to look at stop and search and interim guidance in relation to that. But there was also questions for Police Scotland to grapple with as an employer. And that goes to the work that we did developing the interim guidance on use of facilities. So as everybody is far too familiar with now, questions around who can use toilets, showers and changing rooms. And that continues to be a contested space, and I'm continuing to monitor and advise in relation to both High Court decisions and judgments, and also looking at significant employment tribunal decisions, although everybody will be aware that employment tribunal decisions are not legally binding other than on the parties to those particular cases. So that work continues, but in the wider context of the current work that I'm involved in, I guess I just highlight sort of 5 priorities. One is ongoing, the sex and gender work. 2 is around policy and practice. And I would break that down into looking and reviewing key areas of policy, for instance, the Police Scotland's use of force, and making sure that that properly reflects equality and human rights standards. Looking at training, and members will be very interested around how we are progressing all the work around equality, human rights impact assessment, children's rights impact assessments, how we're building in training on all of that, but also how we're making sure we're strengthening capability in relation to those assessments. There's a big piece of work now ongoing, and a really interesting piece of work that Police Scotland is doing around impartiality. And that extends from looking at police involvement in public events, so activities of Police Scotland at those events. It extends to community engagement, it extends to uniforms and to flags, and how those can be impacted in terms of impartiality, and also in relation to Police Scotland's management and governance of its Diversity Staff Association. So that's a big piece of work that I'm currently involved in with the Policing Together team. And then there's some other work which you would be very aware will have significant equality, human rights ramifications, and that relates, for instance, to public order. So last year, as part of my role, I was asked to give some advice in relation to the policing of Palestine Action protests, and then going forwards this year, looking at the governance and internal frameworks around new technologies, and obviously the ongoing debate around live facial recognition technologies. And I attended a recent workshop with Police Scotland in relation to that. So there's a much wider area of work, and I guess the objective there is, as I said, further embedding human rights. And I guess if I would finish there, I would just make the point that where I think we have really demonstrated the mantle of policing together is that relationship between equalities, legal obligations Police Scotland has, and its human rights obligations, and looking at all of that work through the lens of both protecting rights and ensuring the protected characteristics under the Equality Act are protected as well. That has really helped in terms of our approach to some of these areas of contestation around sex and gender, and it is an ongoing lens that Police Scotland is using, and I think to be candid, to good effect, because a lot of organisations have got into difficulties by perhaps only adopting an equalities lens and not making sure that it was looking at a wider human rights lens. So I'll stop there, Chair, and I'm very happy to take any questions on any of that.
Jane, thank you so much. That was really helpful, and I'm glad you were able to join us for the meeting earlier, because hopefully what you recognised throughout the questioning and the discussion is that these areas are pertinent to everything that we are looking at.
Totally.
So it's encouraging to hear about the work that you're doing and the way that Police Scotland is embracing it. So with that, what I'll do is I will allow members to come forward with any questions that they may have. Chris Cregan.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Katrina and Jane, for the the report and for talking us through key aspects of the report and the context of the report. The paper's very clear. I think it sets out the position very clearly. Thank you for that. That's no mean feat, given the complexity of the work and the complexity of the journey. And obviously, as the ACC knows, it's something that I've stayed close to for some time now. And I apologise. I'll come to my question in a moment, and I apologise in advance that there may be an element of déjà vu about the focus of at least part of my questioning today. But I think that's important because we're at a closure moment, as you say, in terms of the review, and so assurance in relation to considerations which have been ongoing through this committee, through Policing Together, at the board itself. Assurances today, I think, are particularly important, and obviously, as the paper acknowledges, this is a complex area of public policy. As Jane, as you acknowledged, it's a contested area of public policy. It remains so. Closing a review on our part isn't going to change that. That level of contestedness will continue. And so my question, and again, apologies for the déjà vu, but it feels important in the context of this moment of closure of the review, is around engagement, is around both internal and external engagement. In terms of internal engagement, specifically around the stakeholder input, around the issue of the use of facilities, the role of Police Scotland as an employer, recognising the shift in terms of the transitioning work policy, which will have been challenging for some colleagues, and then in the external space, thinking about the external stakeholder landscape. And obviously, I've had the opportunity to attend the workshop last year. I've seen some of this in action, as it were. But that external stakeholder landscape remains a contested space, will remain a contested space beyond this review. And there isn't a unanimity of perspective, and on the wider issues, there won't be a unanimity of perspective on the conclusions that we've necessarily had to reach as a public service provider, as an employer. And so I'm looking to surface optimum assurance in relation to both internal and external stakeholder engagement at this particular point. I've got another question I'll come to in a moment, but if you could talk us through that. As I say, in the context of, I think the report sets out the work and the rationale for closing the review very clearly, but I think it's important to surface those issues today.
I'll maybe just start off. Cheers, sorry, did you want to come in?
No, I was just going to say very briefly that there may be a sense of déjà vu, but I think it's an extremely pertinent question. So, Katrina.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair, and I'll maybe start with Jane if there's anything that you want to add, but would echo those comments that it's critically important because it goes to the heart of what I said at the outset, that how we come by our decisions is critical to our ability to build and maintain trust, so that even in disagreement, and you're right, it will remain a contested area, but even within that disagreement, people understand, because we've been able to demonstrate that as far as is in our gift, we have considered a breadth of views, perspectives, legal position, our role and responsibility as an organisation, etc., etc. So I suppose a couple of things with that being really very much our focus, Chris, as you know, from the outset of this work, through every stage we have sought to build knowledge and experience. And actually, if you think to what Jane just said there, the Chief Constable made that commitment to the review in 2024, which sat under my leadership and the Policing Together team, but very quickly recognised that there was a gap in terms of knowledge and experience and ability to be able to navigate what is a really tricky landscape, hence the reason we sought not just our own legal team's advice, but the very specific support and advice of a human rights lawyer, and that's been critical to our work. But more broadly, as you know, we and you mentioned being part of that stakeholder event. As part of our stakeholder event, you know, when we started to understand the implications as it related to data, there was over 55 different organisations and groups, both internally and externally, who were either part of that in-person event and or had the opportunity to contribute to our online questionnaire and survey. And that dialogue has continued as we've continued to develop and change and reflect some of our approach to how we felt that it's not just about what we were going to do in relation to data, but how we were going to ask those questions and when we were going to do it to continue to make sure we were doing so in a compassionate and very clear way. Building on that as well, of course, we had, you know, ethics panels, and of course we've got the support of our diversity of staff associations. So we continue to be supported by individuals, as I say, within our organisation, and of course our Independent Policing Advisory Council has also helped support some of this work. And as I mentioned, the conversations continue to be ongoing because a lot of what we're talking about has implications for other areas. So if we think about data recording, it's implications for wider justice systems, it has implications for, you know, how we approach, and I'm going to talk about it later, corporate parenting, all of the other elements as it relates to our approach to how we engage with individuals is really critical. So all of this work has been supported by an Equality and Human Rights Impact Assessment, and that remains a live document, so that when we're starting to see things, and this is probably the point I would bring in Jane, when things are happening across wider society, we are able to think about the implications of that because we've already made a connection, start to preempt to see if there's anything more that we need to consider or do, not just in terms of reflecting our current position, but even just in terms of our communication to let people both internally and externally know that we are sensitive and attentive to the wider issues that are being played out across society. So all of this work has been supported by a detailed communications plan, which enables us to continue to take people with us as we go through this journey, and that also involves, you know, individual meetings. I know the DCC, for example, meets regularly with some of our staff associations and colleagues, so that we continue to make sure that we understand both the lived experience and the practicalities of that as an organisation. I don't know, Jane, if there's anything from your point of view, probably more broadly around just responding and reacting to the wider dynamic environment.
Thanks, Katrina. Yeah, I think, Chris, I would say as well, I think we've used the opportunity of stakeholder engagement, both internal and external, to actually deal with confusions and misunderstandings and disinformation that there's been around Supreme Court judgments, around recent tribunal judgments, around recent High Court judgments in relation to challenges of the Equality Human Rights Commission. And I think that's been really important, actually, just to take a moment to say, let's all get clear about what the law actually is and what these decisions mean. And I think that's been very valuable. And I've also been engaging and being part of those conversations. And I think it is really helpful, because then you get a real sense of where the real concerns or frankly, the real vulnerabilities of different groups are, which is very, very important for us to consider as we're going on with reviewing interim guidance and then finalising that, which we'll be doing over the course of the next year. The other thing I would say is that there have been important learning points that can be taken from some of the tribunal decisions, the employment tribunal decisions. There's been a raft of cases across protected characteristics now, quite concerted and clear strategic litigation that's going on across public services. And so we are taking our time to look at those and to see how Police Scotland can make sure that it's reflecting on those and thinking about where that applies to them, and particularly in relation to human resources and what issues as an employer Police Scotland should think about. And we will, on an ongoing basis, be reviewing both equality impact assessments and also the guidance to make sure as nuanced approach as possible can be taken to protect the rights of all of the different groups that have interest in that guidance. The one thing I would say is that the Supreme Court has made very clear that there is no hierarchy of protected characteristics. That's important to nail down and to make sure, and everybody in Police Scotland is absolutely alive to that. But also, all of the judgments have made clear that you can't suddenly claim your rights, your human rights, and ignore the rights of other groups as if they don't count. And therefore really making sure that we do operationalise those human rights standards, and Police Scotland complies with its obligations, has been at the forefront of this, and Katrina's been driving that with DCC Spears, and there's been a significant amount of work in that space, which I think has really stood Police Scotland in good stead when there are these complex issues.
Thanks for those responses. Chris, back to yourself.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Katrina and Jane, for really helpful responses. As I said earlier, I think it was important today to surface those assurances. The issue isn't going away, of course. And I think your point there, Jane, about hierarchies is important. I think what impresses me about the work that has been done in this space is a determination to move away from a sort of a dialogue about out there, not always a dialogue actually, about kind of winners and losers, to dealing with the very practical implications of these matters for service users, for staff, and so on. Notwithstanding that there will continue to be a sense that there are wins and losses, if you like, in terms of people's equality, people's human rights. And so I just wanted to ask a supplementary question in relation to the point about engagement. And listen, it's a bit, how long is a piece of string? But given the work given the engagement is going to necessarily need to continue both internally and externally, how confident are you, notwithstanding that there isn't unanimity of perspective, and there isn't necessarily going to be in relation to some of these questions, how confident are you that you've got the right level of engagement across the piece, and the confidence of both external and internal stakeholders, that even if they don't necessarily agree with the approach that we're taking, that the engagement is in good faith and will continue to be in good faith?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. And of course, the easy answer would be to say, yeah, we're satisfied that we're engaged and connected to all the people that we need to be. But then, that would be based on our future on our experience, and that would prevent the opportunity to learn new things in new ways as the dynamics continue to evolve. And I guess that goes back to the element around having the equality and human rights impact assessment as a live document, having our ability to be able to horizon scan both across political, societal, other establishments, other judgments, and be continually able to, in the policing terminology, as it were, spin the model again to say, is anything that is happening now going to cause us to reflect or need to take any further kind of definitive action? And I guess it's one of those things where, and I liken it to a lot of our community engagement. How do you know that you're connected to the communities? Well, by being proactive in that space and continuing to ask yourself the why question. So for me, we've shown that we have connected across a range of partners, across a range of stakeholders, across a range of individuals and supported by obviously our engagement and insights team. That will continue, but it would be a fool who would say that we're hearing from all the people that we need to hear from. We continue to make sure that we remain alive to the opportunity that as things develop, we may need to be much more proactive into areas, dare I say, seldom heard, as opposed to mentioned before, hard to reach, but seldom heard groups who are not comfortable. And it's certainly been a learning for me personally over this last year and a bit, that my means of communication might not always suit other people and organisations. So it's been flexible enough to think not just about who we're connecting with, but how we facilitate that communication that's done in a way that adds confidence. Jane, from your point of view, again, I don't know if there's anything else from your perspective more broadly.
No, I just say, I think it goes back as well to what Katrina raised earlier, which is the method and the process is almost as important as the outcome, Chris, I think, to your point, which is transparency and honest engagement. And I think that has been really, I mean, Katrina has led on that, and I have to give respect to her for that and the way that people have responded to that. I think for me, the seriousness with which Police Scotland internally is engaging in the work around impartiality shows it is very alive to the fact that people, may complain that one group is being given more access than another, and the need to really look at that and to make sure all voices are heard. That doesn't mean ultimately that Police Scotland as an organisation will take operational decisions or organisational decisions on the basis of what they're instructed to, but it does mean that they take into account those and thinks about mitigation and thinks about impacts. And I think that's what we're striving to do, and we're strengthening some of the architecture around that, both hopefully internally, definitely internally, and also hopefully externally.
Thank you very much. Thanks for those further answers. Really helpful. I know members, other members have some questions here. I just conclude by saying a couple of things. Katrina, you referred to the fact that there was an exam question at the start of all of this, and I think there was, of course, and there is. But I think what you said and the answers to the questions have demonstrated the complexity of the landscape beyond and around that exam question, which has made this work so critically important. And I guess my focus there on the confidence of those stakeholders, both internally and externally, at this point in the process is partly made not just because it's important in relation to the matters which are germane to this review, but actually having the confidence of those stakeholders, of those people with protected characteristics who are affected by this, in a whole host of other areas where their confidence in policing is obviously important. So that's been at stake in this process. I just conclude by saying I'd commend your leadership, Katrina, in this area, and obviously the role of your role, Jane, has been really critical to this work. So thank you both. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. And I think you staying so close to it throughout the process has been extremely helpful as well. Amina, once again, I thank you for your patience. Over to you.
Thank you. No, that's fine. That it's meant that there's been quite a lot of covering of some of the topics that I was going to touch on anyway. So that's been a very useful discussion. I mean, obviously, Tom's completely right. It's been a complex landscape and continues to evolve as well, particularly on the legislative side, which I'm really glad to hear, Jen, that there's a lot of review of some of the learning that's coming out from there, and that will continue to inform approaches going forward. So I'll just touch on a couple of things, which is around training required to support staff officers gathering and recording data. Where are we kind of, I guess, in terms of just a bit of an update on that? I think it was Katrina that you touched on the need for a compassionate approach by officers when sort of having to utilise this, and I would wholeheartedly agree that that's the best practice alongside a trauma-informed approach. And I guess maybe for Jane, I think I might have asked you this, excuse me, before, but any update on further guidance from the Equalities and Human Rights Commission that can also be used to, or just kind of a bit of a status update on where they're at with issuing guidance?
Jane, do you want to go first, and then I'll touch on the kind of wider approach to aid memoir training for the data.
Okay, so thanks, Amina, and good to see you again. So the situation is that the Equality Human Rights Commission submitted its draft guidance to the Minister for Equalities. It has to be laid before Parliament. The Minister for Equalities is currently, or her office is currently sitting on it, and they have to conduct their own review to be satisfied that it is what it needs to be. Two things in relation to that. One is that it will be relevant in terms of public service, and therefore in relation to how Police Scotland provides provides facilities or gives access to facilities and things to the public, and also how it engages with the public. What I think we need to be realistic about is I'm not sure it's going to do this halcyon thing of telling everybody exactly what it means for public access to toilets, facilities, showers and changing rooms. So that's why I think the Minister has recently said, don't be waiting for this, get on with it, everybody, which is just as well. We didn't decide to wait, as at one point Police Scotland was thinking all public authorities should. So the situation is that guidance has to be laid before Parliament, and then it will come into, it will be a statutory form of guidance. The Equality Human Rights Commission is very frustrated, and it's been writing and publishing. It's writing to the Ministry to say, please, can you get on with it? In the interim, the other thing that you may be aware of is there was a challenge to the interim guidance that the Equality Human Rights Commission had posted on its website. The judicial review was not successful. So that guidance, as explained, was found to be lawful, and there wasn't a successful judicial review in respect of that. So I think we can expect their guidance to reflect what the interim position was, and that is sensible given it's referred to the workplace regulations and it's taken the definition from the Supreme Court. So that's that situation, and we're monitoring. I'm obviously keeping an eye on it closely, as well as any other guidance that will come out. But at the moment, it's still pending.
Thanks, Jane. Katrina, are you going to pick up on the training part of the questions?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Amina. I guess just in relation to our work as it relates to data, one of the three parts that we've really focused on, as was mentioned earlier, around the wider work of the Sex and Gender Review, we're very much following the approach that we took by issuing our interim guidance for search, and then also last year our interim guidance around facilities. So what we've already got drafted at this moment in time as it relates to data, because of course the Chief Constable made that commitment last year that we will record according to someone's biological sex and where relevant their transgender status as well, and I think transgender identity. And I think one of the things that we've been doing up until that point is again reflective of our approach. We're taking the time to consider how and when we would ask that question, and as I say, the paper's drawn that out. What we've now got is draft guidance ready in relation to that. We've got a draft aid memoir that really explains that, you know, very clear on the terminology and how we'll go about it, and we'll lead the officers and staff through how they'll do that. And again, that will be supported by a comms plan. The point I would want to make about it as well, though, you know, as we've continued to go forward, even the guidance that we've put out previously, as if you think about search, we've continued to support that with further scenarios and frequently asked questions. So nothing's an end state in this environment, so we will continue to look at that. And I guess it just comes back to the wider work that Jane mentioned at the outset of her update. One of the 5 areas that she's looking at is about training and awareness more broadly, so that as we continue to go forward, we really have the confidence that our staff aren't just thinking about a human rights process, they're thinking about the implications of that in their decision making and their thinking and in their behaviours. So all of that work will go forward. But come the 1st of April, we'll be really clear on our policy position as it relates to data, and then we'll continue to work in a prioritised way to updating our systems, of which there are many across the organisation. But hopefully that helps answer and give you that reassurance.
Yeah, that's very helpful. And yeah, I think it is I suppose a live and continually emerging situation. So I suppose, you know, any guidance or I mean, it'll continue to be developed as things progress. So helpful. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you for the presentations and thank you for the questions and the responses to them. Councillor Chalmers, I noticed that you had your hand up earlier. I'm presuming that any questions you had have been answered, but if not, give you one final opportunity.
No, absolutely, Chair. Thanks. My questions were answered.
Okay, thank you for that. So what I have to do then is ask the members, as we come to the end of this item, if you're content to close action PPC 2025-0916 003. All content? That's great. Thank you so much. And you know, this has been, as was stated, a complex, a contested piece of work. It is ongoing, and we appreciate that. But I just want to commend the work that's taken place so far, and thank you, Jane, you know, for the support that you're giving to Police Scotland.
Thank you very much, Chair. Very good to be here today. So thank you again for the invite.
Thank you. Okay, if we could quickly move on then. I did ask that we could move on to committee effectiveness, because I know that some people need to leave and we want to cover this. I'm hoping that I have Karen.
Hi, Chair. Hi.
I can see Karen. So Karen, you're going to lead us into this piece of work.
Thank you. Yes, so the committee effectiveness process is an important part of the SPA's commitment to strengthen and improve its governance. The annual self-assessment process allows the SPA to consider how the committee is performing against its terms of reference. This informs committee development, along with member development and also the committee work plans. It also informs the overall certificate of assurance process, which is required to be submitted to the Audit, Risk and Assurance Committee in May as part of its annual audit and reporting process. This year again, we asked stakeholders for their views, and the number of overall responses to the survey has doubled compared to last year, which is really positive. Of those responses, 2 of them were specific to the Policing Performance Committee. Overall, the results of the members' survey are positive, although some results are varied compared to last year's, and the stakeholder results for this year were mostly positive. So just before I finish, I just wanted to thank SPA colleagues for their contribution in collating and presenting the analysis in the appendix of the report. And the ask of the committee today is to discuss the results and confirm whether you're satisfied that the committee has discharged its terms of reference for the 25-26 period to date. And I'm happy to take any questions on the process. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Excellent introduction for us there, and I just want to underscore the importance of reviewing our governance and reviewing our committee effectiveness. So with that, can I open up and ask if there are any comments, questions that members wish to make? So I think first of all, I think Mary, you had your hand up first, and then over to Chris.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, this is really helpful paper. It's a good exercise that's been conducted now across all of the committees. Tells us a lot about what we're doing. So, for example, the information, the things that we've said ourselves as members of the committee about the reports being good, but the quantity of information being quite challenging. About the need for a greater focus on risks, priorities, dependencies and benefit realisation, and also more about benchmarking. All of these things we've been saying for some time, and you know, these are all issues which are being taken forward and on which there has been some measurable improvement already. I think our stakeholder views are very interesting, obviously, and we'll take account of these, I know, going forward. I think what's important is that we look at the journey this committee has been on, and indeed the journey that we and Police Scotland have been on in terms of measuring performance. We started off with a pretty blank sheet of paper, and you know, it took us some time to be clear about what data was available for us, what could be provided without huge amounts of bureaucratic effort, and what was possible, what was the art of the possible in terms of performance management. And we then had to deal with the fact that we weren't ourselves entirely sure about what we wanted to know. So that took some time, and there was a lot of very useful dialogue till we got to the point we're at now, where the amount of performance data is enormous. The amount of supporting information when we do ask questions about that, as we've seen today, is very impressive. And the focus on things such as improving reporting, improving focus, having better reporting of progress against commitments, all of that is a journey and it's continuing. But there is huge improvement compared to where we started. I do think we need to do more about benchmarking still. I know that's an issue for yourself, Chair, and that's again something that we need to just keep on working with Police Scotland and HMICS on. So with all of those comments, I would say thank you very much for the report, Karen. Thank you for the information. Thank everybody that took part in the survey and give an assurance that all of the information that people have supplied and all of the comments that people have made will be taken into account. And obviously also we're leaving the committee in good hands. Alistair, you get a totally clear bill of health here, so well done for you, and wish the committee all the best going forward. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mary. I know you've been on that journey, and I was going to ask, because I know you're exiting, and thank you for all your work. I was going to ask for your reflections of the journey, so I really appreciate you sharing those with us. And I'll give Tom a wee warning, because it might be helpful as he's leaving to get his reflections on that journey as well. So thank you. Chris, can I pass over to yourself? You're on mute, Chris.
You know, I did that 3 times in the legal committee the other day. I was not going to do that today. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Karen, for the report, and thank you, Mary, for those reflections. I think they're really valuable, and I'm certainly interested to hear what Tom has to say as well. I don't have a lot to add, actually, Mary. I think you've kind of captured it all well. But I guess just thinking about moving forward, and as you've said, you're no longer going to be here. Tom's no longer going to be here, and there are new members who've just joined us. I'm certainly happy that we can be satisfied we've discharged our responsibilities. However, and the findings, there's some movement, isn't there? But they're broadly stable in terms of our own feedback and stakeholder feedback. But the devil's obviously in the detail, and there is qualitative data there that I think it'll be really important for us to get to grips with, and for us to continue on the journey that you've talked about, both in terms of how effective we can be, and how effective we can ensure that Police Scotland are able to be in reporting to us. So it's absolutely a two-way street. I absolutely recognise that. There are implications in terms of what we're asking for in terms of reporting, and then there are issues in terms of our own interrogation of those reports, ensuring that it's focused, that it is effective, that it adds value to scrutiny in a critical area. So I know we've got a development day coming up in May, and I think an important part of the conversation we need to have that day will be to look at the detail in this report and think about how we can continue on the journey that Mary's talked about, Chair. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I think that's a very helpful commentary from you as well. And it is always nice to get affirmation that you're making progress, but equally, it's really important that when there's areas where you could do better or highlighted, that you give those the right degree of focus. So we need to make sure that we do that come the May workshop that we have. Councillor Chalmers, Maureen.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to say I welcomed this. It was really good to read it, and I'm in a lot of committees in a lot of different places, and I always enjoy taking part here and find everybody's does provide a level of scrutiny, but also I have seen just in my time being on the board, real good reports coming forward and improvement in the quality of those reports. So thank you. I'm just wondering a wee bit, like what Chris was saying, I suppose, how will the findings of the survey be used? Will we get any kind of improvement plan or something like that coming forward for the future?
Yeah, certainly I think it's our intention, to take the findings, to consider them appropriately at a workshop, and then feed those into the collective of how we improve governance overall. But I think you're right. We need to bring this in a transparent way into the public domain, so that we can see progress, and those that are prepared to contribute as stakeholders, that they can see that their consideration and their voice has been appropriately considered. Mary, you still have your hand up. Did you want to come back in? No. Tom, could I ask you for your reflections? Again, you've been on this journey for a while.
Thanks very much. It's actually really a nice task to be given to give us a reflection. So just think about the journey we've been on. At the start of this, when I got involved in the committee, we didn't have a core operating system for crime across Scotland. So getting data and to allow us the insights was extremely challenging in many areas, and really commend Director Tom McMahon and his team in terms of that work in the background and getting data cleaned and pulled into the right places to give us the context. Yeah. When you look at the areas it's covered, I mean, the public interest has been very prominent through it, and certainly even the questions today and discussions today around sex and gender, for instance, but roads policing and the developments in using modern technology and all that sort of stuff. It's those are huge additions to the quality of service that's delivered by policing in Scotland along with its partners. We're starting to get some really good demand analysis and quite, but what we need to make sure that we deliver here is critical thinking. What is it we need to know more about in a constructive way, not just asking questions for questions' sake. But my final thing is the engagement with the committee. We get officials and officers at all levels who've got appropriate contributions to make to provide that insight, but we also get real engagement from Police Scotland leadership. Look at the number of chief officers on this call today. That's a huge demand on the leadership of the organisation. Policing's still going on as we are on this call outside, and the demands that are on these people in terms of their leadership should not be underestimated, but their commitment to being here and giving their insight to ourselves to allow us to actually make our judgments around accountability and constructive scrutiny is really, really important. So I think it's in a healthy place. We all know it's got a long way to go. It'll continue to develop. The report, the insights will get better, they'll go deeper. The challenge is you can't ask a question about everything in that report. So you pick the things that are going to make a strategic difference. And, you know, and my final one is in terms of particularly Councillor Chalmers and COSLA contribution to engaging with us in terms of that partnership approach is really, really important. So thanks to everyone that's been involved. It's been a privilege to be part of it, and I'm delighted to say that it's made a huge amount of progress. At the start of this journey, there was even resistance to disaggregating data because there was a bit of a lack of trust. But now that there is a real understanding that this is a common endeavour for the public interest, and so I'm thankful to everyone for that.
Thanks, Tom, for those reflections. And what I also wanted to signal was the criticality of performance to evidence the progress that is getting been made towards Vision 2030, and this is strongly reflected in the Best Value report. So the final thing then is to ask members if they're content that we have discharged the responsibilities of the PPC. Getting nods. Okay. So thanks for that. Appreciate that we've covered some really important areas, some considerable ground. We've still got a ways to go, but everybody will be needing a break. So if you can have and apologies for this, a short 10-minute comfort break. So if you come back at 14:41, that would be appreciated. some really important papers still to cover. We need to have a hard stop, I think, at 4 o'clock. And I know members have other meetings. So I'll just remind everybody that the papers have been read, and if you can give a brief introduction to lead us into the important areas, and then leave space for questions. So Katrina, we're still with yourself. 4.2, Police Scotland Corporate Parenting Plan, a progress update.
Thanks, Chair, and yeah, for the benefit, as you've said, of time, I won't say much and more than just give a broader explanation. I know this group will be well aware of our responsibilities collectively as corporate parents. The report following mine will be the SPA update in relation to the progress of work. Suffice to say that, again, linking back to what I spoke about earlier, our approach as an organisation within Police Scotland has been very much to put at the heart of this plan the continued ability to listen and understand and be more sensitive and attentive to the experience of our care experienced children. And I suppose the purpose of the paper really is to give reassurance to this group, part of our annual reporting responsibilities as a corporate parent, around the progress we're making for our 3-year plan. The one for Police Scotland, as you'll see in the paper, is focused around language, and predominantly we've given an update as to how we're continuing to support our officers and staff through training to realise the implications of and the importance of having language that doesn't stigmatise and continues to build and strengthen connections in a trauma-informed way. It focuses on some of the practice around relationships and how we do that, you know, supporting and promoting mentoring and giving opportunities. We've touched on earlier in this meeting, but this paper draws out our role and responsibility under the heading of scaffolding. Again, that terminology itself chosen by young people who helped shape our plan, and in particular how when children do come into contact with policing through custody, what more we can do to continue to make that a really as best we can positive and destigmatising process. And then follows on under the 4th heading of opportunities and what we're doing to be a career of choice for people with care experience. And all of them, I guess, what I would hope to just draw out, Chair, is that while we've got national responsibilities, national structures and processes that support the progress of this work, you'll see that the paper draws out the local examples and initiatives, because this is about the tangible felt experience for our staff across the organisation who are engaging with children and young people every day. So I'm happy to pause here and take any questions.
Thanks very much for that, Katrina. I don't know if any members have any questions. I know that Mary had some questions, but unfortunately she's had to leave for a short period. But I'll pick up on some of Mary's questions just in a second, but I'm just offering it out to others first. Okay. So really appreciate the paper and the work that's going on in this really important area. First question I'd maybe like to put to you is could you maybe give some further information on how Police Scotland's vetting approach and support could be enhanced to support those who have experience of care?
Yeah, well, I suppose I don't have anyone from our professional standards here. Suffice to say, though, a lot of our work is looking at policy and process more broadly, and obviously vetting comes into that. But even if you take it back to recruitment, so I would go back even a step earlier than that, Chair, around people with care experience applying for a role within policing are immediately faced with, you know, what's your address over the last 5 years, as an example. So we're continually recognising that best of intentions can have a negative impact, and making sure that we're continuing to address that. But I suppose in terms of actual overall statistics, I got some in today actually just around Since the introduction of this plan and back since April 2024, with a focus on recruitment as it relates to those with care experience, out of just over 12,000 applications, there's been just under 500 have reported that they've got care experience. One, that's good that they've got the confidence to share that with us. And then as we go through, what we're seeing is it's roughly about 3.8% of people that have got care experience. And so far, we've had 34 successfully through our broader recruitment process, and we've got 32 currently at a live recruitment stage. So all of that, without going into the specifics of vetting, if there's a specific question relating to that you would want me to touch on that has been raised as a concern and or to get reassurance, I can do that. But I guess what I would want to see more broadly is we're really alive, and it comes back to our wider approach to, I know we've had this conversation before, but our intentions may be good, but that unwitting potential to be disproportionately impactful in particular areas, no less so than our children and young people with care experience. But hopefully some of that information around our focus on recruitment gives you a sense of our commitment to make sure that we're understanding that.
The insight really is to understand that the supportive nature that Police Scotland are taking, and giving opportunity to people that may have care experience, and making sure that there's not barriers that are in the way, because what we're not thinking about is the different lifestyles that the example you gave there about a stable address for 5 years and things like that. If you don't think these things through, they can present barriers. So you've got the best of intention, but it's the policies, the procedures, feeding into the practices that actually bring to life what you're hoping to achieve is really what I think the thrust of that question was around.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I guess I suppose it's just re-emphasising that we're really alive to that, and that's why our kind of support at every stage is to be able to understand the wider implications. I see the DCC's got his hand up, and definitely more experience in the world of vetting, but we definitely are using all of our continued engagement with our colleague group and with some of the mentoring programme, so that we're taking people through our processes and continuing to be much more consciously aware of where we maybe are with best of intentions, adding additional barriers or hurdles which we could easily remove.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. DCC Spears, Alan, you wanted to come in?
Just a couple of comments in relation to vetting. Obviously, that's within my portfolio, Alistair. So first and foremost, the vetting standards in Scotland are very, very, very attuned to the rest of the UK. So in policing, we're vetting to the same set of circumstances and to the same standards. I think what I would say is that in the world of vetting, every vetting application is considered on its own merits. So to the point about addresses, the importance is the accurate completion of a vetting form, and there's no preconceived ideas that there's red flags as it relates to addresses. For example, what we have done a lot more of is that we've always got vetting officers now in attendance at any recruitment events that we run. So any prospective applicant has got the opportunity to have a really detailed conversation with vetting officers at that point in time. And I'd probably just finish off by saying quite often one route of failure around vetting is inaccurate, incomplete information that's provided. So I would always appeal to people just to outline all the circumstances, and that will be accurately considered in the process.
Yeah, thanks for that, Alan. That's helpful to understand. Gary, I see you've raised your hand.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's just a quick question in relation to the missing person performance, particularly around care experienced individuals as well, which on the face of it looks quite encouraging in terms of a 24% reduction. I just wanted to check and make sure that that isn't a case of under recording or slow performance response, which then negates the need to record, because that in itself creates potentially a worse risk, doesn't it, if that's actually what's driving the performance. So do we have a clear understanding of what's driving that activity and performance?
Thanks, Gary.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. And I think, again, more broadly, Gary, we've been very fortunate, and certainly from my perspective, coming into post here, just over a year and a half ago, HMICS have done an inspection in this last year around our approach to missing people, and so we've had that deep dive and that scrutiny across how we're responding to that. And of course, one of the areas that's drawn out is a response to those who are in children's houses. And so I suppose my reassurance to you would be that we have, really invested significant structures, resources and governance to make sure that we continue to understand the wider implications, because of course children going missing is an indication of so many more things beyond the risk of them actually being missing. We've got a number of areas that will have contributed to that, so it's probably a sum of all the parts as opposed to any one thing. But our not at home protocol, the engagement that we do in peacetime, the work that this report in itself around corporate parenting draws out, around work experience, around working with some of our children's houses to build relationships and have a greater understanding, both in terms of those who are not at home versus those who are actually missing. But all of that is indicating, and the consistency of it's indicating that we're starting to make an inroads. And of course, that's not just down to policing, that's down to the wider work, with our local authorities and partners and the wider third sector around what we offer and how we support and how we make sure that children in what is really challenging environments are supported as best they can. But happy at any stage post this meeting to go through in more detail some of the work we do in relation to missing people, but we're in a really good position in terms of our understanding, with certainly more to do around making sure that we're continuing to mitigate risk.
Okay, thanks, Katrina. Amina?
Thank you. Thanks, Katrina. Very helpful, and I definitely want to commend the approach to recruitment. It's really an example of best practice, and something that I'll definitely be sharing with colleagues elsewhere. Just wanted to ask. Excuse me. I can find my page here. Yes. Around training on child exploitation, criminal exploitation, sexual exploitation, based on the development of the collaboration, and that training going out to children's houses, and just an idea of maybe timelines for that work, and also just an indication of some of the activity for the upcoming year as well, just a kind of broad overview of how this work will continue.
Yeah, thanks. So in terms of the timeline, so we've already delivered some of that training around child criminal exploitation, child sex exploitation, and so that will continue over the coming year into two of our other main children's houses in Scotland, residential children's houses in Scotland. And I guess what we'd want to again highlight, not that necessarily need to do that at this group, the importance of that is linked to what we just spoke about, even around missing. Missing's a really good indication of people having an increased risk to exploitation. So all of those things taken together is really important. One of the other things I should mention is our commitment and focus, because all of this also sits within our responsibilities as it relates to our children's rights and the work we've been doing around our children's rights impact assessment and wider programme of activity that sits there. And again, you heard from Jane earlier, but as an organisation, we've committed to having dedicated resources in that area so that we continue to understand the wider implications. So I guess in terms of the next steps, all of this work is about continuing to understand the impact that we're having, but of course doing that in a way that isn't stigmatising. So you'll see that we don't have the same, level of performance measures, as it were, because again, we don't want to be categorising and stigmatising. And if you speak to our care experienced children, they will tell you they don't want to provide that level of information in a whole range of areas. So it's about us being sensitive and attentive to continuing to make sure that our programme of activity and our governance structure support our ability to equip our staff, both at an operational level, but more importantly at a senior level, that they understand the responsibility, for example, as divisional commanders, and how they can mobilise a greater understanding of how we approach some of that work. One of the key bits I think I would just want to draw out, whilst there's lots of activity ongoing within each of those areas, and our team at a national level coordinate that, they share best practice, they'll be able to go in and support divisions with some of that work, is just continuing to make sure that, as I say, as an organisation, we're able to take that feedback and then being able to reflect it more broadly across the organisation. So I'm really comfortable and confident that as this further year into 2027, we will be able to continue to demonstrate some of that progress that we're having. Big part, a final part I would want to mention is just our continued engagement. You'll see from the paper the work that we've done with the Youth Parliament, but through our own youth engagement team, we've had 2 dedicated staff working with us, pulling together a strategic engagement plan for young people. So of course that will have an element as well as to how that relates to children with care experience.
That's great. That's very helpful, and I'm fully supportive of the approach to how Police Scotland report in this area. I think it's vital that we remember that these are vulnerable human beings, and we can't reduce them to statistics. So, really helpful to hear that that's the approach taken.
And just one final point on that, if I may, just our colleague engagement group is. Our care experience group is really important for that, because it's about our own staff being able to share their experiences and they know our process and practice. So it goes back to probably your point, Chair, about how do we continue to understand some of the things that unintentionally have a detrimental impact or a disproportionate impact, and that's where that group really comes to life and sharing that across our divisions.
Okay. Any final questions for Katrina in relation to this? Thanks for the responses there. This is vital work, and I'm really pleased that it's been surfaced at this committee, because it could easily go unseen. And I think you're doing excellent work in this area, but I recognise there's no complacency in the point that Amina made about people. We want to treat people in the best possible way. So thank you. Okay, if I can move on in relation to the same topic, it's the SPA's corporate period to plan the progress update, and we have Rachel Nicholson, who's the operational policing police lead for the SPA. So Rachel, over to yourself.
Thanks, Chair. I'll take the paper as read. In the interest of time, I'll just draw out one key aspect of the update. So I'd like to highlight the example of strong partnership working between SPA Forensic Services and our Police Scotland colleagues in delivering engaging sessions in the 4 secure homes across Scotland to give an introduction to forensic services and to also provide the young people with a positive experience of Police Scotland. These events have continued to receive positive feedback and will be delivered throughout the year. So I think this example, the reason I wanted to bring it up was that it demonstrates a strong partnership working that has been developed across our 2 organisations, as well as both organisations' maturity as corporate parents and recognising opportunities to collaborate to support the care experience community. So I'd like to thank all that are involved in these events for their continued support to deliver them. The authority will continue to report on progress on our corporate parenting plan on an annual basis to the committee, and we keep the plan under review with the authority's Equality Duties Working Group throughout the year. So I'm happy to take any questions on the update. Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. Can I open it up And anybody got any questions in relation to this? Nicola.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Rachel. It was great to see the report. Perhaps actually you could just spend a moment to talk about that planned activity to support the delivery of the corporate parenting plan, and also help us with the forthcoming reporting year and the milestones along that year that we could expect further updates.
Thanks, Nicola. Yeah, I would say in the forthcoming reporting year, we'll be looking to explore further opportunities for training. So in this previous reporting year, across both SPA Forensic Services and the SPA's corporate function, we've explored comprehensive training for our senior leadership team. And this kind of forthcoming reporting year, we'll be looking to kind of roll that out a bit more broadly across the organisations. In particular, we're looking to provide some bespoke training for our independent custody visitors, recognising that the potential face-to-face contact they may have with the care experience community when undertaking their custody visiting duties. Another area of focus over the next reporting year, I think, will just be to continue to deliver those engagement sessions, but to try and see where else we could be delivering sessions to the care experience community, and looking to collaborate more broadly with our other corporate parents. The SPA alongside Police Scotland are members of the Collaborative Corporate Parenting Network, which is organised by Who Cares Scotland, a charity that supports the care experience community. And through this forum, we get a lot of interaction with other corporate parents, and we can kind of learn from others and look to leverage other ways of engaging with the care experience community. So I'd say that will be our focus in the next year.
Thank you. That's very useful to hear. No further questions from me. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. Does anybody have any final questions for Rachel? Really, Rachel, all I'd like to say is I'd commend the work that's been undertaken to date. I look forward to the progress that you will make over the next 12 months and beyond. It's encouraging to hear about the work that's been undertaken with partners, and be assured that making progress in this area is something not just of interest, but it's something that is supported fully by the board. So thank you. So we now move on to 4.4, which is the COSLA update. And if I could pass to Councillor Maureen Chalmers for this.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your support for COSLA engaging in this committee. I always find it's really useful. I'm delighted to present COSLA's update to committee today, take the paper as read, and just briefly highlight the key points. You will see that we set out our position in relation to this year's local government budget, and as with the settlement for Police Scotland, it's not an easy budget for local authorities, but it makes partnership working in the public sector all the more important. We also continue to engage with Scottish Government on the domestic homicide and suicide review work, and with our equally safely taking this forward on behalf of COSLA. However, we felt it was quite important to set out our concerns regarding the draft guidance. And finally, there's a significant amount of activity, as many of you will know, across criminal and community justice landscape, particularly in relation to the prison population. So the paper provides a brief overview of this work, including the current early prisoner release process and the proposal to move to a 30% release point for short-term prisoners, and the recent publication of the recommendations from the Sentencing and Penal Policy Commission. Welcome comments or questions from members, and Elise is here too if the questions are difficult. Thank you.
Okay, I've got a couple of questions and comments that I would like to make, but before I do that, could I open it up and see if any members want to come in at this point? No. So first thing I want to do is just acknowledge the financial pressures that are being faced right across the public sector, and COSLA and local government is a key strategic partner, of course, of policing. And I always take the view that we are greater than the sum of our parts. And I think there's been a number of occasions today where we've spoken about the benefits of partnerships, and we've also highlighted you know, for example, through community planning partnerships where there may be greater opportunities to maximise the resources that are available to us for the benefit of the communities, of the people that we all serve. So I was just wondering if there's anything that you would like to highlight where you think that there may be even greater opportunities for further collaboration in the sort of short to medium term as we work our way through this year's budgets.
Yes, Chair. I mean, I think so. I suppose there's local and national, isn't there? So continuing to really engage meaningfully in some of the really big policy and public service reform work that we're all taking forward, and I know there's some really good work around that. And you know, I know through COSLA we have got a special interest group looking at that transformational work, which is working with all our professional bodies. But I know you're the same, so perhaps joining up some of that work and looking at it together is helpful. At a local level, I know particularly Tom earlier on was talking about antisocial behaviour and making sure there's a partnership approach there. And I think that's really useful. I know here locally in South Lanarkshire, in my own ward, we've got really good problem solving hub where the local youth centre, police, housing, other services appropriately come together where there's a problem, you know, to resolve, and that could be retail crime, it could be youth disorder, it could be anything really that's a priority. And through the daily monitoring between our housing and police, particularly where antisocial behaviour sits, they're daily catching up with each other and highlighting any emerging problems. So I think that kind of work I'd like to see more of, because I think that you know, I'm sure it's happening across Scotland to some extent, but I don't suppose it's happening consistently, and that folk are seeing the value of doing that work. So I think that would be really helpful. I think it'd be really helpful at some point to have conversations around about the Sentencing and Penal Policy Commission's recommendations. We're just working our way through them at the moment. We've had excellent engagement. The chair, as you would expect, met with us at the very earliest stage in the work and came back with commissioners to meet with myself and the president, and the chair and several commissioners are coming to the Community Wellbeing Board in April. So I really appreciate, you know, the level of engagement around that, and I think as we start to work that forward over the coming months, it would be good to engage further with Police Scotland and SPA.
Yeah, well, that's good to hear that openness that you have to partnership and some of your early thoughts on it, and you've outlined in the paper some of the you know, the current challenges, not just financial, some of the cross-cutting issues. So last thing that I would really say, Maureen, is, you know, I'd like to set up you know, or continue some of the discussions that we've had and do that at the earliest opportunity.
That would be helpful. Thank you, Alistair.
Okay, excellent paper. Does anybody have any final reflections or comments they wish to make to Councillor Chalmers? No? Okay, thank you, Maureen. So move on to 4.5, which is the public polling insights, where we have Amanda Coulthard from the SPA, who's going to lead us through this paper.
Thank you, Chair. This is a standing item for committee. You receive regular updates on polling, so just a few points to draw out for discussion. You'll see that in paragraph 1.7 in the covering paper, we highlight that 2/3 of respondents have expressed medium or high levels of confidence in policing, but I think it's important to note that this is down on the previous 2 rounds of polling. So while still a strong level of support, it is decreasing, as is the levels of trust in policing, which are detailed there. Paragraphs 1.17 to 1.19 give detailed insights into specific aspects of policing performance, and they are showing deterioration in levels of satisfaction in this most recent poll compared to the previous one in November of last year. I want to highlight, I know it's something that members are aware of, that the poll that we do is quantitative, so we don't ask follow-up questions. We do, however, have the opportunity to carry out follow-up focus groups to delve deeper into the information that's provided, and that's something that we're considering at the moment. Members are also aware that in each round of polling we take the opportunity to undertake some specific spotlight questions on a subject of interest. In February of this year, we replicated a question set on the use of biometrics in policing that we last undertook in February of 2025 to give us some trend data. Our most recent data from February of this year is showing strong levels of public understanding around value of biometric data and high level support for use of facial recognition technology. The question was developed with the Biometrics Commissioner and his team, and I'm conscious that the Commissioner was planning to join us today, so I won't give any more detail on the biometrics information. I'll leave that to him, but happy to take questions, Chair.
Thanks, Amanda. Appreciate the polling insights, the work that's going on, and your leadership in this area. Unfortunately, the Biometrics Commissioner, I understand, now can't join us. So if there are any questions in relation to biometrics, I'm sure you'll be able to field them. So if I can open up for questions to members, and the first person I have is Amina.
Thank you. Thanks, Amanda. Good to have sight of the report. And I do note the reductions. I'm sorry, I do note that there have been deep dives in the past in relation to perceptions that vary by protected characteristic and urban rural location. Wondering about any future plans for further deep dives on the polling data. I guess I just note that there's obviously a continued need to ensure that the polling sample is truly representative and reflective of the views of all demographics across Scotland, and that we're learning as much as we can, particularly from those voices that are often unheard.
Thank you. Yeah, so deep dives are a piece of work that we will continue for as long as we have polling data available to us. And now that we have, we're in year 4 of polling, we have a good sample size if we aggregate all of our waves of polling data together. So that allows us to look at cutting the data in a number of different ways to give us more detailed insights. We work very closely with colleagues in Strategy, Insight and Engagement in Police Scotland. They also have data around trust and confidence, and we work collectively to ensure that we're using everything available to us and that we are understanding how some of the insights from the data might inform operational practice and response to members of the public. In terms of the representativeness of the polling sample that we have, so we use ScotPulse, which is a national sample. It is representative of gender and age, although not necessarily of other protected characteristics. We have previously boosted samples, and that's something we'll continue to do where we think it's of value, but we are working with colleagues. We had a webinar on trust and confidence quite recently. We're working with colleagues to look at how we can gather information in different ways. So polling will give us good trend data, but we will need to look at other methodologies for gathering views and ensuring that we continue to engage with as many different populations and demographics across the country as we can.
That's great, thank you.
And Nicola.
Great, thank you. Thanks very much, Amanda. Really useful to see this and useful to have this type of insight as well. I had a couple of questions. I think you've answered one, because the statistics, if you like, show one thing. It's the scratching underneath the examples, perhaps, that can bring that to life. But I think you've qualified that there isn't any qualitative data associated with this, notwithstanding the deep dive. So perhaps that might be something we can touch on. But my other question actually was related to the ability to get real life users, if you like, of the service, or people that have actually been engaged with the service, as opposed to perhaps people's perception of the service. And what can you say with regard to that might help us build confidence, or perhaps confidence is the wrong word, but build a bit more certainty around some of the information?
So that's a conversation we're actually having with our polling partners at the moment. As we've seen variation in levels of trust and confidence over time, we have been looking at ways where we could ask some qualifying questions in the survey about recent experience of contact with policing or recent experience of crime that would give us a bit more insight into the views that are being expressed by those who are responding to the survey. But alongside that, we also have the user experience data that Police Scotland gather, which is specific to people who have had recent contact with the service. So if we do some further work on the polling and use the Police Scotland data together, it starts to give us some really strong insights. The other leg of the work that we do around trust and confidence is the Scottish Crime and Justice Survey. So we triangulate across all three sources, and that gives us better insights and allows us to follow up on areas that we think may provide richer insights if we do some further interrogation of data.
Yes, absolutely. It's what you do with the information then. Exactly right. I was also struck by some of the discussion earlier on in this meeting about comms and how we perhaps use some of this to think about that comms strategy. And I don't know if that's been discussed or if you can mention or have a word on that.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a conversation that we've revisited a few times over the lifetime of the survey so far. It's something that Police Scotland are leading on in terms of that public contact work that the ACC Sutherland talked about earlier on the agenda. But there are definitely insights and data points from the survey work that would be useful for some really proactive comms and some bite-sized comms that I think would allow us to have a more consistent contact with the public around what public confidence and trust looks like, how it changes over time, and the types of things that make a difference. We also have some great insights. The Strategy, Insight and Engagement team in Police Scotland a couple of years ago now did some detailed work on what drives trust and confidence in policing, and that gave some great insights which improved operational policing alongside the authority's own Community Confidence Action Research project, which was delivered over the last 3 years, working in areas of deprivation where we know that confidence tends to be significantly lower as a general level. So we worked directly with communities and organisations in those communities to understand what leads to lower levels of confidence and what action policing could take to improve that. We worked in 4 communities across Scotland and delivered tests of change and have follow-up plans in place for working back with those communities to understand whether the changes that the local policing teams made have been sustained, and if so, have they made a difference to trust and confidence?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I don't have anything further. I think this is welcome information.
Yeah, thanks, Amanda. As I said at the outset, you know, the insights that this provides, we don't in any way take for granted the value of it. You can't overstate it. So thanks for that work. In relation to biometrics, I think, you know, really noting the high levels of understanding and the value that is being uncovered by this work, and I think that is something that will help to feed the discussion as Scotland go forward in relation to the use of biometrics. And you mentioned specifically, I think, facial recognition, which is something I mentioned at the outset, where there is a blog in relation to on the SPA's website. Okay, any final questions for Amanda? No? Thank you for that then. So we'll move on to the next item on the agenda. So we're moving into oversights of improvements in policing. So 5.1, and I welcome Angela Wood from Police Scotland. She's going to speak to the HMICS review improvement plans, the progress summary.
Good afternoon, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. In the interest of times, I have whittled down my supporting brief to help with your afternoon, because I know it's been a long day for everyone. The report provided is an update on the number of recommendations open within HMICS that are deemed relevant to the Police and Performance Committee. There are 68 recommendations open, reported along with 3 areas for development. These 68 are distributed across 16 publications and are allocated to 5 Police Scotland's divisions and departments. The report also includes a new improvement plan which has been approved by Police Scotland in relation to the frontline focus tools of the trade inspection, and details provided in Appendix A on the action that we are taking along with prioritisation and timescales. The report also showcases closures achieved since last update and aims to indicate the impact and effect of our improvements. The report also provides detail and themes of these ongoing recommendations, which Police Scotland have identified as partnership working, technology, training, investment and quality assurance, record keeping and consistency. Happy to take any questions on the report. Thanks.
Thanks, Angela. I appreciate the succinct introduction that you provided there. Can I open this up to members for any questions? A considerable amount of work has been undertaken in this area. Gary.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the brief presentation, Angela, as well. My question was around, firstly, one of the closed recommendations, if I could, and it relates to the uniform and equipment piece. And given that the uniform and equipment working group was closed as the project was going forward, I just wanted to seek some assurance that there is ongoing engagement through that project for frontline officers and staff to be able to impact the improvement work as it goes forward as well. So that was my first question. And my second one was in relation to the events and the work that was done around benchmarking, because given that there's difficulty in finding any established model for resourcing, was there any further insight that you're able to draw comparator-wise through the benchmarking that you did around the resourcing of events, please?
Yeah, thank you. I can obviously, my role is in relation to the oversight and the management of the recommendations. I'm happy to give you an answer within my kind of realm of expertise, but maybe other members on the call that wish to kind of step in as well. With the frontline focus tools of the trade, we do have a Beyond Uniform project which is ongoing. The two work streams within that is number one, to ensure officers and staff get the uniform they need and when they need it, and the second is design a uniform that is safe, adaptable, distinctive and professional. And as far as I'm aware, there are focus groups that are with officers as we develop through those stages of the recommendations, and the work is very much in traction. In relation to the events, that's been a long-standing recommendation that we've been looking at for some time within our kind of business areas. I know that Alan Waddell has some significant work in that space and developments were made, but I'm afraid I probably need to take that off table in terms of giving you a more fuller answer.
That'll be fine, thank you.
Yeah, DCC Spears.
Just a couple of observations. Obviously, uniform remains really important, and sitting under Alan Waddell's remit is a bit of work that's continually led by Stevie Dolan that is looking particularly at the provision and allocation of uniform, and also some work that's getting led by Sarah Ruffhead, our CFO, around how do we streamline and make processes more simple in relation to officers being able to access uniforms. So that work is ongoing. In relation to events, Gary, you'll be aware that our standard of training and qualification for taking command at events is set to a UK standard. So again, Alan Waddell represents Police Scotland in a number of NPCC forums where we're looking at the policing of events, and it's been really prevalent over recent times in terms of policing of football, policing of protests, that we are really connected and across the UK and trying to find the right balance and consistency around how we would police those events.
Thanks, Alan. And Bex, DCC Smith, I see you've raised your hand to come in as well.
It was just on the uniform point, probably past, but I think, Gary, it's a really good point just in terms of how important that is. We recognise that our processes for ordering the actual kit that we order, as well as how we distribute that across the country, isn't as optimal as we want it to be. So recently, actually, the service design team did a whole process on that in terms of what does that look like for your average officer, staff member out on the street. How do they do that? What kit do we provide? Kit lists, etc. So there's a lot of work going on at the moment, led by Chief Super, just to understand how we do that in a much better way, and that will feed into the work that Alan referenced around Sarah's sort of back office shared service process that we have ongoing. So lots to do, but definitely an area that we think is really important and have quite a bit of focus on. So hopefully that helps.
I think it does. So just in the interest of time here, that I think what we recognise is the large number of recommendations that Police Scotland are dealing with. I think you've got a systematic approach to it. I think these are prioritised. There's an ongoing discussion and liaison with HMI CS. I think 68 open recommendations, you said. across 16 different publications, and it's good to see that there is real progress being made against these. And I know that you know, inspections will continue and more recommendations will be derived, but it's all part of that continuous improvement process. So unless there's any pressing questions that any board members have in relation to the things that have been closed that are still open, I would propose we move on to the next agenda item. Comfortable? And if there's anything that you feel has been missed, I know that Angela or the wider team would be happy to pick these issues up with you. Okay, thank you. And apologies for rushing people through that particular agenda item. If we could now move on to 5.2, which is the HMICS inspection of Police Scotland's response to drug harm reduction. I've got apologies here from Craig Naylor, but I believe that I've been joined by Ray Jones, the lead inspector, and we've also got Brian McNulty, the assistant inspector, who are going to lead us through this paper. So over to either Ray or Brian.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon, Committee. I'm Brian McNulty, the Assistant Inspector, as Alistair says, and I'm deputising for Craig Naylor this afternoon. I say that more for the benefit of the new members, and it's really nice to see the new members on today. I know that Craig Naylor has reached out and offered to help with your induction if there's any engagement with HMICS that might be helpful for that, and I would just reiterate that this afternoon, that offer. So just moving on to the Drug Harm Reduction Report, it was published in December, and like Angela, I have whittled down my introductory comments to allow for questioning, but I'm grateful that the lead inspector for that review, Ray Jones, has joined us on the call, so he'll be able to help with any questions that follow. The report made 7 recommendations, so the actual number of recommendations wasn't overly significant. I'm sure that Angela and the team would be happy with that. And I'll just pick out a few of the themes really that kind of ran through those recommendations. So a need for a clear articulation of the policy on drug harm reduction. The team did find throughout the review that lots of examples of good practice across Scotland, particularly the involvement of Police Scotland in local alcohol and drug partnerships. I think the fact that there are now over 12,500 officers carrying naloxone when they're out on patrol is really significant. And we heard earlier today of the significant increase that's been reported in today's performance report in terms of administration of naloxone. So that's really positive. I think there was something there in the report really around about a need for Police Scotland to take more of an active role in identifying and sharing good practice, and also to define its role and purpose in and around the public health approach to drug harm reduction. So we've heard earlier today about a lot of proactive work in the enforcement arena, and it's that sort of tension between enforcement and the public health approach that wasn't always clear when officers were engaging with frontline officers in Police Scotland during the review. I think the infographic that's on page 11 of the report is really quite stark, just in terms of highlighting the importance of this work, and in particular the number of people who've lost their lives between 2013 and 2024. Over 12,000 lives have been lost, so that really focuses the attention on something that's an issue of significant importance to the country. So I'll just pause there, and if there are any questions, I'm happy to address them. I'm sure Ray will be too.
Brian, that's much appreciated, and I think just at the end there where you highlighted the number of deaths, you know, brings into very stark relief just the importance of this paper, and the part that Police Scotland can play in helping to reduce that numbers going forward, because every death, as was said earlier, is a tragedy. So before I open it up to members, I know that Chris Craig has had to leave us, but Chris had asked, he wanted to ask this question. It was really seeking clarity from colleagues in Police Scotland about the progress towards that national policy on drugs harm reduction, and what governance process will ensure it is consistently applied across all divisions. Katrina.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Another area that sits within policing together, because again of the focus around prevention. So first and foremost, before answering that question, just to say from an organisational perspective, we really welcome the inspection and the scrutiny that has taken place in this area, because, you know, as I mentioned earlier, through the performance report, an area that has significant consequences, not least the loss of life, when, you know, across our partnerships, there's more that we perhaps could do. I think in answer to the question, certainly the recommendations give us a real focus, and we captured our implementation plan, but the work around the policy absolutely accept, and also the recommendation number 3 around the being really clear on what Police Scotland's role is around public health approach to drug harm reduction, and also that sharing of good practice. We're really in a position where we recognise how we could mobilise all of that really effectively, to be clear, to have that policy position, to have that communication, and through our already established structures, make sure that that's a consistent approach that's able to be applied through our divisions and the local structures that continue to support the wider partnership work at a local level. So we do have the structures and the governance, but we do recognise, a bit like, did I see it, missing people inspection, that we need to be clear in our articulation of what that means, and to be honest, what that means more broadly, not just around drug harm reduction, but actually what is policing's role around, you know, public health approach to some of these really challenging societal issues. So that's a piece of work that will be taken forward by my team, Chair, and will continue to engage with HMICS and others as we develop that over the coming weeks and months.
Thanks, Katrina. That's helpful to understand and state where you are and where you're going. Appreciated. I've got Amina, and then I've got Councillor Chalmers.
Thank you. Yeah, just picking up a bit more on that public health approach. I guess I'm just wondering if there's a need to deliver a bit more of a collaborative public health sort of public messaging around well, the whole issue of drug harm and specifically actions to reduce that. I suppose from some of my engagement with health and social care, I often felt that there was a perception that, you know, a lot of the increases in deaths particularly were related to older drug users who are kind of reaching an end of life stage, and that was kind of almost seen as a bit of an inevitability. I'm just wondering, I guess, if that is I suppose something that could perhaps be clarified better. And again, this comes back to public health messaging around what are the drivers, I guess, for some of the increases in drug use and particularly drug harm.
Thanks, Amina.
Not sure if that's for myself. I'm happy to answer that. I suppose a couple of things. The wider kind of public health approach and the wider Scottish Government-led approach sits within the kind of National Mission Oversight Group that we are part of, one part of that group, but of course significant health and wider partnership responsibility. That group will be meeting later today, and I think that brings into the point that we've drawn out in that first question around what is policing's role in relation to the wider, you know, public health approach. For example, one of the recommendations, recommendation 4, touches on Police Scotland to consider our role as it relates to reviewing the effectiveness of alcohol and drug partnerships. As an organisation, that's not a recommendation that we've accepted, because we feel that that's not a role for policing to be in. There are over 30 alcohol and drug partnerships, and there's different process and practice that should happen. Of course, what we absolutely will do if we get the other recommendations right in terms of 1, 2 and 3, that sharing of best practice and that real clear policy position, and what that means both as it relates to drug harm reduction and more broadly our public health approach, then we'll be able to have a better understanding of the effectiveness of those partnerships at a local level without us leading on that level of review. So the other thing that I would just give you reassurance around, and it touches on some of the work we mentioned earlier as part of the performance reporting, is that our team are very much connected to Public Health Scotland, both at our preventions hub. We're co-located with Public Health Scotland, but more broadly in this work we're connected with key individuals in Public Health Scotland, sharing information quick time where we need to get public health messaging out, and that's more important because, again, it's about who says is more important than what's said. Sometimes if we put out messaging, it's about the level of connection and engagement that we would get. So often the messaging is, even when we have seen clusters and areas of concern, Public Health Scotland are best placed for that. But again, that's all work that's led through our multi-agency partnership, working both nationally and locally. So as I say, hopefully that helps give you a sense of how that happens slow time, but how we would hope to kind of develop that going forward.
Yeah, that's really helpful, and I fully agree that whilst collaboration is important, and there does need to be a clear sort of separation of duties. And I think the recommendation around reviewing ADPs, I personally wouldn't be supportive of that myself for Police Scotland. I think it would be best placed elsewhere.
Yeah, I think the key thing in that one is that constructive discussion that then takes place as to why recommendations are made, and it's understanding the thrust behind that and how and where it is best taken forward would be my interpretation of that. I mean, proper due regard has to be given on all occasions to any recommendation made by the HMI. And going back to the earlier paper, that discharging of recommendations, making sure that they're complete. We know that there is that is producing a report, delivering recommendations is not the end of the process. This is a collective desire to improve, Police Scotland and improve it as part of an improvement in public service across Scotland. Okay, Councillor Chalmers.
Thanks, Chair. Just a comment, first of all, folk may be aware, but COSLA's interest in this is quite active, and the council leaders recently signed off the Alcohol and Drugs Strategic Plan, which sets out Scottish Government and COSLA's long-term approaches to addressing alcohol and drugs harm, and the plan was subsequently published just on the 10th of March. So good work going on there, I think, across partnerships. But I just wondered, Brian, thank you for your report, and I just wondered if you've got any plans or expecting continue engaging with ADPs to share the findings of the inspection, and also to monitor whether improvements are taking place. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Maureen. Brian, do you want to come in and respond to Councillor Chalmers?
Yeah, I think the short answer to that will be yes. This was obviously a review that engaged with local authorities, but I'll maybe bring Ray in just in terms of a little bit more context about how we plan to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Brian. Yes, I'll try and keep it brief because I know you've had a much longer day than I've had. I've been here for 5 minutes, but we did engage quite widely with ADPs and partners across the country through many meetings and interviews, but we also went on site in Tayside, Edinburgh and Glasgow, met with representatives of health, ADPs, obviously police colleagues and partners from third sector. So we included them all in our distribution list for the report and on with our comms for the report. Now, it's not our role to track or monitor their progress against their there are elements of this business. However, there are crossovers with what Police Scotland, and particularly the Policing Together division, will be presenting to us as part of their action plan when that's completed, to talk about how well that work together and partnership is progressing. I'd quickly say a couple of other quick things, Chair, if you don't mind.
Of course.
We see this as very much a positive report, actually, for Police Scotland. In many ways, we've highlighted partnership working, as you've touched on, naloxone, as Brian's touched on. But there's also been some really good work from the SCD, Specialist Crime Division, in terms of disrupting high-level drug supply. But additionally, the recommendations that we've made, there might be some additional requirement to discuss those. But on recommendation 4 particularly, there's no suggestion or requirement that Police Scotland would be expected to analyse the work, performance and product of ADPs. It was more specifically about the value of the resource and staffing that they provide to ADPs. So it was specifically on police business. We would say it's worthwhile, absolutely worthwhile. It's more about continuing to track and monitor performance, progress, and to say we feel that the time, the effort and the staffing that we utilise and contribute to ADPs is giving us the value that we expect. That's what that recommendation is about. But very much a positive report, and at the risk of going on too long, one thing I would highlight lastly is the work on local divisions, which very much involve policing on addressing near fatal overdoses and using intelligence through Public Health Scotland and through the Scottish Ambulance Service to inform multi-agency groups and local divisions on emerging risks and emerging drug threats. And that's an area that we've highlighted in the report as being particularly positive. Thank you.
That was really valuable, but Brian, just giving us some of your thoughts behind the recommendations and the context around them, and appreciate you highlighting in particular this is a positive report for Police Scotland. They do significant work in this area, and I think it's appreciated by partners, and let's hope we see progress collectively across Scotland in relation to drugs harm going forward. Okay, thank you for that. So we now move on to the final paper that we have today, and first of all, can I thank Philip Marshall, who's the Regional Head of Investigations for Scotland and Northern Ireland within the NCA, for his patience. It's been a long agenda today. You are the last item. I know you're supported by Detective Chief Superintendent Dave Ferry, but just because it's the last item does not mean to say that it is the least. We really appreciate the paper that you've provided, and we really appreciate your time coming to speak to it this morning. This afternoon. So over to yourself, Philip.
Thank you, Chair, for the introduction, and good afternoon, members and policing colleagues. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to attend the committee today. So this is obviously my first time in attendance, as I've recently taken over the regional head role from Jerry McLean, whose impending retirement is in April. Just for context, I've been with the NCA for the last 10 years with responsibility for a number of nationally significant child abuse investigations, including the Rotherham grooming gang investigations. And prior to that, I had a career in policing primarily in Northern Ireland. Committee members will no doubt be aware that today the NCA are sharing the official public version of the NCA's National Strategic Assessment, the NSA, with wider UK society. Now, this is our flagship annual intelligence product, which provides a national picture of the threat from serious and organised crime. Because it presents a profound threat to UK, its corrosive impact, and I've been listening to this meeting today, its corrosive impact is felt across all parts of society, and the NSA helps us understand the harm and the factors driving that, so we'll better target our collective response. I hope that committee members have had the opportunity to consider the performance report for Q1, Q2 of 25-26, which is the most accurate and validated information available to me. And whilst I have day-to-day responsibility for the activities within the Organised Crime Partnership, the report outlines the wider agency efforts that impact on Scotland. The performance report documented slide 7 some key highlights in operational performance across all threats, identifying the areas of activity that have the greatest impact on Scotland. And I know you're under significant time pressure today, so I'll highlight a few of those to allow some time for questions. There has been 215 NCA disruptions impacting on Scotland, either directly or indirectly, in the 6-month period that this report covers. This is 38 above the 3-year average for disruptions. And 163 of those disruptions relate to activity where the NCA was the lead agency, and 52 occasions where we are in support. OCP Scotland has led or supported 53 disruptions in the period, which again is above the 3-year average of 38. And the distribution of these disruptions is concentrated on drug-related threats. Majority, nearly 95% of the work has been focused on the drug threat, which is well above the national distribution. And indeed, it's above the 3-year average for the OCP. Of those 53 disruptions within the OCP, 38 were related to cannabis, 5 to benzodiazepines, 3 to crack and to cocaine, 2 to heroin and 1 to amphetamines. And the cannabis itself relates primarily to the importation via air passengers within their checked luggage, primarily from Thailand and from North America, and that's detected at the port of entry. And the NCA on a national basis are mandated to conduct these investigations. In addition, within the reporting period, there has been 19 supported disruptions were from the NCA's National Extradition Unit, aiding the extradition of suspected criminals from Scotland, and in addition, successfully extraditing to Scotland 11 wanted fugitives. I think that's a unique capability of the NCA to help on a national or an international basis. We have provided specific support to Police Scotland via the International Liaison Officer Network concerning a number of key nominals from Scotland who are resident outside the country. And Police Scotland are one of the NCA's primary stakeholders in relation to our Spanish International Liaison Officer, based on a number of live open cases. Amongst other offences, some subjects wanted by Police Scotland are wanted for murder, attempted murder and drugs offences. And you will be aware, I'm sure, from public reporting around the assistance that was provided by the NCA to Police Scotland, to Merseyside Police and to the Spanish National Police around an individual wanted for the murder of 2 UK nationals in Fuengirola in May last year. Within the report, there are a number of points that I wish members to consider. Child sexual abuse disruptions have seen a decrease compared to the 3-year average. They're down by 9. This is partly due to the complexity and changing nature of child sexual abuse and the increasing cross-cutting nature of the threats, such as the COM, which often require a longer period of time before a disruption is secured. The NCA has also surged significant resources to manage the increasing demand in CSE Referral Bureau concerning indecent images of children, and we continue to support forces across the UK to manage the impact. Children are increasingly being exploited to produce more indecent and depraved imagery, and offenders' sophistication online is increasing their capacity and capability to target and harm children. In July last year, the NCA commenced Operation Beaconport, which is a national operation into hundreds of previously closed investigations concerning group-based child sexual abuse and exploitation. Now, Operation Beaconport is led by the NCA and delivered in partnership with colleagues across policing to review cases where police forces, primarily across England and Wales, and the Crown Prosecution Service took no further action decisions against suspects across a 15-year period. Now, that operation to date has identified investigations that were incorrectly closed, with no further action being taken, and it continues to assess cases eligible for reinvestigation. Now, whilst Operation Beaconport is a Home Office funded approach for England and Wales, the agency has been working very positively with colleagues in Scotland and in Northern Ireland to ensure a truly national approach. And I know that there's a number of further meetings are scheduled at a very senior level, facing level, later this month in this regard. Of course, the NCA officers within this area will also be engaging in due course with the public inquiry into group-based child sexual abuse in Scotland, to be chaired by Professor Alexis Jay. Can I move on to drugs? The threat and harm from drugs is increasing across the United Kingdom. The drugs market continues to evolve with diversification of products, significant increases in the volumes of ketamine and cannabis seized at the UK border, increased detection of domestic drug laboratories, and a change in drug distribution models, all indicating an upwards trend across 2025. The threat from cocaine remains high, with seizures in the UK having increased by more than 440% in the last 10 years. Cocaine prices were lower in 2025 than they were in 2024, likely reflecting robust and adaptable supply chains and high levels of production in source countries. The drugs threat further increased as organised crime gangs using the container shipping route to smuggle illicit drugs demonstrated their ability to diversify their methodology. This includes using alternative European ports, enhanced concealment methods, and at-sea drop-offs. And you may well be aware that there was 4 nominals with Scottish connections who were detained in the Republic of Ireland in the summer of 2025 with 450 kilograms of cocaine. They have recently pleaded guilty to the importation and are awaiting sentence at a court in Dublin. Current data, and I know it has been subject of conversation earlier today, shows that Scotland remains more affected by the nitazines threat than any other part of the United Kingdom. I know it is a major concern given the number of drugs-related deaths and near non-fatal overdoses. And I'm aware that there has been some public reporting earlier this year from a study by King's College London testing the samples from rats who were anaesthetised with nitazines. Concerningly, that found on average only 14% of the nitazene was present. That was present at the time of the overdose was subsequently found in the pathology and toxicology results. So it's their opinion that the deaths caused by nitazines could be underreported by a third due to the samples of the drugs being missed in the post-mortem toxicology. So NCA colleagues are working within drugs threat leadership. They're in discussions with the Home Office and colleagues in academia to discuss potential project options to progress this area of research. So synthetic opioids are an increasing concern, and it's important that I indicate to the committee that Organised Crime Partnership in Scotland has a number of ongoing significant investigations concerning synthetic opioids. These are in the central belt of Scotland, and we have conducted a number of searches and made a number of arrests across these operations. Detailed forensic scene examination has led to the seizure of significant volumes of suspected controlled items, which are subject to ongoing examination. So we're liaising closely with the Crown Office in these matters, and I would expect to be able to report on this further in the future. The last point here, I'm very conscious of time, but may want to comment upon is police reform, which was announced in January 2026 within the White Paper, that a new national police force, to be known as the National Police Service, will be set up. And the implementation of that is that the National Crime Agency, Counter-Terrorism Policing and the Regional Organised Crime Units will move into it. And the police reform programme focuses on England and Wales. Change is not happening imminently. The NCA has been quite clear that we need to get this right and we cannot take risks with the operational business. So all indications are it will not happen before 2030. The NCA is committed to being a partner in reform, and it's my understanding that it is the stated intent of the government is to effectively replicate the existing relationship arrangements that we have in Scotland and Northern Ireland. So following an announcement, the Director General spoke to the Chief Constable of Police Scotland and to the Chair of the Authority to discuss the White Paper and what it meant for a relationship. And it certainly has been recognised, certainly within the NCA and wider nationally, that there is significant positive learning available from colleagues in Police Scotland given the reform journey that has been delivered by all partners in Scotland. And I'm open for questions on anything in the report, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Philip. Both the report and your commentary around it are very helpful to highlight the extremely important role that the NCA plays, but particularly that partnership working with Police Scotland. I know we're limited for time, so just very briefly, I don't know if DCS Dave Ferry wants to just make a quick comment on that.
Very just briefly, Chair, so in terms of, Phil obviously covered quite a comprehensive update in regard to some of the areas that we're working collaboratively. The only thing I would mention is try to pass on as much as anything thanks to the NCA, particularly around about our response that we received from the International Liaison Officer Network, particularly around about Operation Portledge and some of the fast track reach that they have in country to help us to understand the network of serious and organised crime as it goes across Europe and beyond. And obviously the Middle East conflict at the minute has displaced UK nationals that might be of interest to us, so we're continuing to work with that. So thanks to Phil and the team for really stepping up and really helping us round about that. The other piece is round about synthetic drugs and the synthetic opioid issue. So we are fast tracking a lot of our particularly post-mortem results to identify where nitazines are present. It's also relevant in the near fatal overdose. It touches on some of the things that Brian and Ray mentioned there, and that whole system approach as to how we can early identify, how we can be very much proactive in that space and actually try to prevent the deaths before they occur. And actually there's some tactics that we can use that we fed into that report that Brian mentioned there as to how we're getting on the front foot of that. But obviously there's a lot of work involved. So no, other than to say that we are fully supportive, continue to support the work of the NCA, and we've had some excellent results, but it doesn't stop there. We need to continually work on that. And the partnership is very much welcome, very much valued, but I'm happy to take any questions on that, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, we can't overstate the criticality of that partnership, and actually the point you made at the end about police reform, and just giving us a little insight to that. That's something that's very useful. I know we're limited for time, but is there any questions that anybody wants to ask either of Philip or Dave? We did have a comprehensive report there, which is very helpful, but questions? Tom, and then Gary.
Yeah, thanks very much for that update. And just as others have said, the importance of the relationship with NCA and the support it gives to Police Scotland is fully recognised by members of the committee here. But the area I'm interested in is the growing threat from cyber attacks in particular. And so it's really my own knowledge. Does the NCA support Police Scotland in those areas of threat? And if so, how well placed are we?
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, Tom. I'll give a couple of bullet points on that. The NCA is critically involved in a lot of the national cyber attacks of the National Cyber Crime Unit, which leads a response to that with our TIC-TAC team. So if there, for the likes, we've seen the Jaguar attacks, we've seen the attacks on a number of large corporations. We are critically involved in those. We do support Dave and his colleagues within the cyber investigation in Scotland when required, or indeed in some occasions we will lead those. As to how well Scotland is prepared, I couldn't answer that one, Tom. I know that there's a lot of prevent work that is ongoing within threat leadership. I can certainly take that away and see if we can give you some further information for the information of the wider committee as to what steps have been taken, unless Dave has more up-to-date information on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Philip. Dave?
Maybe just to end on that, so in terms of that, they are very well linked in. We're linked in with the NCA. This is through Andy Patrick's cyber and fraud investigation team. So for national cyber attacks, it's very much linked in through the NCSC and that cyber readiness and how well prepared we are. There's some work to do, clearly. I mean, it's an evolving, It's always an evolving area, in particular cyber, but the connections are definitely there. The NCA work hand in glove with Police Scotland, but most centrally through that NCSC network, massively so on, leaving aside cyber attacks, but in the fraud space, we rely on the NCA and that gateway in through the kind of suspicious activity reports round about high-level fraud and how we respond to it. So actually we are reliant on the NCA and feeding that through that conduit so we can understand what the threat is and then respond to it. So the NCA massively help us in that area.
Okay, thanks for that question. In fact, thanks for the responses. Gary, I know you did have your hand up, but if you're comfortable, then that's fine. Really appreciate your attendance here today. You're both, Philip and Dave, and very valuable to get that report that gives us an insight into the critical work that is undertaken in partnership. So thank you for that. Okay, so that's us covered the agenda. A pretty full agenda today, I think we'll all agree. Just really remains for me, first of all, to thank everybody for their contributions today, their preparations, for coming along today. But in particular, on behalf of the committee, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Mary, I know who's had to leave, and Tom for their invaluable contributions during their time as members. There's no doubt that their insight, their commitment and their oversight have been greatly valued. And whilst I know we will see Tom at Resources Committee on Thursday, and we'll see them both at the authority next week, I just wanted to take this opportunity to formally recognise and thank them both for their work, specifically within Policing Performance Committee.
Thank you, Chair, and look forward to seeing you at the board meeting next week too.
You will do. I'm looking forward to it. So finally, just thanks to everybody again. Appreciate your perseverance and really appreciate